Hey everybody, welcome to Bura Tech. In this episode, we're going to be asking the question, is Construct 3 the best game engine ever created? Alright, so my name is John Bura, and I've been coding since 1997. In fact, my first coding course was making games in a language called Pascal at my local university. This is my first foray into learning programming, and the next year I started to learn Visual Basic and C++ as well. I was hooked. Back in the 90s, it was really difficult to make a game. It wasn't until the 2000s when you got a program like GameMaker that made things a lot easier. But even then, you couldn't really export your game or make anything really useful with GameMaker. GameMaker today is a different story, but in the past, it wasn't as good. Even 10 or 11 years ago, Unity was in its infancy and other engines just simply weren't as good. So game engines have come a long way, so it begs the question, which is the best one? Now, it's kind of a loaded question because oftentimes when it comes to which is the best engine, it comes down to personal preference. But I've been using Construct 2 and Construct 3 for years, and I absolutely love it. But before that, I've tried so many engines, and I've always come back to Construct 3. I try Unity for a bit, and Unity's a great engine. I absolutely love it. I try Unreal, I try other engines, and I always come back. So what makes me come back to Construct 3? Well, it's extremely easy to make games in. And I've been making games for so long that when I say that it is really easy, it is so incredibly easy. My first published game was for the Xbox 360. It was a game called Circa, which you can see some footage here. And I made that game from scratch, and I made it in C# using X and A at the time, and it was actually fairly difficult. In fact, it was so difficult sometimes that I would make my game on my PC and then port it to the Xbox, and because the Xbox uses a different framework, the game would completely crash or have 120 errors. I remember one time I was focusing on the errors. I was 50 errors, then 40 errors, and it was just, the errors were going down, down, and down. I said, okay, I'm gonna port it to the Xbox, and then I'm going to go for lunch after that. So I ported to the Xbox and there was something like 120 errors, and when I went for lunch anyway, I was so fed up. So making games in the past was really difficult, and this was, not even 10 years ago where I had all these issues. Now, today with Unity and Unreal and all these other engines, it's a lot easier. One of the things about Construct 3 that I love is that it's so easy. If I wanted to make a simple space shooter, it would take me far less time in Construct 3 than literally any other engine out there. And the reason is that it is a non-coding engine. So when I first started my company, Mammoth Interactive, a lot of people didn't like the non-coding aspect. Before Construct, I was using an engine called GameSalad. Now, GameSalad was a non-coding engine to make iOS games, and I made something like 30 iOS games using GameSalad. But when Construct 3 came out, everything was easier. It was so much easier. In fact, there's other game engines out there like Stencil that also use this technique. Now, I'm not saying that GameSalad or Stencil are bad engines. In fact, they're actually pretty good. I just prefer Construct 3. The workflow in Construct is easy to understand and is fairly intuitive. The whole program itself is extremely intuitive. When it comes to making software, not just games, but software in general, I always try to find the path of least resistance. Software development is so hard that you don't need any external factors to make it more difficult. It's already hard enough. So when you have a game engine that's giving you a bunch of errors or things are really difficult, then perhaps that game engine is too difficult for you as a programmer. Now, a lot of these game engines are very complex, and to make a game work, it's extremely complex, and there's a lot of things that are happening in the back end. So naturally, there's going to be some issues. But at the same time, you should get your idea out as fast as you can. Because remember, your idea is completely useless if it's sitting on your hard drive or on the cloud. You want your game to be played and enjoyed by as many people as possible. After GameSalad, when Construct 2 came out, you still had to download it onto your computer, and it was only available for the PC. I, at the time, had a PC and a Mac for different development, and I loved Construct so much that I really wish there was a Mac version. Construct 2 was a downloadable PC product, but Construct 3 is available to be used in the browser. And this is incredible. You can build a game, you can build iOS games, you can build Android games in the browser. It's insane. You literally just open up Chrome, go to editor.construct.net, and you're there. That's it. No installation necessary. It's so incredibly awesome. In fact, I've made several games with Construct that I've made in my browser. Now, this might not seem that important, but you know what? You can actually do this on a Chromebook, you can do this on a Mac, and you can do this on a PC. You can do it anywhere where Chrome is really available. And on top of that, you can save all of your games to the cloud. And I love doing this. Whenever I make a game, I always download it to my computer and then I upload it to the cloud. In fact, there's different places and different clouds that you can upload them to. I love upload them to them all. Because when I'm at home, I use a different computer than when I'm at work. And having everything just be able to work within Chrome is amazing. Now, this is of course a bigger, more philosophical question with development. Should everything be done on the web or should we be using native code? And we're going to be talking about that in another episode. But for now, let's take a look at some of the other features that I absolutely love about Construct. One of the criticisms over the years is that Construct is not that versatile, and making really big games is very challenging in it. Now, I would say that if you're making a really big game in Construct, maybe perhaps Construct's not the best engine for you. If you're gonna make a really big game with lots of multiplayer, I would use something else. I would probably use Unity or Unreal. But for the most part, I would say that maybe 1 to 2% of games can't even be made in Construct. Now, Construct is a 2D engine, so if you wanna make a 3D game, you're gonna have to use something else. And we'll talk more about that later. I've been rarely hindered by the tool set that Construct offers. Construct is so intuitive, and whatever tools that they allow you to use, you can pretty much do anything you want with them. It's rare that I say to myself, I wish this could be done, and it just simply can't be done. Now, sometimes in Construct, there are things that are really easy to do, and then there are things that are a little more challenging to do. Now, the functionality of Construct might mean that what you need to do is a little bit more complicated and needs some extra code. And this is true for literally every kind of game engine. Now, because Construct's so easy, a lot of people think that if you can't do something immediately, then it can't be done at all. Well, this is really far from the truth. In fact, I've fallen in this boat myself, where I've had a problem and I just had to take a little extra time to solve it with some less intuitive way. It doesn't mean I couldn't do it, it just was harder to do. And I say this after years and years of coding, that making a game and prototyping it is really easy and really good. I can't stress how easy Construct 3 is. When it comes to designing your game graphically, Construct 3 has a built-in pixel editor, and it's quite awesome actually. In fact, Construct 3's pixel editor is almost as good as some other commercial editors out there. It needs a little bit of work to be the best pixel editor out there, but you can still do any kind of pixel art within your game. And you can do it within your browser as well. If you want to pull in your own art from like Adobe Illustrator, you can just drop it in. It's pretty easy. So how is the community, and are there lots of examples of code? Well, one of the best things about Construct 2 and Construct 3 is that a lot of the code is very similar. Now, Construct 3 is a much better engine than Construct 2, but at the same time, a lot of the examples, if you need to find out how to do something or simply Google them, they're usually in Construct 2 and they usually work. I rarely find an example or a tutorial that is completely obsolete, and this is really good. If you follow any other languages, sometimes going between 2.9 and 3.0, there's a huge difference. Well, with Construct 2 and Construct 3, at least the code base in there is not that different. Now, of course, there are differences, but Construct 3 usually does a better job of. Now, one of the things I love about Construct 3 is that they release a new version every week. They have a released version, which is a stable version, which means that there are few, if any, bugs in. And they also have a beta version, so you can try the newest widgets before they go into the stable version. I love getting these emails in my inbox because it shows that the team is really dedicated. And it's a very small team that's making Construct 3. But I've talked to the founders many times, and they're very committed to development. In fact, the development that they do is very paramount to what these other multi-million-dollar companies get. So what happens if you need to do something and there is absolutely no way to do it in the Construct editor? Well, you can make your own plugins and behaviors. In fact, there's a development kit out there that will allow you to do this, which means that there's pretty much no limit to what you can do. Now, if there's one feature that I love the most about Construct, is the mobile preview feature. This is amazing. So first of all, if you've ever developed for mobile devices, you'll often have to pull up a simulator, and even getting that simulator to work is extremely challenging. Now, why would you want to test on your mobile device? Well, sometimes when you get something that works on your mobile device, it might not work in other areas. So you can be making your game on your computer, and as soon as you test it out on your device, something happens. In fact, one of the biggest faux pas that I had when I was first developing is that there was a bug in the system and there was no music on the device. So I heard the music on the computer, but as soon as I released it, there was no music because I didn't test it on the phone. I just assumed that what was on the computer actually was going to be on the phone. Big mistake, don't do that. So you always have to test on the device. How does Construct deal with this? Does it deal with simulators or any kind of extraneous functionality? Basically, you take a picture of a QR code and it instantly pops up on your phone. It's so incredibly awesome. After years and years of being an app developer, this is the most elegant and minimal solution I have seen that makes testing on a device easy. Furthermore, if you have a ton of different devices, like this is an iPhone and you have a bunch of tablets, it's really simple. If you were to do this in, let's say, Xcode or Android Studio, it would take you almost 10 times the amount of time to do it. And in Construct, things are just easy. I've used Construct 3 a lot. I've made a ton of commercial games with Construct 3, but there's a few things that I would really like to see. Now, the founders have been clear on this issue, and I agree with the founders on this. However, the problem is not necessarily with Construct, but with the world around it. So with Construct, everything is exported into a web app, or it's used in what they call a wrapper, an HTML wrapper, which means that it's basically like a website. Technically, you can release for iOS, Android, Xbox, but if there's no web support, you cannot release for it. For example, the Apple TV does not support web. So some of you out there might say, hey, look, there's this one random project on GitHub that will let you run a website on the Apple TV. Well, that may be true, but Apple officially does not want web views on web TV, which means that your HTML5 game that you're exporting from Construct can't go on the Apple TV. Now, there's a few other instances of this, but the main issue with exporting for HTML5 is the support of the platform. Now, it should be as simple, and if you're from the future, check out this video on why everything should go to the web anyway, because I feel that things should be easier to export now. By going to the web and making web support virtually universal across all platforms, everything's going to be a lot easier. But that's a story for another time. So back to Construct 3. You're at the mercy of the device's support for all of this web content. The only way to solve this is to have a bunch of native exporters, and the founders have been clear that they don't want to do this, and with good reason. It would take so much time. They would rather make Construct 3 a better experience than work on a native exporter. Working on a native exporter would take a ton of different people and be very costly. However, it would be nice to have. Now, the other thing I would really like to make in Construct 3 with its engine is a 3D game. Now, I don't think that making a 3D game is on the roadmap for Construct and Skira. And if I'm going to be perfectly honest, I would really like to do this. The problem is that going from 2D to 3D isn't just adding another dimension. There's a ton of different work that you have to do. Getting things to look good, getting things to work well, and getting the user experience and everything to go from the coding to the game is really challenging. That whole other dimension is really hard to do. Furthermore, if you've been using game engines for a long time, you'll know that the Unreal versus Unity, which engine looks better debate is always going on. And it's only been recently that Unity was able to catch up, and arguably Unreal stuff looks amazing. So rendering and making things look good in the 3D space is really challenging. Construct could go a different road. And instead of making things look hyper-realistic like Unity and Unreal are doing, they can make it look more like a cartoon. Now, if you're from the future, you'll check out this video on why 2D games are going extinct. But that's a story for another time. Now, I like making 2D games because they're really easy to make, but 3D games offer so much more versatility. Also, the models being made for 3D are harder to do unless you're making voxel, but even then it can be quite challenging. So again, if you really want to make a 3D game, Construct's not the engine for you. So in conclusion, Construct 3 is an amazing engine, and you should try it out right now. Now, I've been using Construct 2 since 2011, and I love the engine so much. In fact, I love it so much that this review is long overdue. So if you like making games, then you should check it out right now. Simply go to editor.construct.net to try it out. Hey everybody, John Bura, and welcome to Bura Tech. In this episode, we're going to be exploring whether or not watching videos faster is the best life hack ever. Alright, if you're like me, you like watching videos 1.5 or 2 times faster than normal. Is this the best life hack ever? In fact, I love doing this so much whenever a video on a news site does not have this feature, I really don't like it. Now, I've been watching videos faster for more than 10 years now, and I absolutely love it. What is it about watching videos faster that is so appealing? In fact, I remember when the iPad YouTube app didn't have this feature, and when they added it, it was a very momentous day for me. I often do this with most of my content. If I'm watching news, or listening to a podcast, or reading an audiobook, it's usually 1.5 to 2 times faster. Now, the amount of speed differs on the actual person talking. Some people talk at a slower pace, and some people talk at a faster pace. For the people that talk at a slower pace, I often find that sometimes 2 times the speed isn't enough. A lot of people can't get used to the fast speed, but it takes a bit of time, and the first time you do it, it might be a little bit weird. I find that when you're listening to something faster, you tend to focus on it a bit more, and that focus is really what's necessary to engage in the content. By listening to it faster and focusing on the content, I find that I actually retain more. Furthermore, when I read audiobooks, I find that the 2 times speed is closer to what I would actually be reading. In fact, lately I've been listening to audiobooks before I go to bed. I'm often on screen all day as a coder, so just shutting my eyes and listening to a book at the end of the day is actually really awesome. In fact, we can talk about this in another video. So like I said, there's certain content that I actually love listening to that faster, but there's also a lot of content that I like watching at normal speed. So I find that TV shows and movies, specifically dramatic ones, don't really work when you watch them faster. I know that there's a lot of people that do that, and comment below if you're one of these people, but I like to watch the movies and TV shows at the speed the director intended. Directors spend a lot of time with the pacing, and actors spend a lot of time making sure that their lines are being delivered in the best way possible. So to speed that up, it's a little bit weird. You can go watch a movie at 2 times the speed and you'll see what I'm talking about. Personally, I find it ruins the experience. So what was the first instance where I actually watched something faster? So it's 2009 and I want to make a video game. In fact, I want to make an Xbox 360 game, and I look everywhere and there isn't a single college or university in the world that has a course on how to do this. However, since it's 2009, there is a DVD set. So what I did is I purchased this DVD set and I ripped all the content, and then through VLC Player, I watched it at 1.5 to 2 times the speed. Now, when I discovered this was a huge eureka moment for me. Let me explain. So I wanted to release a commercial game so that I can use it as my portfolio to get freelancing gigs and possibly get a job. Now back then, it isn't like today where if you are a really good coder, you'll definitely find yourself in a job. Back then, and specifically in 2009 because of the recession, it was really difficult to find a job, even as a coder. So why was this such a great moment for me? And I'm going to tell you why it's so awesome. I'm not saying that going to class is a bad thing. In fact, if you want to improve yourself, that is a really good thing. However, in this particular instance, I had a huge amount of productivity shoved into a small period of time. Now let's say, for instance, I decided to go to class, if there was a class available, and learn how to make XNA or Xbox 360 games. I could absolutely do this, however, there's a lot of inefficiencies. If you think about it, I have to commute my body to the class, and then let's say it takes 30 minutes to commute my body there and back. That's 1 hour a day. Now, if I go to school every day of the week, that's 5 hours of time. Think about how much you could learn in 5 hours. Now, if you were to watch 5 hours of content at 2 times the speed, that's really 10 hours of content. Now, this is where the productivity really shines. If you want to listen to 1 hour of content in 30 minutes, you can absolutely do it. It's better to do 30 minutes of focused learning versus doing something for an hour that's unfocused. On top of commuting myself, I would have to go to a class and listen to the instructor in real time. So like I said, if the lecture was an hour, I could really do that in 30 minutes. So if you've ever been to a lecture, oftentimes there are technical malfunctions. For example, the projector's not working or the microphone's not working if it's a really big lecture. There can be all these setbacks, and that's wasting your time. So when you learn from home and you watch something faster, it's a lot more efficient than having any kind of technical difficulties. Of course, you can have your technical difficulties, but that's almost impossible to happen because how can you really screw up video? The web is built for video. On top of this, you have to wait for the next class. Now, if I wanted to go to school maybe 5 days a week and go to a 2-hour lecture each day, I have to wait for that next lecture every day. When you learn from home and when you watch things faster, you can do everything at your own pace. Now, for some people, this is really good, and some people, this is really bad. If you're the kind of person that needs to get things done yesterday, like myself, then it's really good. You can just watch the videos, do the exercises, and continue on as fast as you can. In that period of time, I was working part-time with odd jobs, and I would literally spend all of my extra time learning how to code in XNA and making an Xbox 360 game. I spent pretty much all of my free time doing it. Now, I couldn't do this if I went to class, because if I wanted to learn on Friday night at, let's say, 10 o'clock in the evening, I would have to actually go somewhere to do that, and it would have to be offered. But when you watch things from home at 2 times the speed, then you can do it whenever you want. On the flip side, this is really bad if you're not a self-starter, if you have to be prodded to go along. And over the years, I've realized that more people are like that than like myself who need to get things done yesterday. I always say to myself and to my employees and to any future entrepreneur, if you have an idea for something, you're already 2 weeks late. You have to get it done as quickly as possible. Now, at the time, I could do that. I could literally buy the videos, watch the videos, and get things done. It's funny how the world can change. At the time, building a specific portfolio wasn't as revered as it is today. So whenever anybody asks me for advice, I always say that you want to make your programming skills like a performance. For example, if you're at a basketball game and there's a few players there that are absolutely crushing it, you want to have that mentality like those basketball players. When you code, it has to be like a performance, like you're playing a game. And what I mean by that is that when you perform, you have your portfolio and you release practical projects so that when you get a job, you can simply go to your desk and get work done, like a performance. Like basketball, there are times when you train and then when you play. When you're a coder, there are times when you train and learn more tools for your tool set, and then you perform building your code. Now this is in stark contrast to the way things used to be. The way things used to be is that you would have to go get a computer science or computer engineering degree, and then you would somehow find a job through there. But over the years, a lot of tech companies will hire based on performance rather than your actual credentials. So this is a story for another time. Click here for that story on whether or not your portfolio is more important than your CS degree. So what happened to that project? Well, I released the game and the sales were pretty lackluster. In fact, it wasn't really that good of sales. However, I did book a lot of freelancing gigs after that, and it paved the way to where I am today. So by releasing a product today, you are getting to the starting line while everybody else is trying to get to the stadium. Releasing a product today shows that you can actually get things done on your spare time. Think about it. You can use your spare time for literally anything. And if you use it to build projects and improve your career, this is arguably the best way you can use your spare time. You can play video games, you can be doing a bunch of other things, and those things are fun to do, but if you're building your project in your spare time, you're going to be unstoppable. In fact, if you continue to work on your career and work on your skill set, in 2 years, you'll completely leave the competition behind. Side note, it is possible to be overworked, but that's a story for another time. Back to the project. I did make a bunch of money freelancing, and I made money because of the game, not necessarily from it. The next year, I produced a bunch of iOS apps and iOS games using software called GameSalad, which was way easier to make games than the Xbox 360 game. And a year after that, I started making coding tutorials, and it's been up ever since. So going back to the title of the video, personally, I watch things faster than normal. And I do this because it's a great productivity hack. You can consume more content in less time. It's as simple as that. All right, thanks for listening. If you watch videos or are watching this video at a faster pace, please comment below. I'd like to hear your thoughts. Hey everybody, welcome to Bura Tech. In this video, we're going to be asking the question, should you make development and programming easy for yourself? All right, welcome. So the question we're asking today is, should development and programming be easy? The answer is an obvious yes, but you would be surprised at how many developers, even experienced developers and companies, fail at this miserably. Development is really hard, like really hard, so why should you make it more complicated for yourself? Sometimes there's no other way to make development easy. Sometimes it just has to be complicated. But if you're just starting out or you're making a project by yourself and working on your own time, it doesn't have to be hard. In fact, you should make it extremely easy. As a developer, you want to spend the least amount of time to get the most amount of results. You don't want to waste your time because time is money and time is precious. So how can you make your development experience easier? There's lots of ways. The best way is to choose the right development environment. In this video, I've mentioned how much I love Construct 3 and how easy it is to make games in Construct 3. In fact, if you want to make a game in Construct 3, it's a lot easier than Unity or Unreal or any other engine. The reason why I use Construct 3 is I don't want to spend my time worrying about minutia to make the app even playable. I want to make my game as quickly as possible to get it into the player's hands as quickly as possible. So if you're working on a project, this should be your goal too. Now, some people would point out that perhaps Construct 3, since it's a zero coding game engine, that it's not as sophisticated as something like Unity or Unreal. This couldn't be farther from the truth. You still have to put in the logic there. It's just easier to put in the logic. Now, of course, other game engines are a lot more complicated, and sometimes you need that complexity. But if you're first starting out, I would recommend that you make a project and get it out there as quickly as possible so that you have a project to release. That way you go through the entire development process. A lot of people fall in the trap of just kind of building a few projects here and there and never releasing something. Until you push the release button, there is lots to be learned. By going through that habit of releasing projects on a timely schedule, then you'll actually become a really good developer. This is something that I've done personally, and I've talked about rapid prototyping and releasing projects on a timely basis. I talk about them all the time in my courses, which you can see below. Now, just because you spend more time in a project doesn't mean that the project is going to get better. You want to spend effective time in your project to make your project more effective. This is not just good advice for being a programmer, but it's good advice for life in general. Your time is precious and you only have a small amount of it. You should use it as best as possible. So when you're going through your project and you spend 2 or 3 hours on some silly technical problem, that's not time well spent. The best time well spent is when you make the product better. Choosing an engine that has all these problems figured out for you is a very good step to saving time. This, of course, comes down to preference. Some developers like using a minimalist development environment like Sublime and doing everything by hand, and other developers like using a fully fledged IDE like Xcode. Some people really like the technical problems of a specific project. For me, I just want to get my idea out there so that people can enjoy my app. When I'm spending hours on some technical problem, which happens all the time, I've wasted hundreds, if not thousands of hours on just technical stuff that doesn't matter. The end user doesn't care about the technical problems that your project had. All they care about is the end experience. If the end experience is better, then your app or game or project will be way more successful. So it only makes sense to cut out as many technical problems as possible, and choosing the right development environment is a key factor of that. So one of the big things that's happening now is that Google Flutter has come out, and if you don't know what Google Flutter is, you can check out this video on why I think it's so awesome. So Google Flutter is a development environment that allows you to make apps for not only Android but iOS pretty much at the same time. Now, there's been lots of attempts at doing this. Xamarin is a good example. There's a ton of different examples of building once and deploying to both platforms. And other times, these development environments aren't really that good. They do a very poor job of doing both. So big companies, what they do is they make a project in Xcode and then they make a project in Android Studio. And that is incredibly time consuming. If you are a small team or just making an app by yourself, it makes sense to use Google Flutter because it takes out that problem. Do you really want to make your app twice? No, that's incredibly silly. But there are developers out there that want to do that, and that is a complete waste of time, because if you can do it once in Google Flutter and make a really good experience, your app is going to be a million times more successful than if you work with both platforms. And on top of that, Google Flutter is actually built for speed. It's very intuitive and it's very easy to make an app in. In fact, it's as good as Android Studio or Xcode, but in different ways. So what are some other tips that you can use to make your development experience much easier? You want to pick a development environment that has lots of autocomplete. Autocomplete will definitely help you out because memorizing all that code takes a lot of mental power. And oftentimes, if you have a good autocomplete system within your development environment, it's going to be a lot easier. In fact, I had a friend that said, I'd be out of a job if it weren't for autocomplete. As an app developer myself, I've noticed that Xcode's autocomplete is really good. In fact, it cuts down on development time. Because at the end of the day, you as a coder still know what's going on, but the autocomplete just helps you along. It's kind of like having a bike with a motor in it. Of course you know how to cycle, but the motor is going to help you get there faster or climb the hills much more easily. The other thing that can make your development experience much easier is the amount of code that that specific development environment has. For instance, if you're a web developer, there is so much code out there that you can borrow from and you can adapt to your project. Now, other environments don't have that as much. So if you're using a very esoteric language, then you're going to have a hard time finding solutions to your problem. Because if there's more code out there, chances are someone has had that problem that you're having now, and there's some example code out there that you can use in your project. Again, if there's not a lot of code out there, then you have to solve the problem from scratch by yourself, and that's really complicated. So I would recommend picking a development environment and a coding language that there's a lot of code out there on the internet. Now, going back to Flutter, Flutter is incredibly new, and there's not as much code out there. So if you are just starting out, then perhaps pick a development environment that has a lot of code with it. And if you're more experienced, then you can go into Google Flutter. And one of the best things you can do is help that code base grow. If you make 4 or 5 posts a month on your problems on Stack Overflow, then you help the entire community. Because again, if you're having a problem, chances are thousands of other people are having that problem too, and you can help the community get better. Now, another thing that can make development easier for you, and I've already kind of mentioned this, is to pick a development environment that does a lot of the technical stuff for you. For example, if you've ever uploaded to the App Store, you'll know that it's a huge process. Even uploading to Google Play or just uploading an app in general can take a bit of work. If you make an HTML5 game, for instance, it's really easy. You just upload it to the server. But making an app for the App Store, there's a lot of work. It can take such a long time to upload to the App Store, and that's time that you're not going to get back. So when you upload to the App Store, there's a bunch of technical issues that you have to address. You also have to address all the functionality in your app too. That's why it can take so long. So if you have a development environment that does all that for you and makes it much easier for you, then you want to take it. So if you make an app in Xcode, you have to work with Xcode because that's the best way to upload it to the App Store. But if you make an HTML5 game, all the work is practically done for you, and it's actually less work to upload an HTML5 game to the App Store that is exported through Cordova or something. So it's much easier to upload an HTML5 game to the App Store that's exported in Cordova versus something that is made natively in Xcode. And that is easy for you because you're not wasting your time. Now, of course, if you can make your app in Xcode, Apple really likes that. They don't tend to favor HTML5 games as much as something that's made in Xcode. Now, I teach a lot of beginners, and I always say to these beginners that you want to get in the habit of releasing. And I talk about this all the time in my courses, and I've mentioned it earlier even in this video. If you get in the habit of releasing, then you're going to become a better developer. If you have 3 or 4 people and a couple of those people release as much as they can and other people, they don't, they just prototype all day, the 2 people that have released more content will be better developers. One of the major things I hear from beginners is, what if I choose the wrong development environment? This is frankly impossible because if you choose the wrong development environment, you can always switch. When you learn something in programming, you never go back to zero. So let's say you start off as a Swift developer and then you want to go to web development. Now, there are concepts that are similar and there are concepts that are different. By learning how to become a really good Swift developer, you will have learned the foundations of programming and development. And those foundations of programming and development can be transferred to other areas. Now, I'm not saying that you should always switch between development environments, but if you learn a development environment and have to switch, you have to also realize that that's extremely common. In fact, if you have to do this, then you want to find a way of learning a new language as quickly as possible. You also get to learn the big picture of development because each development environment and each programming languages have different philosophical questions that they answer. Xcode is different from Android Studio. Web development is different from both of those. Game development is different. And even the engines like Unity and Unreal, Stencil and Construct, they all have different answers to the philosophical questions of development. So in conclusion, your time is valuable and you want to make sure that you're not wasting any of it when you're developing, especially if you're using your free time to develop your own app or game. So let me know your favorite development environment and let me know how easy it is. Hey everybody, welcome to Bura Tech. In this episode, we're going to be asking the question, is it worthwhile to learn to code in 2019? Welcome back. We're in the middle of 2019 and maybe it was your New Year's resolution to learn to code. I'm not here to judge if you haven't started already. So should you learn to code in 2019? Chances are you've been hearing the phrase, you need to learn to code for years and years now. And as a coder myself, I love coding. You can't tell me twice to look up a YouTube video, to take an online course, or to just simply start coding. I love it, but not everybody does. So over the years, we've heard time and time again that if you learn to code, you'll probably make more money. And this is generally true. But should you do it, and is it still worthwhile in 2019? Well, the answer, of course, is yes, but there's a lot of asterisks around that yes. In this video, we're going to be talking about people who have never coded before, but we're also going to be talking about people who have tried coding before and maybe didn't work out, or if you're already a coder and you need to make a better move in your career. So let's talk about the broad implications of learning to code and why it has been ingrained in media outlets for the last few years. If you want a career, you have to have a career that is in demand. And when it comes to any kind of job market, just like any market, there's supply and demand. Now with coders, there's only a certain amount of the population who can really do a good job. Hence, the supply is somewhat limited. Now, not everyone can learn to code. Some people are just not going to be coders. And if you're one of these people, that's okay. Because one of the things about learning to code is that you want to find out if it's right for you or if it's not right for you. And if it's not right for you, there are a ton of other jobs for you out there. But if you do, let's say, crosswords or Sudoku and you like solving problems, then chances are coding might be a great career switch for you. So when it comes down to it, the whole learn to code movement, there is less supply of this particular job and it pays pretty well. So if you're good enough to do it, then maybe you should. Now this comes down to whether you want your career to be good or not. Now there's a difference between jobs and careers. Careers take much more management and they take much more work than simple jobs. A job is, for example, mowing somebody's lawn or washing dishes at a restaurant. A career, on the other hand, is becoming proficient at a craft and selling your skills to the world. There's a big difference. Now, overall, not everyone is going to have a career. Some people just need jobs. And this is not necessarily a bad thing. If you just like going to work, getting paid, and doing something, then maybe a job is right for you. But if you want something really more out of your life, then a career is probably the path you want to take. Now, technology is an amazing career path to take. And let's say you've gone to school and you didn't get a computer science degree or a computer engineering degree or anything remotely technical, but you still want to learn to code. Well, you can definitely do that because there's a lot of people out there, specifically older people, who went and got maybe a philosophy degree, an English degree, and they're really smart, but there's no jobs in those degrees, so they become coders. In fact, I know a lot of people personally who have these degrees, and they're amazing coders, and they're in fact some of the best coders I know. The 2008 financial crisis reset a lot of expectations in people's minds. Before that, there was a lot more people that entered an English degree or a philosophy degree or a humanities degree and would end up with a job. After 2008, there's been a drop in those kind of degrees because they're not as viable as they once were. Now, since this is a tech channel, a lot of people might think an English degree is not a good idea. However, I have this theory that the top 1% of any degree you want working at your company. Because if you're working at a company with nothing but coders, are those coders going to write the email to sell your product? Of course not. You're going to need someone who knows the English language very well, and you'll probably have to hire, again, the top 1% of an English graduate in the country. So what's happened is that while those degrees are important, they're just not as important as they once were. So if you have one of these degrees or you've never went to college and you want to learn to code, the good news is that it's never been easier to learn to code. So if you've never coded before or you've been coding, one of the best pieces of advice I've ever been given is that success is a wheel, not a destination. You can't just simply learn to code and then you're done learning to code. You constantly have to be learning to code. And this is where the career mindset is different from the job mindset. In the job mindset, you go to work, you get paid, you come home. In a career mindset, you're constantly doing work. So let's take a look at an example. Let's say you've been a web developer for 10 years and you want to maybe branch out. Well, you have to constantly be looking at other types of development environments. And there's a good reason for that. Programming is supply and demand. And what happens in technology is that there's some new technology that comes out. There's some new programming language. There's something new that comes out. And as soon as that happens, the supply is down. In fact, if something new comes out tomorrow, literally the supply is almost zero other than the people that were actually working on that technology. So a good example of this from my past is that when Swift came out, I produced an 80-hour course on how to code in Swift. And Swift is, of course, Apple's new programming language, or at least it was new at the time, that replaced the old clunky Objective-C. Because I produced this mammoth course and I made a bunch of webinars, and I also released an app with it, I made a lot of money doing this. I learned how to code in Swift very quickly, which is a skill that you need to understand. Whether you're a beginner or you've been coding for a while, you need to learn the next technology as quickly as possible. And the beautiful part about this is that once you learn how to learn quickly, then not only is your career going to be better, but you're going to make a lot more money. Because like I said, if some new technology comes out tomorrow and the supply for coders is down, then if you simply just become this good at that technology, you're going to get a job. But you want to do better than that because careers are competitive. You not only want to just do a mediocre job at the new technology, you want to do the best job possible. Now, with new technology, it's always really hard because a lot of the problems are not fleshed out. And these can be design problems, they can be coding problems, they can be technological problems. There's a ton of different problems that you have to work with. So let's say you're a web developer and you build beautiful websites. Well, if you move over to something new, let's say like virtual reality, then the new virtual reality isn't as fleshed out. Your new product isn't going to be as good as your old product because the old products have all the bugs and all the designs fleshed out. When new technology comes out, things can be clunky. But the point is that if you're a web developer and you're getting bored of it, then you can move over to something new. A good example of this is Flutter. Flutter is new and it is a complete game changer in the mobile space. I've been a mobile developer for many, many years and Flutter is absolutely amazing. In fact, Apple should come out with a competitor and I'll talk about that in another video. So how do you master new technology quickly? Well, it's quite simple. I have a video about that which you can check out right here. If you start learning online is the best way to do this because you can learn at your own pace and watch the videos faster. So if you're a beginner or an expert and you want to move up in your career or you want to get a job in the first place, how do you do it? It's a really simple answer, and that answer is to build a lot of practical projects. I always say to my students and people that want to learn to code that it has to be like an athlete. Athletes practice and then they compete. When you are a coder, you practice, make a bunch of prototypes, you rapid prototype, and then you come out with some products. Now, the funny thing about this is that the more practical projects that you add to your portfolio that look good, by the way, the better off you'll be. Now, making your portfolio look good is a story for another time, but you have to make sure that whatever your portfolio is, it's presentable and the technology is sound. Because if you come out with 5 or 6 projects in the newest technology, guaranteed you're going to find a new job. There's also a lot of other items that make you successful in a career, such as being reliable, being punctual, and having soft skills. But again, those are stories for another time. So a lot of times people want to learn to code, and you have to understand that there is really no quick fix to this. You're going to have to spend hours of learning how to code, and you're going to have to spend hours building projects. The problem with this is that most school systems don't show you how to build products. Most school systems show you how to take tests. And there's a huge difference to building a successful application and to taking a multiple choice test. In fact, some of the tests I received as a coder when I was in high school, I got terrible marks in, and that left a huge impression on me. So coding is building. So your job as a coder is more like a construction worker rather than a sales clerk. So what's my biggest tip for people that want to learn to code today? You should code every day for 15 minutes. You all have 15 minutes, you just have to make the time. Do a little bit less Facebook, do a little bit less social media, and instead build something. Now, even if you don't build a complete project in 50 minutes because it's almost impossible, you want to try and type out code for 50 minutes a day for as long as possible. When you want to change your life, you have to get in the habit. And by just doing something every day, you start to get in the habit. And what you'll find out is that 15 minutes turns into 30, 30 minutes turns into an hour turns into 2, and if you're like me, 2 turns into 12. Now, there's been times in my life where I've literally woken up at 6 o'clock in the morning and I've basically coded the entire day till 6 o'clock at night. You don't have to do this, but if you do that, you will be really good at coding. So one of the best ways to learn anything is to completely immerse yourself with it for the entire day. So let's recap. If you want to learn to code, you want to be in the career mindset. If you want to learn to code, if you've never coded before, you want to start doing this every day and you want to make it a habit. And if you're already a coder, you have to understand that success is a wheel, not a destination. That you always have to be learning and you always have to be improving. 2019 is as good as any year to learn to code because there will be no shortage of coders in the near future. We're a long way away from automating completely everything in the coding space. If you want to change your life and you like technology, coding might be the right career for you. Thanks for listening. I hope you had a good time listening to me talk about why you should learn to code. If you really want to learn to code, you can take Mammoth Interactive's course, which is 155 hours called Hello Coding. In Hello Coding, you get to learn everything from web development all the way to machine learning. It's more than 170 hours and you get it for life. Hey everybody, welcome to Bura Tech. In this episode, I'm going to be talking about how I made over $338,000 on Kickstarter, and you can too. Welcome back. As the video mentioned, I made over $338,000 on Kickstarter, and it's been an interesting experience so far. My first project actually had quite a bit of drama in it, and I'm going to be talking about that later in the video. Also, later in this video, I'm going to give you 6 amazing tips that make sure that your Kickstarters are a success. Now, like I said, I've been doing Kickstarter since 2015, and over the years, I've made quite a bit of money. Now, this is the first rule about business and making money, is that if you find a way to make consistent money over a long period of time, that number actually ends up being quite big. Now, this happens a lot when people start saving. Like if you save $100 a week, that's $5,000 a year around. Oftentimes people talk about this when they're saving. If you save $100 a week, it's about $5,200 a year. So likewise with a side hustle or a business, if you just consistently put out product, you will end up making more money over time. And the best thing you can do with that money is, of course, save it. Now, over the years, I've learned a lot of things. Our Kickstarters have ranged in profit from anywhere from $5,000 all the way to $110,000. And one thing that I've learned about Kickstarter is that sometimes you might have a really good idea and it falls completely flat on its face. Now, this is a good example and a good lesson for anyone to learn about entrepreneurship and a business. The reason is simple. Sometimes great ideas fall flat on their face for one reason or another, or sometimes another project picks up for one reason or another. So how does one make a really successful Kickstarter? Well, first of all, you have to have a product that's in demand and is marketed well. Believe it or not, you can't just have a good product and expect it to sell. Or you can't just have a great marketing page and expect that to sell too. Believe it or not, the latter of the two is the more important option, and the reason is that a lot of Kickstarters sometimes fail, or they have really good marketing pages and they just go bust. This is pretty common. Now, how do you avoid making your project go bust? Remember that your name and your reputation is on the line with every single Kickstarter, and you want it to be a success. So what you should probably do first is make a test Kickstarter to make sure that you go through the motions. Now, I'm a big fan of this as a programmer and as a producer. If you want to produce a game or an app, maybe you should release a small app first just to go through the motions first. Now, sometimes what people do is they actually go through this motion. They make a Kickstarter page and they make a product, but they end up not pushing the release button. Now, in the past, I've been really against this. I always try to release it and make sure that it works. And perhaps if you're a perfectionist, then if you want to go through the entire steps 99% of the way, just about the time we're about to hit the release button and stop, you will actually learn about the same amount of items. Now, personally, I think that if you've done all that work, you should profit from it. So some people don't like to do that. Some people think that the next big idea is going to be better, and by releasing this simple project, it's going to tarnish reputation. Remember, if you make something small and make it organic to whatever that small item is, it's going to be a good project to release. In the past, I've always had problems to make things that are really big scoped, when sometimes people just want something that's small scope. Remember, if you want to do something small as a test, do something small scope with small outcomes as well. So one of the things that's interesting about Kickstarter is that you can pay money for ads to bump you up in the search algorithm. Now, of course, these ads have to work, meaning that you have to pay the money and people have to click on the ads and purchase the product. This is obviously really hard to do, and ads in general are extremely difficult to do. In fact, they are so difficult to do that there's a lot of failure even in professional circles. So if you have a product that's really good, that people want, and the marketing page is good, the video is good, everything is good, and the ads are working, then your Kickstarter is going to be a major success. So do you do the ads yourself or do you hire someone? Well, we've actually worked with Funded Today on several of our projects, and these projects have been very successful because not only were they great products, but they actually performed well with ads too. Now, we've actually used Funded Today for a few other campaigns and they didn't work, which goes to show you that sometimes when you make a product, it doesn't always work out. So if you have a good product and you want to spend a bit of money with advertising, then I highly recommend Funded Today. So I personally like Funded Today. In fact, I worked with Jordan at Funded Today and he was really awesome. If you want to spend a bit of money on advertising, I highly recommend that you go with Funded Today. Funded Today is one of the best, if not the best, advertisers for Kickstarter. So we've worked Funded Today and it's been great, but we've also had a lot of success without using any kind of ads for our products. And this is really good because when you think about it, if you use ads for your products, you're taking off the top. But if you don't use ads, then you get to keep more of the pie. In fact, my second Kickstarter did this. I had no advertising whatsoever and it was fairly successful. So my second Kickstarter was really successful, but my first Kickstarter wasn't. And actually there was quite a bit of drama around that first Kickstarter. So before my Kickstarter was launched, someone released a product that was extremely similar, but that guy literally walked away with the money. And as soon as I released this project in my inbox, I got the information about this. The message read that this person had scammed the entire Kickstarter community and that the Kickstarter community probably wasn't ready to fund another project that was this similar. Now, what did I do? I was pretty upset about this because I put a lot of work into this Kickstarter. I made the videos, I made the product and everything, and it didn't do very well. In fact, the other guy made so much more money than I did, and he basically didn't deliver a product, but I did. So what I did instead is I actually gave my product away to the people of that Kickstarter. I think it was the best thing to do at the time because these people, they needed a project and I had a project for them that was pretty similar. In the end, some of these people did buy other Kickstarters and it worked out for me. So not every Kickstarter is a success, but you have to make sure that you can deliver. Now, this has happened many times where lots of creators had great ideas, but they completely did not scope out the budget for their project. And to this day, that some of these projects that have been going 5, 6, 7, 8 years now are not to ever be released because they couldn't do that. So personally, I do digital products, and digital products are easy to deliver. In fact, they're so easy to deliver, it's just literally a click of a button. Now, if you're making something like a wallet or something else that is physical, you have to keep shipping into your costs. Now, we used to sell t-shirts with our Kickstarters, but we found out that people didn't really like them that much. A few people did, but not everybody. And the way that we did our t-shirts is that we drop shipped them. And what that means is that when someone would order it, they would print a t-shirt and send it to them. And the reason why we did this is that it was easier to drop ship these t-shirts versus ordering 1,000 t-shirts, having them in the office, and not knowing whether they'll sell or not. So you don't know whether your product's gonna sell. In fact, chances are your product is not gonna sell versus it is gonna sell. The fact that we've made over $338,000 in Kickstarter is absolutely amazing, but it could have not gone that way. We could have made $0 on Kickstarter. So make sure that you budget your shipping, and you wanna make sure that you budget your production as well. So you wanna have a plan in place. If you sell 100, 1,000, or 100,000, you have to understand how each of those products are gonna get produced in those quantities and how they're gonna get shipped out. Now, this is one of the biggest things that you need to understand about business, and it's a very classic business school example. The example is if you own a restaurant that sits maybe 20 people, what happens if a tour bus breaks down outside? What do you do then? Because if a tour bus breaks down outside, you're gonna have a surge of people coming in. What do you do? Now, you can think about that question, but what I would do is have something easy and readily made for that situation. And that easily, readily made food item would be something that you can whip up quickly and that people can buy and eat right away. So like I said, if you have a really good idea for a wallet, then you need to understand how much you're gonna make. 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, a million. You have to have all those plans in place. Now, if you're selling a physical product, then making 100 wallets in your spare time isn't really that big of a deal, but you obviously can't make 100,000. So you have to make those phone calls to figure out how that works. And believe it or not, this is a really good learning experience. You'll figure out how much things cost and the logistics of it, and at some point in time in the near future, you'll probably use that information. This is one of those examples of if you start your own business, you'll learn a few things. And when you learn to scope different physical products from 100 units to 100,000, you'll learn a ton. So back to my example, if we knew that we were gonna sell 1,000 t-shirts for every Kickstarter, I had a plan in place. In fact, I had a plan in place from anywhere from 100 to 500 to 1,000 to 10,000, etc. And I knew exactly how much it would cost. Now, we found out over trial and error that people didn't like our t-shirts, or they didn't want to buy them as much, or they weren't as enthused about it, so we dropped it from our line. So now it's time in the video to give you 6 tips to make sure that your Kickstarter idea is successful. First and most major tip is to have some kind of track record. You can't just go into Kickstarter blind, or for example, going into business blind. The reason that you need to have some sort of track record is not only for your product to be successful, but also your bank account. So when you scale up your business, you need to understand what the cost per unit is. And that example that I gave you about wallets from 100 units to 100,000 is really important, because the cost per unit at 1,000 is much less than the cost per unit at 100,000. Generally, the more quantity that you make, the less expensive it's going to be. But you need to understand that if you think that you're going to sell 10,000 wallets and only end up selling 20, then you have set up so much time for that 10,000 wallets and the factory, etc., that the 20 wallets you've lost a lot of money on. So what I would recommend doing is making the phone calls to make sure that your whole scalability is in place, and only execute when you get the orders. Now, one of the biggest tips that I have is have a low goal. In fact, you want to have the lowest possible goal as possible. And the reason for this is that once you get your goal, you'll get some money from it. Now, some people, they don't budget this correctly. They'll say that they need like $200,000 and they won't get it. They might get $199,000 of pledges, but they won't get it. The better thing to do is to have a low goal with a ton of stretch goals. In fact, the stretch goals example is really good because you can build your base product, and all of the stretch goals that you get will make everything in addition to what you're currently doing. That way, the more money you get, the better product you can release, and it's much more scalable. The next tip that I have is to structure your Kickstarter accordingly so that you can scale this. Now, scalability is something that is an art in itself, and it's why I'm talking about it so much. But you want to make sure that your stretch goals are scaled, and you also want to make sure that your rewards are scaled. Now, when it comes to rewards, you want to have multiple options. In fact, you want to have options at every $10 increment up to 100, and then maybe $20 or $50 increments after that. Now, of course, it depends on what you're selling, but you want to have options that are really expensive. And the reason why you want to do this is that there's a lot of people who will gladly pay for that expensive item. And the example I use for this is that, let's say you like building tables. Now, you yourself would never pay $10,000 to $20,000 a table. In fact, most people wouldn't, but there are people out there that will. And if you build tables, it makes sense to build and sell these $10,000 or $20,000 tables, because one sale is, well, $10,000 or $20,000. You only have to sell 10 tables to make $100,000. In fact, there are so many rich people out there that if they like it, they'll buy it. There are lots of industries that use this. For example, furniture is an example, art is another. But you want to have some very expensive options, and options that you might not personally buy, but I guarantee you someone will. The next tip I have for you is make sure that you have the right information in the frequently asked questions section. Now, this can be edited when your Kickstarter is live, but it can't be edited once your Kickstarter has ended. And you want to make sure that every single bit of detail and possibilities of the delivery of the product are in this frequently asked questions section. And you want to make sure that people know about it, because in this frequently asked questions section, there will be a lot of items that can come up. A good example is that, let's say you have a $2,000 goal for your base product, but you end up getting $30,000. And in that line, you have a couple of stretch goals that will allow you to make a better product. Well, in the frequently asked questions section, you can say, because we hit the $30,000 mark, we're going to be delivering a better product, and it's going to take an extra month. And that way, you can tell your audience that it's going to take an extra month, and you know it's on the page. And this makes perfect sense, because if you're delivering a better product, it's going to take a little bit longer. So you want to make sure the frequently asked questions section in your Kickstarter is really detailed. The next tip I have for you is to talk with your audience. The more you converse with them, the more you talk with them, the better product it will be. And the last tip I have for you is to make sure you share your Kickstarter everywhere. You need to find a way to get the word out there. Nobody knows about your Kickstarter, and probably few people care. So it's your job to make them care. So if you don't really care about getting your Kickstarter out there, then people will definitely not care. And you need to make sure that everything from the marketing to the video to absolutely everything is on the track to make people care about your product. Hey everybody, welcome to Bura Tech. In this episode, we're going to be asking the question, is going to a coding bootcamp in 2019 worth it? All right, welcome back. So in this episode, like I said, we're going to be talking about coding boot camps. Now, I wish coding boot camps were readily available in the 2000s when I was going to university. They weren't, and I had to learn coding all by myself. Believe it or not, a lot of computer science and computer engineering degrees don't do a good job at teaching coding, hence why boot camps are a really good idea. But are coding boot camps really a good idea? Let's find out. So I'm going to be talking about coding boot camps first, and then at the end of this video, I'm going to give you 5 tips if you're considering going to a coding boot camp. So my path to coding is a bit of a convoluted one, but at the end of the day, I really wish there were coding boot camps when I was going to university. And as I've said, even if you have a CS degree or a computer engineering degree, I would recommend going to a coding boot camp. Now, the number one reason you should go to a coding boot camp is the connections. A lot of these coding boot camps have connections with employers in the area. And this is something that's really good because getting that soft introduction will lead you to more success down the road. Now, there's lots of facets to a coding boot camp, connections being one of them. The other is the curriculum and the effectiveness, and the other is the social aspect. All of these things make a coding boot camp a really good idea, but not all coding boot camps are the same. Some are better than others. So if you're considering going to a coding boot camp, make sure you go to the best one in your area. But before you even go, you want to make sure that you like coding. So chances are, if you don't know how to code, then you've been hearing you should learn to code over and over again. And with good reason. Coders do make a lot of money. And the reason why they make a lot of money is because programming itself is a hard job to do. Not everybody can do it, and coding boot camps and online tutorials make it a lot easier. Remember, with any job or any career, there's always a supply and demand aspect to it. Now, one of the major things that you should understand about coding boot camps is that if you don't want to be a coder, then you should absolutely not go. Coding is not for everyone. There are a lot of smart people who don't want to code. I've met people who have gone and done philosophy degrees and are really good coders now. And I know people that have done CS degrees and they don't want to code ever again. It's up to you personally whether you want to code. Personally, I love coding. I love the challenge. I love learning new things. And I think it's really good for the mind to be a coder. And of course, this is a person who's been coding for a very long time, has made a ton of projects with code, and runs a company that teaches people how to code. So you can say that I really do like coding. Now, if you want to learn how to code, I would suggest taking some online tutorials first. You can take Mammoth Interactive's coding tutorial, which is 170 hours, and it takes you from basic web development all the way to machine learning. I would take this course before you consider going to a boot camp. The reason is that if you hate learning this material, then a boot camp is not good for you. Now, some people don't like learning online. I personally love learning online, which you can see a video of me talking about it right here. Because I like learning online, I make online tutorials, but some people have to go to a class, and this is where coding boot camps shine. So again, if you want to go to a coding boot camp, take this course first. So like I've mentioned, the entire ensemble of a coding boot camp is really good. The best way to learn something is to just completely immerse yourself in it for a long period of time. And once you do this, you'll become really good at what you're doing. And coding boot camps do this. At least the good coding boot camps do this. On top of that, you get to meet like-minded people, and you get to meet a bunch of the teachers who are industry professionals. And on top of all of that, you get the connections and the soft introductions into the big companies in your area. Like I've said before, this is the biggest and best part about going to a coding boot camp. Now, let's say you're super smart and you love learning online. Should you go to a coding boot camp? Well, believe it or not, it's going to be really difficult to get a job if you don't have those soft connections. If you're really good at what you do, you have to spend a lot of time meeting people. And the coding boot camps take that out of the equation for you. The other thing about coding boot camps is they have a curriculum, and I've looked at several different coding boot camps, and their curriculums are really good. In fact, they are completely opposite to a lot of computer science and computer engineering degrees. A lot of those university and college degrees tend to teach more theory than practical application, while a coding boot camp teaches you more practical application. Having said that, theory is a great thing, but the problem is that most schools overemphasize it. So just because a computer science degree doesn't have a lot of practical application to it, it doesn't mean that the professors or the people involved don't want that. Now, I've personally sat on the board of directors of a college degree, and it can be extremely challenging to get new courses in there. Because colleges are certified, there are many levels of certification and processes to make that actually happen. So today, you can't just add in another module to a college course and have that being certified. It can take months. Now, this is in complete contrast to coding bootcamps and online learning. For example, we can take a new concept at Mammoth Interactive, like a new development environment, and make a course about it right away. This is awesome because we can make a course and we can get it to people as quickly as possible. This is almost impossible to do in a college setting. Now, there's probably a few CS degrees that do this out there, and if you know about that degree, please write it in the comments. So coding bootcamps can deliver the most practical information as quickly as possible, but at the same time, the certification level of a CS degree is much higher than, let's say, a coding bootcamp. So this isn't a medical degree. The thing about technology is that it changes all the time. Imagine if the human body just grew a few new organs here and there. Imagine how the medical community would deal with that. Well, that's kind of like what programming is. You know, if you look back 5, 10, 15 years, a lot of the processes and the programs are completely different. Now, of course, there's common streams like C++ and a bunch of other different types of languages. But at the same time, 15 years ago, mobile development wasn't really a thing. So what happens in computers is that things are constantly changing. So getting that up-to-date information is really important. Also, you have to realize once new technology is released, there's almost no framework to base your assumptions off of. So you're almost kind of driving blind. And this is common in technology. Now, I've talked about this in other videos, but success is a wheel, and if you want a career, you have to constantly be feeding it. And in technology, you always have to be learning new things. Now, I've personally hired people from coding boot camps at Mammoth Interactive, and I have to say I'm fairly impressed. What will make a coding boot camp for you isn't necessarily the curriculum or any of the services that they offer. It's you yourself. Speaking from personal experience, sometimes you are the limiting factor in your success. There might be something that you're doing that is preventing you to becoming really successful, and you have to figure out what that is. In fact, the sooner you figure that out and change your behavior, the more successful you'll be. Now, there's a few common tropes within programmers that are fairly easy to fall into, and I've personally fallen into these tropes myself. So these things are fairly simple. For example, do you show up to work on time? Are you a good coder? Are your soft skills good? Do you have good personal hygiene? These are things that are fairly common but are rarely talked about. Now, a lot of good coding boot camps will have a soft skills course in there. Having soft skills in a coding boot camp is really important because you can't yell at your coworker the same way that you yell at your technology. You can't be frustrated at another person the same way that you're frustrated that your code isn't working. And it's very easy to fall into this. In fact, you almost have to kind of take two different approaches, the way that you deal with your technology and the way you deal with other people. And you want to be as sincere as possible, and you also want to be as kind as possible. Soft skills is really important as a coder, and it's rarely talked about, but luckily a lot of the coding boot camps that are really successful have it in there. So that's one of the things you should look for. The other thing about coding boot camps is that a lot of them are maybe a few months, maybe 3 to 6 months, and in this time, it's almost impossible to become a really good coder. You can't really go from scratch to being a really, really good coder in that time. All that coding boot camps do is they enable you on the path to becoming a better programmer. Remember that success is a wheel, and you constantly have to work at your career in order to be good at it. I often use the sports analogy. If you want to be a pro athlete, you constantly have to train. If you don't train, then you won't be a pro athlete anymore, and coding is no different. So at this point, I'm going to give you 5 tips to be successful at your next coding bootcamp. The first tip is that you should already have some coding knowledge before going in. In fact, I would learn for maybe 2 or 3 months before you actually go in. And there are many reasons for this. The first reason is that if you do all of the hard work by yourself before you actually get in there, then you're gonna get more out of it because you can ask better questions and all of the instructors will see that you're near the top of the class. If you're at the top of the class, then chances are you're going to get a lot of praise from your instructors and probably get a better placement. My second tip is that you should build a small project before you actually go in there. And this doesn't have to be a very complicated project. It can be a simple compound interest calculator or an egg timer. It doesn't have to be very complicated, but it should be done. So if you get a simple project done, you'll understand what it's like going from nothing to having a complete project done, even if the scope is really small. This is incredibly important. At most coding boot camps, there are different streams that you can go into. You can go into web development, app development, machine learning, data science, UX, etc. You want to make sure that you understand which stream that you're going into first, and that's why you want to learn everything beforehand. I would recommend going into web development because there's a lot of demand for web developers, and all of the concepts tend to cross-pollinate to other areas as well. A lot of languages use a markup language, a style language, and some kind of functional language to make their project work. And by learning web development, you've already learned this. Now, if you really want to be a mobile developer, or you really want to be a data science, or you really want to be a UX person, then you can absolutely do that. All I'm saying is that I would personally go into web development if I were going in today. Also understand that if you're going into a field just for the bigger paycheck, like data science, you have to be really good at that field and you have to really like it, because just getting something for a bigger paycheck is just not going to work. You, again, have to be able to perform. At a lot of coding boot camps, they give you a few projects to add to your resume. Now, if you want to put yourself in an employer's seat, you're going to get a lot of resumes with the exact same projects. So you are probably going to have to come up with a better project than what the coding bootcamp is going to give you. Now, this is really important because coding bootcamp grads are flooding the market and you have to differentiate yourself in some way, shape, or form. And the best way to differentiate yourself is to have more projects. In fact, if you have a bunch of projects that are not the standard coding bootcamp project, then that is really good. Standing out in one way or another will absolutely get you hired. So the last tip that I have for you is that if you don't get hired right away, then you should be constantly producing more projects. It can take anywhere from a week to 3 months to get a job. In that time, you want to be focusing on your skills. In fact, if you apply to a company today, your interview might not be for 4 weeks. In that time, you want to be producing maybe 4 projects. And that's the amount that I'd recommend that you do. Try to produce a small project a week or a small project every other week. By constantly producing this, you'll get in the habit of getting a job. Because at the end of your coding bootcamp, you still need to learn. I've been coding for over 20 years and I still learn new things. Also, this will separate you from all the other graduates because it shows that you are working on your craft, while other people are probably not. Hey everybody, welcome to Bura Tech. In this episode, we're going to be talking about Facebook's new cryptocurrency. Welcome back. The big news today is that Facebook is going to be releasing their own cryptocurrency. And if you don't know what that is, we're going to be talking about it later. But before we do that, make sure you like and subscribe and share this video. Today's featured course is Mammoth Interactive's Blockchain Fundamentals, the Complete Solidity Guide. If you want to learn how the blockchain works, this course is for you. Today, it's on sale for 93% off. Also, you get lifetime access, there's no subscriptions. Let's talk a little bit about cryptocurrencies and the blockchain, and then we'll talk about why Facebook could be the company that makes cryptocurrencies mainstream. Now, the blockchain is too complicated to talk about in one video, but essentially what a blockchain is a public ledger. It is consensus on a specific item. Now, when it comes to cryptocurrencies, that specific item is the amount of cryptocurrencies and the value of that cryptocurrency. If you think about it, gold has a specific value. The reason is we know exactly how much gold there is and what it's going to be worth. Cryptocurrencies is a digital form of that. With cryptocurrencies, the blockchain will tell you exactly how many coins are valued at what, and that is how much gold there is on the planet. And it does all this through consensus. You probably have a friend or two that got into Bitcoin early and cashed out big. You also might have a friend that got into Bitcoin when it was crashing and lost a bunch of money. The point is, cryptos have basically been used to speculate and gamble, and more nefarious things such as money laundering. Right now, cryptocurrencies aren't really used the same way money is. There are a few places where you can buy a latte with Bitcoin, but really nobody uses it for that. Because the blockchain is such amazing technology, eventually there's going to be one cryptocurrency that people just accept as a currency. Currently, all of our currencies are fiat currencies, which are backed up by governments, and we just accept the value of these currencies, and there's no reason that people won't accept the value of a cryptocurrency in the same way. Now, tech companies like Facebook, Amazon, Apple, and Google, they're bigger than a lot of countries. So if Google or Apple or Facebook made a cryptocurrency, then it would be like a government backing a cryptocurrency. Now, Facebook has an ecosystem of apps, and chances are Facebook is going to be using their coin to make payments within the app. So you can send money, you can receive money through their ecosystem. Facebook is also getting a few investors to invest billions of dollars into their cryptocurrency so that the fluctuation of value won't fluctuate too much. If you've ever looked at the price of Bitcoin or any other cryptocurrencies, you'll know that they fluctuate quite a bit. In fact, they fluctuate way more than a lot of other currencies and a lot of other commodities and basically any kind of stock. They're probably going to be using this in their Facebook marketplace, and to start, they're actually going to be offering lower fees than credit cards. This is amazing because as a small business owner, I've paid more than a new car's worth of fees over the years. Fees are really important to business owners and just the general public. So I bet you this move will get people to use their cryptocurrency. Now, here's 3 things I want Facebook to add to their marketplace in order to make their coin successful. The first thing I want them to add is I want them to add a site like Upwork where you can sell your services. So if you're a web developer, then you can make money with the Facebook coin. This is going to be amazing because the marketplace won't be just for physical things, but they will be for jobs as well. Facebook could become one of the biggest job boards on the planet. The second thing I want Facebook to do is have a Kickstarter competitor. Now, as you know, and I've mentioned in this video, I love Kickstarter and I would like there to be more options. Because Kickstarter does not let you do more than one campaign at a time, but a company of my size, I could probably do more crowdfunding. I would like a no strings attached way to fund your business. Crowdfunding is huge and it's integral to a lot of businesses, including my own. The best part about Kickstarter is that it's based on trust, there's no equity being delivered, and it works out for a lot of companies. Facebook already has this option for nonprofits, but I want this to be allowed for for-profit companies. Now, the third thing I want Facebook to do is to have an option where you can give away equity for a specific sum. Now, there's already other crowdfunding sites that do this, but Facebook could do it as well. Let me explain. So let's say if I want to give away 10% of my company for $10 million, I can raise that with a Facebook coin, and the people that have raised that money will get a percentage of my profits. Now, again, other crowdfunding sites do this, and there's no reason Facebook can't do it as well. On top of that, it's like Facebook is getting the best of the best of new startups. I see Facebook's coin as a great way to become more wealthy, if it works. Now, if this works, and people start using Facebook's coin like cash, then I can see other tech companies doing this as well. Companies like Amazon, Google, and even Apple could have their own cryptocurrencies. If they're backed up by a large organization and people are using it, then I can see this working out. Then again, it could all fall flat on its face. Do you think Facebook's cryptocurrency is a good idea? Please let me know in the comments. Hey everybody, in this episode of Bura, we're going to be asking the question, is muscle memory important for programming? All right, let's take a look at the question, does muscle memory affect your ability to become a good programmer? Well, believe it or not, the short answer is no, but the longer answer is a little bit more complicated. So what is muscle memory? Well, muscle memory is when you train your muscles to do a specific task. Now, this can be anything from driving to throwing a basketball, all the way down to playing a musical instrument. Now, it might make sense that since you're typing on a keyboard, it's very similar to playing piano, but it's not exactly the same. And a more important question is, does muscle memory help you speed up your development time? When it comes to muscle memory, there are different degrees of muscle memory, and the one we're going to be talking about today is fine muscle memory. Now, fine muscle memory is similar to what a piano player might be playing. The reason why we're going to be talking about this is that the muscle memory that is used to, let's say, become a sprinter or a hockey player is different from when you're playing piano, because the muscle memory is much more fine and small. So when you're programming, you're technically typing on a keyboard, but how much does it really affect your ability to become a good programmer? Speed when you're actually typing your code doesn't really matter that much. Years ago, a lot of companies tried to make their employees change to the Dvorak keyboard, which is a keyboard that is meant for speed. If you don't already know, the traditional QWERTY keyboard was invented so that typewriters wouldn't jam. But in today's modern world, that's not a problem, so the Dvorak keyboard was devised. Now, personally, I tried the Dvorak keyboard for maybe 2 days and absolutely gave up. And the reason why these companies don't still force their employees to use this kind of keyboard is because speed doesn't matter as much. Most of the time when you're programming, you're spending your time figuring out a problem versus actually typing in the code. Now, if you're going to like a game jam, speed is a little bit more important because you have to do things quicker. Now, this comes into a completely different philosophy of different kinds of programming. This is in stark contrast to, let's say, a production line where you're trying to get things out as quickly as possible. Now, for me personally, I have blended these two approaches, and I want to tell you about that right now. So in this blended approach, you need to figure out how to figure out the problem as quickly as possible and to get it out as quickly as possible. And how do you do that? Well, you always have to be thinking one step ahead. So as you're coding something, you are thinking about the next problem. Now, there are many disciplines out there that actually use this. Musicians that are improvising are usually thinking 2, 4, or maybe even 8 bars ahead. In addition, athletes are always trying to think of the next move. And if you like games, chess players try to be a few moves ahead. So when you're making something, you need to think about what you're doing and think about what you're going to do next, all at the same time. It is possible. So I have this philosophy that if you think of an idea, you're already 2 weeks behind and you should get your idea out as quickly as possible. So I often use different game engines. I use Unity, I use Unreal, and I use Construct 3. Now, the muscle memory between all of these different types of programs is different. And that's because when you make a game in Unreal and Unity, they're completely different mouse movements and they're completely different keyboard movements as well. So there is a muscle memory component to making a product. And you need to understand this muscle memory component. So if you've ever switched engines before, you'll realize that moving your mouse around does take up quite a bit of time. And if you know where all the icons are, then it's going to be quicker to produce that product. Also, if you're changing up your programming language, you might call the same thing something different. For example, the word function is different in different languages. In Swift, it's just FNUC, and in other languages, you actually have to write the word function. Now, believe it or not, this is a different muscle memory. Stopping at the C and completing the word function is different, so there is a muscle memory component. So all the courses at Mammoth Interactive try to teach the idea that you're supposed to practice and perform. And when you're practicing, you have to practice the muscle memory the same way a basketball player or a piano player practices. And if you think about this, the next time you go into your favorite engine that you want to speed up your mouse movements, you want to speed up your typing actions, then you'll probably get your products done faster. And in addition to that, you'll probably spend less time and less frustration on your project. This will make your project and coding more efficient. We've talked about game engines, but we haven't talked about graphic engines. And in graphic engines, this is way more apparent than it is when it comes to coding. If you're using Blender or 3ds Max, those are 2 completely different skill sets. All the icons are different and all the hotkeys are different. If you figure out a good way to use your hotkeys, you'll speed up your development time as well. Personally, I like to get development done as quickly as possible because I want to move on to the next idea because I have so many ideas that it's hard to get them all out. So this is why I'm always trying to think of doing the projects faster. So becoming familiar with the engine isn't just about a cognitive process, it's a physical process as well, even if that physical process is minute. So when you're working on your skills, you want to find a way to use as many hotkeys as possible and to figure out a way to move your mouse quicker. In fact, I used to be a freelancer for many, many years, and what I found that worked out is that I actually increased the speed of the mouse. It's something simple, but it makes sense. And it might take a bit of time to get used to, but it works. Now, the reason why I had to increase the mouse speed is because at the time, most of the projects and contracts I was getting were fixed price, meaning that if I didn't speed up the way that I did my work, then I would get paid less per hour. So even if you are paid hourly, you want to be the best person on your team. You want to shine the most. And how do you do that? Well, you want to get your stuff done as quickly as possible. And the way to do that is to practice getting things done quicker. In fact, I always like to time to see how long things take in a specific engine or a specific environment and see if I can do better. If you've ever watched a speed run, that is someone trying to play a video game and get a world record on, you'll notice that they constantly do the same motions again and again just to try to get a few seconds off. Now, if you apply that concept to your development, that you want to, let's say, do a specific task but do it better and better and faster, then you'll start to make your projects, well, better and faster. So in order to do this, you need to do two things. You need to cognitively think of the better way of doing the specific task, and you need to practice the muscle memory. Muscle memory is important. So in order to become a faster developer, you need to cognitively think of better ways to do things quicker, and you need to practice the muscle memory. Even though it's fine motor skills and it's nowhere near as important as being a basketball player or a piano player, it is still important to programming. So let me know your thoughts in the comments below. Does muscle memory affect your development? Hey everybody, welcome to Bura. In this episode, we're going to be talking about the top 10 things you need to do for your side hustle in 2019. Alright, welcome back. So, like I said, in this episode, we're going to be talking about the top 10 things you need to do to start your side hustle in 2019. The first tip is to start really small. Lots of people, including myself, have lots of ideas and want to make a really big project. If you've never started a business before, or you've never done any kind of freelancing, I suggest to start really small. The reason I say this is that it's better to fail at a really small project than to fail at a really big project. Bigger projects take a lot of your time to complete, and they require much more finesse. If you do something small, you'll start to learn all the ropes with a very small project, and when you get to your bigger projects, you'll have much more education. Tip number 2, use a pseudonym or a business name, but don't use your real name. The reason why I say this is that when you're first starting out, chances are you're going to make a lot of mistakes and you don't want people to look in on that. So if you use a pseudonym or a different business name, you can close that business down whether or not it's successful or not. If it's not successful, you can forget about it and leave it off your resume or your portfolio in the future. And if it is successful, you can include it. But if you use your real name, all of those projects will be tied to your name. Tip number 3, try different business ideas until you find something that people really want. It's much easier to start a business when people want what you're selling. This makes common sense, but a lot of people don't do this. They make their product and they push their product whether or not it's successful. We'll be talking about the sunken cost fallacy later, but you want to make sure that you're constantly improving, and if you need to discard a project or start a new project, it's better to do that than to complete your first failed project. Tip number 4, always look at the supply and demand of a particular industry. If you can find something where there's lots of demand and little supply, you want to go into that area. The reason why you want to do this is if you can get things done, you'll have a much easier time selling, and you won't spend as much time finessing a product. Remember, the more you finesse a product, the longer time it takes to get out the door. So you always want to think, how much supply and demand is there for your particular product or in a particular industry? You always want to go to the places where there's lots of demand and little supply. Tip number 5, always keep meeting new people. You never know when a person or a connection might come in handy. Remember that people constantly move jobs or they go into a different field, and that connection that you made 2 years ago might be a good connection today where it wasn't good 2 years ago. So you always want to keep making friends, and the more friends you have, the more successful you'll be. It might not be relevant to your current side hustle, but it might be relevant to your next side hustle. Tip number 6. Even if your side hustle isn't going anywhere, when you meet people, you have to sell your product like it is going somewhere, but you don't want to oversell it. Anyone can see if you're overselling your current side hustle. Remember, it can take a long time to get your side hustle out the door, and it can take a long time for traction to happen. But you might have a really dynamite idea and you just haven't hit that goal yet. So when you're talking to people, you want to sell yourself in a very positive light, but don't oversell it. Tip number 7. Don't be afraid to abandon a project. There's something called the sunken cost fallacy, which means that if you've put in a bunch of time or money into a particular product or asset, there is a perception that you have to keep going with that asset even if it's losing money or not picking up steam. This is often seen with people with degrees. They might go into a degree where it's not very useful, or they don't want to do it but they complete it anyway, and then years and years down the road they keep using what they learned in that degree further career, instead of completely abandoning that idea and just moving to a different career path. This can be said with side hustles as well. If you spent 2 years on a side hustle and it's going nowhere, perhaps you should abandon it and learn from your mistakes and make your next side hustle amazing. Tip number 8. Remember, every time you fail, there's a lesson to be learned in there. The more you fail, the more you learn. And that's why I always say you want to start with something small, because if you fail at something really small, then you can learn from that small mistake and it won't be a bigger mistake down the road. Let's say you start a small side hustle and it doesn't really go anywhere. You learned a bunch of things from your mistakes. Years later, when you have a multi-million-dollar company, you're not going to be making multi-million-dollar mistakes. However, if you didn't go through that side hustle and you got lucky and became a multi-million-dollar company anyway, you might make multi-million-dollar mistakes. So the lesson is to start small and fail forward. Tip number 9, don't break the bank. Now, when you start your first side hustle, you think that your side hustle or your idea is going to be a multi-million-dollar success, when in reality, it's more likely to fall flat on its face. The best advice I can give you is to not spend too much money on your next side hustle. In fact, the best thing to do is to spend as little money as possible to see where it goes. Now, sometimes some things are capital intensive. Personally, I don't like to do any projects that are capital intensive, but that's just my personal take on business. Think about it. If you do a bunch of small products with a small capital investments, if one of them picks up, then they pay for all the rest. Whereas if you spend a lot of money, then you get into that sunken cost fallacy and it's much harder to make objective decisions. So don't break the bank on your next side hustle. The last tip I have for you is to always look for new opportunity. The world moves so fast and you have to spend time to look at new opportunities. Every year, there's new opportunities that you need to take advantage of, and if you don't spend the time researching, you're not going to figure out what they are. In the next year or so, there's going to be some new opportunity that nobody knows exists, and it will be an amazing opportunity. The question is are you going to do the research to find out? Hey everybody, welcome to Bura Tech. In this episode, I'm going to be talking about the top 10 things I wish I knew as a junior developer. Alright, welcome. So in this video, I'm going to be talking about the top 10 things I wish I knew as a junior developer. The first thing I wish I knew as a junior developer is that you're not expected to know 100% of coding right off the bat. You're a junior developer, there's obviously some holes in your knowledge, and those holes are supposed to be filled over time. It's impossible to know everything there is to know about programming, and you shouldn't expect yourself to know that either. So as a result, there's lots of things that you can do to become better. We're going to be talking about some of these tips later on. Now the second point is that you should use Stack Overflow as much as humanly possible. When I was a junior developer, I thought that if I used Stack Overflow, it was a complete failure and that I was not supposed to be a programmer, because if you can just Google it and go into Stack Overflow, then literally anyone can do that as well. But Stack Overflow is an extension of yourself and you should use it as much as possible. If you really want to get good at programming, then you can answer questions on Stack Overflow. This is the best way to get better. The third point I wish I knew was that you're supposed to always be learning, and if you stop learning at any point in time, then that's going to catch up with you and your career is going to be hurt. Now, engines change, development environments change, and new development environments come out, so you always have to be learning if you want to be successful. The next item I wish I knew is that design and function are intertwined in today's development environment. Now this is mostly true, especially if you're an app developer or a web developer, but if you're a back-end developer, this is not as important, but it's still somewhat important. Design and function are much more intertwined than they were in the past, and if you're not good at design, then you're going to have a bad time. So you always want to think of how function and design work together. The next item is a little counterintuitive, but it was something that I did not know personally. Soft skills are really important. Now, you've probably heard of soft skills before, but essentially soft skills are interpersonal skills and skills that are useful in the workplace environment. Now, believe it or not, if you want a big promotion, you have to have good soft skills. Unless you're the 0.01% of programmers that's completely indispensable, you're going to need to have great soft skills. Working on my soft skills took years, and I wish someone had told me about it earlier so I didn't waste as much time, and frankly, I didn't make as much money as a result either. So if you're just starting out, definitely get better at soft skills. Now the next tip I wish I had known was that I should have made all of my code easy to understand and to take that little extra time to make it readable. You want to make your code so easy to understand that another person can just jump into your code and start editing. I have wasted so much time and so much money on code that was not readable. Making that code a little bit extra readable will save you a lot of time, money, and frustration in the future. You don't want to make coding a more frustrating experience than it has to be. Coding is hard enough on its own. The other thing I wish I had known is that I should have been networking in my spare time as much as humanly possible. Networking is super important. Even if you already have a job, you should continue networking. In fact, you should try and meet a new person a week, or at least a couple new people a month. Networking is your safety net. If you have a lot of connections and you lose your job, chances are you'll find yourself in a new job right away. If you don't do that, then you will probably spend more time unemployed if you lose your job. And remember, anyone can lose their job at any given time for any given reason. The next tip I wish I had known is to always keep up on the latest development environments. Just because you know a specific environment doesn't mean that you are completely set for life as a coder. Remember, technology changes quickly. Because it changes so quickly, you need to understand that you can be out of a job just because the world changes around you. You always have to be changing with the world, and that takes a little bit of time each week to find out a new development environment or what the latest trends are. Tech is, after all, a trendy career, and you have to be trendy along with it. The next tip I wish I'd known is that you should ask as many questions as possible, and you want to hang out around people who are smarter than you. In fact, in any given social situation, you want to be probably the least smart person. That way, the smarter people around you will leech off some of their intelligence to you. Now, if you hang around a lot of really good coders and ask them a lot of questions, you'll be a better coder in the future. This doesn't have to be in the workplace, but it can be in your spare time. In fact, I've learned so many things in my spare time talking to other programmers that you should do it too. So my last tip for you today is to keep a journal of what you don't know and how you solved it. So if you didn't know how to do something, let's say add commas to money in a text field, then you should figure out how to do it, and you should enter that in a journal. I have a spreadsheet that talks about all the things that I didn't know how to do and found the solution to. Because sometimes if you just go back to that spreadsheet, maybe a month later or 2 months later, you'll refresh your memory. Sometimes I find that I ask the same questions over and over again, or I forget how to do something I did 2 projects ago. If you keep a journal like this, then you'll retain this information a lot better. Furthermore, it shows you that you have progressed. Alright, so those are the top 10 things I wish I had known as a junior developer. If you like this video, please be sure to like and subscribe. Today's featured course is the Wall Street Coder. Learn how to algorithmically trade with machine learned scripts. Thanks again, and I hope to see you in another video. Hey everybody, welcome to Bura Tech. In this episode, we're going to be talking about how taking time off will make you a better programmer. Alright, so as I mentioned, this video is about taking time off. Now, you might think taking time off is a sign of weakness, but believe it or not, if you don't take time off, you are going to become a worse programmer, and if you're an entrepreneur, your business might suffer. Now, over the years, I have completely failed at this, and it's been a very hard lesson to learn. I'm the kind of person who can work 24/7, 7 days a week. Because of this, I've actually suffered a lot of burnout, and I can tell you that it's not good, not even for your productivity or for your business. So today, I'm going to give you the top 10 reasons on why you should take time off. So the first reason you need to take time off is that if you don't take time off, your productivity and your product is going to suffer. This is true for pretty much anybody. Now, some people can work harder than others and longer than others, and this is just something that has to do with a specific individual. Just like some people are taller or shorter than another, some people can work harder than others. It could be because they're born with it, or they can condition themselves to do that. Either way, you need to work hard as a coder or an entrepreneur, but you need to know your limit. The second reason why you need to take time off is that your brain will solve problems when you're not working on them. The way I like to work on problems is I like to work really, really hard and then take time off. Now, like I said in the beginning of this video, it took me a long time to understand it, but that is what personally works for me. Believe it or not, when you're not working on a problem, your brain is. Now, oftentimes you hear about people getting their best idea in the shower or while they're watering plants. And of course, they're not working while they're getting this idea, but the brain is kind of solving the problems behind the scenes. So as contradictory as it sounds, if you work really hard and take time off, you'll actually solve a lot more problems. The third reason why you need to take time off is that sometimes the problems that you're trying to solve just become unsolvable because you've been looking at them for so long. If you take some time off and you come back to it, there might be an easy problem staring you in the face, but you don't understand it until you take a step back and look at it again. So taking time off and coming back to a problem will definitely help you with the problems that you're trying to solve. The fourth reason why you need to take time off is life is about living and it's not just about programming. Unless you're the 0.01% who loves programming literally their entire life, chances are you want to do things. You want to go for hikes, you want to go traveling, you want to do something else other than programming. Believe it or not, you need to spend your time doing other things other than programming. And while you're on a vacation, you might have a really good idea for your next project. This has happened to me multiple times. The fifth reason why you need to take time off is that if you don't take time off, you could burn out and lose your business, or you could burn out and lose your job. Now, I've seen this happen to multiple people, and it's because people work themselves too hard. If you find yourself working too hard, you need to take some time off. It is just a part of the process. And this is the thing that people don't get. Just because you're taking time off, it doesn't mean you're lazy. It just means you're recharging your batteries. The sixth reason why you need to take time off is that you need to understand the difference between being productive and being busy. And taking time off is a great way to reflect on that idea. Now, being productive means that you're trying to get as many things done in the least amount of time for the least amount of money. And being busy just means you're doing stuff without any rhyme or reason or measure for success. If you want to be a great coder or an entrepreneur, you have to understand that being productive is a million times better than being busy. Taking time off to reflect on your last project will give you the clarity to be more productive and be less busy. In fact, while we're talking about it, as a business owner, you always want to be making more money with less time putting into the business. And if you're a coder, you want to be making better products by putting less time into the project. The seventh reason why you need to take time off is you constantly need to reflect your work and your life. Now, I touched a little bit about this in the last point, but I want to talk a little bit more about the process of this reflection. The way I like to make my projects is I like to make short projects. That way I can reflect more. Believe it or not, you actually learn more in the reflection period and going back and saying, what could we have done better, than you do actually doing the project. This is analogous to the practice and play of an athlete. Athletes practice and then they play. Now, as a coder or an entrepreneur, you need to produce product and then you need to reflect on how you could have done that process better. And over time, that additive and iterative approach will make you a better entrepreneur/coder. Taking time off is good for your health. You don't want to burn out. The eighth reason why you need to take time off is that taking time off is simply good for your health. You need to do something else with your time, and this is very similar to how athletes cross-train. Now, some athletes can't do their specific sport every day. Instead, they cross-train. So some people might run on Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and then they might swim on Tuesday and Thursday. By using different muscle groups, they're able to cross-train to get better results. You need to think of your career and your products as the same way. By cross-training your skill set, your production will be better. The ninth reason you need to take time off is to build social connections. Now, even if you're the most introverted entrepreneur or programmer, you need to find some kind of social connections. You need to get social, you need to go out for a drink with other people, you need to make connections. And this is something that's not only good for your career, but you'll find that if you make some social connections and you make some friends, you'll actually be healthier. And finally, the 10th reason why you need to take time off is to completely reset what you're doing to give yourself a better start to the week, the month, or the year. Now, oftentimes after a really big project, I take maybe a week off where I don't do anything of the sort. Now, if I constantly get into the next project, eventually I find myself to be burnt out. And this has happened to me many times. So you really have to listen to yourself and your body and your mental health to see whether or not you can go to the next project or not. By taking some time off, chances are the next project will be a lot better. Hey everybody, welcome to Bura Tech. In this episode, we're going to be talking about how to price your iOS app in 2019. Alright, welcome back. So, I've been an app developer for a long time. In fact, in 2010, I released a ton of iOS apps. Now, a lot has changed since then, and we're going to be talking about that. So every year, you have to figure out how you're going to succeed in business. And this isn't just about the App Store or iOS or whatever it is you're doing. This is about literally every kind of business. In fact, I do this with everything from my business to my personal expenses, things like cell phone plans, internet plans, etc. And you should too. So how should you price your iOS app in 2019? Well, let's talk a little bit about what I did back in 2010 and what I've done over the years. Now, back in 2010, the App Store was fairly new, and at the time, basically people had free games, and the customers were very reticent to spend even $1 on an app. Thankfully, things have changed, and you see a lot of people buying apps that don't require any kind of freemium model. If you don't know what freemium is a type of business plan where you give it away for free, have ads, and then charge extra money. So today, people are willing to pay money, and on the iOS App Store specifically, there is the option to bundle your apps, and I highly recommend doing this. By bundling your apps and giving a discount, you'll give your customers a discount, and people will be more likely to pay more money for a ton of your apps. Now, the freemium model isn't dead. In fact, the top earners on the App Store are free, and there's in-app purchases. Now, these in-app purchases are everything from removing ads to specific in-game items. In fact, these in-game items is where most of the profit is made. The question you have to ask yourself, is your game big enough to have these in-game items? And are people going to pay for it? Now, the top earners in the App Stores not only make a lot of money, but it costs a lot of money to make those games. It's very hard for an independent studio or yourself as a hobbyist to make a game on that level. So you need to ask yourself a hard question. Can you compete with Fortnite or all these other top games, or are you going to go to a different market? Now, if you want to make the most money with your game or app, you need to figure out what your target market is willing to pay for that app. And furthermore, your pricing strategy needs to be organic to the game itself. For instance, we produce a lot of apps for kids, and we found that parents are willing to pay money as long as there's no ads. If you don't have kids, you won't understand this. The reason is that kids will click the ads and then start crying because they're not in their favorite game. Now, this isn't the same as teenagers, because teenagers don't have a lot of money. They're more likely to download the free game, and then maybe they might remove the ads. So in order to make the most amount of money, you need to figure out what your demographic is for your game and what the best pricing strategy is for that. So in 2019, what is the correct answer for making the most amount of money from your games on the iOS App Store? The answer is that the App Store has grown since its inception, and there is no one-size-fits-all strategy. And because there's no one-size-fits-all strategy, you need to work on your pricing just as much as you work on your game. So have you released a game or thinking about releasing a game? Please put the link down below. We want to see your games. Today's featured course is how to build a battle royale in Unity from scratch. Learn to build a game exactly like Fortnite from scratch. Thanks for listening. Please be sure to like and subscribe, and I'll see you in another video. Welcome to Bura Tech. In this episode, we're going to be talking about whether traveling and working remotely is a good idea. Alright, so a lot of programmers don't necessarily need to go into the office every day. In fact, for many years, I made 6 figures at home, and I could have traveled the world, and I didn't do it personally. I know lots of people who make a lot of money and then they travel and work remotely. The question is it a good idea, and should you do it? I'm going to give you the pros and cons, and if you want to work remotely, I'm going to give you the top 10 reasons to make it a success. So let's take a look at the first pro about working remotely and traveling. The pro, most obviously, is that you can travel and see the world. If you've been sitting around your hometown and you need some excitement, this might be a great option for you. If you've lived in the same city or the same country all your life, then this might be the best chance to see what the world has to offer. This is especially good if you don't have to be tied down to a particular location. In fact, if you do this, you want to travel as light as possible. More on that later. Luckily today, there's lots of services and great accommodations compilation so you don't have to break the bank and you get a variety of options. And best of all, you'll get to meet a ton of new people from a ton of different locations. This will definitely broaden your horizon. Let's take a look at the cons of working remotely and traveling. Well, the first con is that it can be expensive. If you eat out all the time, then it can easily get super expensive. Not only that, but sometimes short-term rentals can be very expensive. You want to make sure that you shop around for the best deal possible. The second con is that you might think it's a great idea when you start out, but 2 months in, you find out that it's a really bad idea. You could be in a very expensive location with all of these contracts like rental agreements, and you're stuck there. This can be a huge problem for you and a very expensive problem. Not only do you not like the place that you're in, but you're also losing a lot of money. The last con is that your work stream might dry up. You want to make sure that you're financially solvent to do so. Now, not everyone can do this, and it's a privilege if you can. So you want to make sure that you don't lose money or go into too much debt doing this. So let's say now you have an income stream and you want to work remotely and travel at the same time. I'm going to give you the top 10 tips to make sure that that's a success. The first tip is to shop and keep shopping for the best deal. Believe it or not, if you spend a lot of time shopping for the best deal, it will come up. Now, you want to make sure that you plan everything in advance, but when you shop for the best apartments and the best places to live, you want to take the extra time. You also want to make sure that you're budgeting every single expense. The second tip that I have for you is to plan your trip in advance and meticulously plan your trip in advance. So for instance, let's say you want to go through Europe and you want to spend a month in Denmark, you want to spend a month in Germany, and then you want to spend another month in Switzerland. You have to plan that in advance, and you have to make sure that you can afford all those different locations. Believe it or not, if you live in a big city, sometimes doing this might actually be the cheaper option, but you have to put it in a spreadsheet and make sure that it actually is the cheaper option. Now let's say you make a plan and everything's going well, but you want to change your plan. Let's say you move to Germany and Germany is really good and you want to stay there a couple more months. One thing that you want to do is don't overcommit to any kind of rental property. The best thing that you can do is to buy things and rent things as needed. So you want to make your plans as flexible as possible, and you want to travel as light as possible, because remember, everything that you own might only be in a backpack or a suitcase. The fourth tip I have for you is to make sure that you have a good internet connection. The whole world doesn't have the same connectivity when it comes to the internet. Now, if you're living in a relatively developed nation and you're traveling there, then chances are the internet is good. But that's not always the case. Sometimes a hotel or a rental might say they have internet, but the internet speed isn't very good. So you might be used to super fast internet speed, and if you don't have that, then your business might suffer. A simple example of that is that if you're constantly doing Skype video calls and you don't have the bandwidth, it doesn't look good. So always make sure you ask about the internet connection. The fifth tip I have for you is to comply with the laws of your own country. Now, you might be leaving your country for a long period of time, and your country might have specific rules about that specific instance. You need to make sure that you comply with all those rules. The worst thing that can happen to you is that you can get in trouble while you're traveling or when you come back, and this is not good. So make sure you double check what the laws are in your specific country about leaving it for an extended period of time. The sixth tip I have for you is to make sure you have good medical insurance. Now, medical travel insurance isn't that expensive, but if you're leaving from, let's say, 6 months to a year, it could get expensive. Now, you want to shop around for the best coverage, and sometimes your credit card might even have coverage. Now, personally, when I travel, I have coverage on my credit card. I also have private insurance. And sometimes I even buy extra travel insurance. The last thing you want to do is to go to another country, you get in a car accident, and get footed with an insane bill. So make sure you're overcovered when it comes to medical insurance. One thing that you might not understand is that sometimes you might not be able to get that money for a long period of time. So if you have multiple plans, then chances are you'll be covered better. The seventh tip I have for you is that you need to stay focused on not only your business and your source of income, but also meeting new people. Now, personally, I'm the kind of person that can sit in his room and work all day, and it's very hard for me to get up and meet new people. If I was traveling abroad, I would make sure that I made it a priority to get up and and meet new people, because otherwise I would just stay in my room and maybe build an app or two. And if you're the opposite of me, where you like to be social, you have to make sure that you go into your room and build and make sure that you are keeping your income source readily available. Because if you don't do this, then the whole plan falls apart. When you travel, you can meet tons of new people and you'll get tons of opportunity, but you also have to make sure that your work is sustaining you. The 8th tip about working remotely and traveling at the same time is to make sure that you are packing extremely light. You want to make sure that you have just enough clothes and items that you can fit it into maybe a small suitcase and your backpack. The reason you want to do this is that if you need to hop on a train or a plane or putting something in a taxi, you need to make sure that your items are not very big. It's very cumbersome to travel with a big suitcase. In fact, one time when I was traveling, I had to put my bags in a very small boat. And if my bags were any bigger, then it probably wouldn't even fit in the boat. So my tip is you want to learn to do with as little as possible, but still make sure that you have enough to survive. The 9th tip that I have for you is if you are traveling abroad, chances are there's a lot of cool new people that you'll meet and there's opportunity along the way. You also want to budget for this as well. You might get a wonderful opportunity that you never thought existed and you want to take that. You need to have the flexibility to take that. And the best way to do this is to call yourself a consultant. If you're a consultant, you can pick up jobs here and there, and you can even work for a very large price for very little hours. Lots of people do this, and if you have a job already and you have a great resume, then this is something that you can do as well. Now, the 10th and final tip that I have for you is to save as much money on food as possible. This can be your #1 expense. You can go out and eat at a ton of different restaurants for 3 meals a day and you'll watch your expenses pile up. If you're living in a place for a month or two, you do want to go grocery shopping because after all, that's what you would do at home anyway. So always watch your food budget, especially when you're traveling. Hey everybody, welcome to Bura Tech. In this episode, we're going to be talking about the new Picard trailer and how it relates to building a successful business. Alright, welcome back. So if you don't know, the trailer to the new Picard show has just launched and it is absolutely amazing. But before we talk about that, I would like you to like and subscribe to this channel, and if you really love this video, please share it. Today's featured course is how to build games in the Unreal Engine, and you can check out more of our courses down below. Remember that every dollar we get from these courses goes into building new content. It's the best way to support this channel. Alright, so in this episode we're going to be talking about Star Trek because if you're a nerd like me, chances are you've at least watched a few episodes of Star Trek. Personally, I've seen every single Star Trek episode there is, and I've even watched the new seasons of Discovery. So this video is important for you as developers because you might be working on some major IP. And when you work on this IP, you have to treat your job and your code differently than you would, let's say, any other kind of job. The reason is that to become a successful coder, it's more than just about piling on good code. There is a lot more to it, and we're going to be diving into that in this video. So if you don't know what Star Trek is, it's a show where people go explore the galaxy on a starship. It has a huge fan base, and frankly, it has produced some pretty good movies and shows over the years. I used to watch Star Trek The Next Generation every day at 5 o'clock when I came home from school. Star Trek The Next Generation is one of the most respected TV shows ever created, and its characters have wound into the hearts of many, including my own. So Star Trek has had a ton of different shows over the years, and there has been a bunch of movies. They've also spawned a different set of movies in a different timeline in the late 2000s. Now, of course, over decades, things change, but one thing you have to remember is that Star Trek has a huge fan base. And not only does Star Trek have a huge fan base, there's certain paradigms within Star Trek that you have to account for if you're, let's say, developing IP for it, or if you want to develop a show. So a few years ago, a new Star Trek show came out called Star Trek Discovery, and it wasn't very good. I watched, again, every single episode, but I didn't like it very much. In fact, the first season was really not that good. So oftentimes as a business, you can produce new products that your customers don't like, or for example, the tastes change. And you have to realize this as soon as humanly possible, because with the season 1 of Star Trek Discovery, it wasn't very good, and it definitely wasn't in tune with what the Star Trek franchise was about. So luckily, in this day and age, you can actually figure out what your customers want because they'll be talking online. And that's exactly what CBS did when it came to the new Star Trek shows. In fact, this is such a good example of listening to your customers that I just had to make a video about it. So season 1 wasn't very good. And a lot of criticism was posted online. And it seems like the creators actually looked at season 1 and they said, okay, let's change what they don't like about season 1 and put it into season 2. And season 2 was a lot better. Still, it wasn't as good as the old Trek, but it was still better than the first season. In fact, at the same time, there was another show called The Orville, which was created by Family Guy writer Seth MacFarlane, which is a much more closer representation of the old Star Trek Next Generation than Star Trek Discovery was. And I think CBS understood that, and they tried to make season 2 a little bit more like The Orville. They didn't do a very good job of it. The reason is you can't just take one show and then shoehorn a bunch of ideas that aren't organic to it. Remember, if you don't do things organically, people are going to notice. So with fans liking The Orville more than Star Trek Discovery, CBS wanted to change that, and they have. They've listened to the fans, and they are going to release the highly anticipated Picard show. So if you don't know, Picard, being one of the show's main protagonists of Star Trek The Next Generation, is going to get a sequel. Now, when I first heard about this, I was a little bit mixed because of how Discovery was. And Discovery not being a very good show, I thought that they would absolutely ruin it. But after looking at the trailer, I am completely convinced that this show is going to be awesome. So it goes to show you that if you actually listen to your customer base, people are going to buy your product. So what was presented in the Picard trailer was amazing. In fact, I've looked at it maybe 3 times already, and I'm pretty impressed with what I've seen in there and what they're going to do with the show. Now, if you don't know, there's actually a legal dispute between CBS and Paramount at this time, which I'll talk about in another video, and how silly it is. But for the most part, everything looks pretty good. And the reason it looks good, and I'm excited about it, is because it will adhere to what Star Trek is about. Furthermore, they're going to be spinning off more content in the universe. So if you work on major IP like Star Trek or Star Wars or Marvel, you have to make your product organic to what people are going to be expecting. This has happened with Marvel as well. There were several Hulk movies, and some of those Hulk movies were not organic to the Marvel universe, and they didn't do so well. So this literally can happen to anyone at any given time. And the best example of this is the prequels to Star Wars. The first series of Star Wars was absolutely amazing, but the prequels were nowhere near as good and frankly terrible movies. So as a result, you always have to make sure you are developing content that your customer base wants. So this is the major lesson that you can take away from this Picard trailer and this whole fiasco of Star Trek Discovery, is that it's easier to make money if you are making things that people want. Now, before the Picard trailers, I saw a lot of comments online like this. Comments like, I am not going to be subscribing to CBS All Access, or I can't wait to pirate this. These are really bad if you want to run a business. Now, after these Picard trailers were released, I saw the opposite. Comments like, take my money now and I'm going to subscribe to CBS All Access. This is really good because if you know, subscriptions are really hard to sell. In fact, I'll probably subscribe to CBS All Access just for this Picard show. Now, of course, I'm a super fan, so of course they're probably going to get my money. But I think a lot of people who are on the fence will probably do it as well. So what have we learned today? Well, if you make products that people like, then people will buy it. And if you're working with decades-old IP, you have to make sure that the content that you're making will make that fan base happy. Hey everybody, welcome to Bura Tech. In this episode, we're going to be talking about the limiting factor that's keeping you from becoming an amazing coder. Alright, welcome back. Before we start the video, make sure you like and subscribe, and if you really like this video, please share. Today's featured course is Hello Coding. Get 170 hours of content for a discounted price below. Learn everything from web development to app development to game development, all the way to Python and machine learning. Links are below, and remember that every single dollar that we get from the courses below goes into creating more content. So you want to become an amazing coder, and you have to ask yourself, what is the limiting factor? What is keeping you from becoming great? The limiting factor is time. The more time you spend actually coding and reading about code, the better you will become. The speed of which you improve is how well you use your time. Even if you don't use your time very well, the more time you spend coding and reading about code, the better you will become. If you want to become a great coder, you can't just spend 20 minutes here, 40 minutes there. You have to spend hours of time coding. And this is the one factor that a lot of people can't do. If you have a regular job and you have weekends, you should spend one of your weekend days completely coding, just like it's another job. If you already have a 9-to-5 job, chances are you spend 8 hours a day at work. If you want to become a coder, you need to spend 8 hours of your personal time coding. Now this can be just like a real job. You can have breaks and lunch breaks, etc., but you have to spend a chunk of 8 hours a day. When I wanted to make an Xbox 360 game years and years ago, I spent all of my personal time learning to code and making the project. There was a lot of mistakes I made along the way, and because of those mistakes and because of the time that I was putting into it, it actually came out as a project and my career skyrocketed as a result. So time is the limiting factor. Another factor is focus. The more focused you are at your task, the better you will become. And this isn't just about coding. If you can focus, and that is doing nothing but the task at hand, focus is in short supply. The reason is that distractions are at an all-time high. If you can focus and spend time coding for a few days, you will be a lot better off than people who do coding maybe for 20 minutes, 40 minutes, or even an hour. It's the sustained time that will make you a great coder. Now, everybody has trouble focusing, including myself. If you're having trouble focusing, just like me and everybody else, this is normal because distractions, again, are at an all-time high. Every kind of social media site or game is designed to keep you in that particular platform as long as possible. So the best thing you can do is shut off your social media altogether. And whenever you go visit the app or the site, you want to say to yourself, this is not helping me in my career, so I should get off of it. Now, I have actually done this and I've seen a significant improvement. I've turned off my Facebook and I only use the social media for maybe 30 minutes at the end of the day to check my messages. Now, not all social media sites are designed equally. I think Reddit is probably one of the better social media sites, but even I have been spending less time in Reddit and more time developing. So if you're going into a deep dive of coding and you really want to focus, you can also turn your phone into airplane mode. And if you're a real pro, you can turn your phone into grayscale. Grayscale will make the phone completely unappealing. By putting your phone in airplane mode, you'll be able to focus at the task at hand. In fact, the only time I am using my phone in these deep dive focused coding sessions is to put on a timer. Now, what I like to do is I like to time my sprints into 20, 30, or 40 minutes. After 40 minutes, unless I'm really in the zone, I'm not going to be as productive. And usually at the 20, 30, or 40 minute mark, I take a small break. This is getting another cup of coffee, or it's getting some water. Taking a 5-minute break every so often is actually really good for you. But if you can stretch your focus into 40 minutes or an hour plus of complete focus, then you're gonna really become a great coder. Again, you don't wanna be distracted when you're trying to learn to code, or if you are a coder, you need to make sure that you're not distracted altogether. One thing I like to do is if I'm doing some really hardcore creative coding work, I don't listen to music. The only time I listen to music when I'm coding is when I have to do repetitive work. Now, even the best programmers have some repetitive work to do. And if you have a lot of repetitive work, then you can listen to music. But 90% of the time when I'm coding, I don't listen to music at all. It can get boring, but you want to be 100% focused. Think about it this way. Would you rather spend 8 hours listening to music and being distracted, or just 2 hours of complete focus? Coding isn't a 9-to-5 job, it's creative and productive. Chances are you've had an hourly job where you've worked 9 to 5. You have to break out of this mindset and be task and project oriented. This is the way coders work. It can be very hard to break out of this mindset. It took me years, but the best way you can do it is to spend as much personal time coding and as much of that coding time being as focused as possible. Now, once you go through these steps that I've laid out in this video, you'll find that you'll get more work done in less time, and you'll also find that you'll become more productive than your peers. Now, if you can get 8 hours of work done in 2, you can spend the rest of the day reflecting. And if you've watched the videos here on Bura Tech, you'll know that reflecting on your next project or your next coding session will make you a better coder. From the outside, it might look like you are being lazy and you're going for a cup of coffee, maybe reading something, but in reality, you are reflecting on your day's work or on your project, and you'll become a better coder as a result. Personally, I like to work really hard and then take time off. This is what has worked for me. It doesn't work for everyone, but if you make 2 hours of time really focused and really productive and spend the rest of the time reflecting on it, I think that's the best way forward. So in conclusion, if you want to become a really good coder or improve your coding, you need to spend large chunks of time with focused work. It's the focused work that will make you a better coder. Hi everybody, in this episode of Bura Tech, we are going to be looking at the Sigma trailer that Overwatch just released. Alright, welcome back. So make sure that you like and subscribe, and if you really like this video, please share it. Today's featured course is how to build a battle royale in Unity and Blender. Build a complete battle royale from scratch in Unity and Blender. The links are below, and remember that every single dollar that we get from our courses that you buy below goes into producing more content. So if you're like me, sometimes you play Overwatch, and sometimes you take a look at the trailers that they produce. Even if you're a billion-dollar company, sometimes you can use guerrilla tactics to make your trailer look amazing. The Sigma trailer that Overwatch just released is a perfect example of this. So what we're going to be doing in this video is dissecting the Sigma trailer, and we're going to be talking about the cheap tricks that they've used to make production a lot less expensive. If you're an independent developer, this video is for you because you need to listen really hard to the tricks that they've used in this trailer. So for those of you who don't know, Overwatch often makes a trailer that adds to the lore of the game. These trailers are often really well produced. These cinematics that Overwatch produces are usually Pixar quality. Oftentimes, it's really well polished and animated. They are great to watch, and I've watched pretty much all of them. Now, often this gives newbies a false sense of what they can accomplish. It will take thousands of man hours to make one of these trailers, so you will not be able to produce this level of quality by working alone in your room in your spare time. It took me years to figure this out. Indies often use techniques to make their trailer look better by using less work. The reason for this is that time is money, and you need to spend less of your time to get the same amount of work done. Whenever you make a trailer or a video, or produce something that is code, graphics, or a game, then you have to think of your actions as an expense. For instance, if you look at the Diva trailer that Overwatch produced, that is expensive to make. The expense is time and not money. Adding fluid animations is expensive. Particle effects are expensive. And most of all, putting it all together to make it look really good and polished is very expensive. Remember that polish is expensive. So that's why I adopt a minimalist aesthetic. This is because minimalism gives you the most amount of aesthetic value for the least amount of work. The best example of this is Pete Mondrian the painter. His paintings are famous because they are so simple. The theory is that instead of painting detailed paintings that take a long time to make, a minimalist painting will give you the same amount of aesthetic value for less work. Here is the formula. So let's say you want to paint a detailed painting that takes 300 hours to make and gives you a subjective score of 98. This score is a subjective aesthetic score and is a score on basically how good the painting is. Now let's say you want to reach that same aesthetic score with a different aesthetic, this aesthetic being minimalism. And if you can do this in less time, let's say 10 hours, you've saved a ton of time. And as an indie or a producer that is making something in your bedroom, you need to be very aware of it. Sometimes the decisions that you make will affect the overall quality. And if you can't deliver that quality, as in you don't have enough man hours, you shouldn't do the project. This goes from everything from coding to game development to video production to basically anything creative that you want to produce. Always be mindful of getting the most amount of aesthetic value for the least amount of work. Because let's say you become a success and you need to hire people to do work for you. Now you're not spending your time, you're spending your money, and you need to make sure that things are really cheap. You personally might not think that big studios do this, but they do it every single day. The bigger you grow, the more man hours are wasted. You still have to budget very carefully. The bigger the company, the greater chance of failure. Big companies scrap million-dollar projects every day. If you want to become a big company, you have to keep this in mind. This brings me back to the Sigma trailer. I was delighted to see all these indie and time-saving techniques from a big budget studio. Let's take a look at the trailer first and then we'll dissect it.
Gravity. Gravity is a harness. My entire career has been devoted to this idea, to this moment. Decades. If the unifying theories are correct, we will soon be able to harness the power of a black hole. Nothing will ever be the same. Why? This is wrong. The field is failing. What happened? Where am I? Why am I being imprisoned? Release me! What is that melody? Hold it together. 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 Density, mass, momentum. It's too much to hold on to. I will bring you a new understanding of the universe. Violence. The universe is singing to me! What is that melody? Freedom. Imprisonment. It's all an illusion. Gravity is a harness. I have harnessed the harness. To work together. It's in you.
So the first thing to note in this trailer is that there's very little traditional animation in it. Most of the frames in this trailer are still frames, and all the animation is done in computers. What I mean by this is that the frames that are drawn are not traditionally drawn animation. Think of an old school Disney movie where someone had to painstakingly hand draw each animation. It's cheaper to take a static image and do some animation or do some work in a computer program like After Effects. This will save you a ton of time, and if you look at this entire trailer, there's not a lot of animation, if any animation at all. When the black hole appears, you'll notice that this is different because there's a particle effect. We'll talk more about the black hole later, but essentially, it is a pre-rendered animation. In the next scene, Sigma's on a hospital bed and there's almost no animation. The voice actor is doing most of the work to drive this trailer forward. Remember that making a trailer is not about the specifics of animation, it's the specifics of getting the most amount of aesthetic value for the least amount of work. Another thing to consider is that there's many more people that know how to draw with paper and pencil than know how to 3D model in a program like 3ds, Max, Maya, or Blender. In that case, there's going to be a lot more talented people that you can use to make those static drawing images. If you're using 3ds Max or Maya to make all these animations, it's going to be a lot more expensive due to the supply and demand of the job market. Since most Overwatch cinematics are done using 3D programs like this, they're a lot more expensive to make. This one mostly uses static drawn images. Another great technique that you can use is to reuse images. In the next scene, you'll see that some of the images are reused, and they're reused in a very creative way. The more creative way that you can use your images or reuse anything, the better. If you reuse content, you don't have to do it again. But if you think of a mental way to reuse that content, it becomes cheap. Again, if you can find a creative way to reuse content, you're going to get more aesthetic value for less work. So the scene where the tiles fall down is really well done, because what happens a few seconds later is that they reverse the video. So chances are it was made in a 3D program. They animated it and made a video of it, and then they reversed it. Anytime that you can reverse video, again, reusing it will be a great thing to do for your project. Now let's talk about the black hole. The black hole is probably one of the most expensive things to do in this trailer. And the reason is that getting particle effects to work well is really challenging. But you also see that they reuse it. They reuse the same black hole, but they change the color. This is one of the best time-saving techniques that you can use. Changing color is amazing. If you can find a way to reuse your content by changing the color creatively, you're going to get more aesthetic value. Also, if you're using particle effects, then sometimes you can tweak some of the parameters to get more variety. It's a lot easier to do this. One of the reasons why particle effects can be expensive is if you're using it in a fully 3D environment and those particle effects need to enhance whatever it is you're doing. That enhancement and that polish is extremely expensive. This is a great example of particle effects being used in a very cheap way. So this trailer is done extremely well, and there's a lot of polish, even by using all these time-saving techniques. My favorite part is when he's picking up all the rocks with the gravity. Again, they're just using static images and animating it in a computer program. So what have we learned today? Well, we've learned that no matter who you are, you're always sensitive to the time it takes to produce a project. Even if you're a billion-dollar company, you always have to keep this in mind, whether you're producing something in your bedroom or you have a few employees, or again, you're a billion-dollar company. So the lesson learned here is that you always want to find shortcuts and use them in a creative way. You want to get the most amount of aesthetic value for the least amount of time and effort. If you do this, you will be successful. Hey everybody, welcome to Bura Tech. In this episode, we're going to be asking the question, should Apple release its own game console? Alright, so if you like Bura Tech, make sure that you like and subscribe. And today's featured course is Hello Coding. Get 170 hours of content for a discounted price below. Remember that every single dollar that we get from the courses that you purchase below we put into making more content. So if you don't already know, Apple makes a ton of money with its App Store. Not only just the Mac App Store for its Mac OS ecosystem, but mostly its iOS App Store. Companies make millions to hundreds of millions to even billions of dollars on this App Store. Now, Apple has an Apple TV, but the gaming situation on Apple TV isn't very good. Should Apple make Apple TV more of a gaming console? So why hasn't Apple done this? Apple is one of the most valuable companies in the world, and oftentimes it trades places with another tech company like Microsoft. So because of this, they know what they're doing, and Apple specifically doesn't enter a market unless they think they can dominate. So Apple TV could become a game console, but the real question is why haven't they done it? The short answer is money. They need a lot of money to hire the right people and make sure that Apple TV as a game console would be successful. Personally, I think that if Apple TV were to become a game console, it would be wildly successful. Here are my 5 reasons from a developer's point of view on why I want Apple to make an Apple TV game console. First, the App Store review process is really good. Now, if you're an Android person and you like uploading to Google Play, you'll understand that Apple is a little bit more in depth. But personally, I think the app review process is quite fair. In addition, uploading to Apple is a lot better than uploading a game to any of the other consoles. The reason for this is history. To make a console game, it usually took a lot of big dollars. And not only did it take a lot of big dollars, but it took a lot of hardware as well. In fact, if you wanted to make a console game in the past, you had to buy a dev kit. And these dev kits cost a lot of money, so it was very prohibitive to actually make a console game. With Apple, the app review process is really awesome, and you can just simply make your game. My second point is that Apple already has the ecosystem to make Apple TV games good. The reason is that if you pull up Xcode, you can make a project that spans from your iPhone to your iPad to your macOS to your Apple TV. It's all done in one project. Furthermore, engines like Unity and Unreal will allow you to publish for Apple TV with simply a click of a button, and this is really awesome. In fact, this is so awesome that if you are an old developer like me, you'll realize how amazing it is. In the past, this was really challenging to do, and porting a game from system to system took a lot of time. Now, it's just simply a click of a button. Of course, there's more work that needs to be done, like setting up the game controller code, but it's way easier today than it was in the past. The third reason is that couch co-op is making a comeback. Remember playing games with your friend in the same room? Nowadays, multiplayer is done with strangers all across the world. Personally, I like this, but I have fond memories of playing with my friends in the same room. You know, we could be eating pizza, drinking pop, and having a great time. Now that people that remember this are getting older and having kids, parents want to play games with their kids, and I have a couple kids, and I would love to play games with kids as well. It would be great to have a fun family experience playing in the same room together. Imagine the experiences you can have with a great system. Because developing for the console system is so convoluted, if Apple TV made a game console and made couch co-op a priority, I'm sure it would be successful. Developers would flock to this chance if Apple promoted it. The fourth reason is that there's a lot of Apple TVs out there, and there's a lot of people used to playing on the Apple ecosystem. This seems like a natural progression that Apple could do. In fact, they could even charge a little bit more money than their iOS devices. You can play your game on your phone, on your iPad, on your Mac, or on your Apple TV. It would be one game that you could go between devices. The last reason is that I love playing games on a big HD screen. Now, I love playing the iPhone game in the airport, or for example, playing an iPad game on an airplane, but I absolutely love just sitting in a nice chair playing a really good game in front of a big screen. This is one of my favorite things to do, and it would be awesome if I could maybe play a game on a plane and then come back and play the rest of the game in front of a big screen TV. While Apple does have somewhat of an ecosystem for games, I think the potential is huge, and Apple would be unwise to not tap that potential. Now that I've talked about why I think Apple TV would be a great success, here are some suggestions to Apple specifically to make Apple TV amazing. So Apple, if you are going to make a games console, make your own custom controller. Just like Xbox or PlayStation, you need to have a really good controller that feels great to play on. I'm not talking about a third-party add-on, I'm talking about a really nice controller. Apple's known for quality, and this can be no exception. If you're gonna make a game console, please make it easy to make couch co-op games. Sometimes it's really difficult from the code level to add in different controllers and different player slots, and it can be way more confusing than you expect it to be. For example, if one controller disconnects, then there's a whole bunch of things that can happen in the game. You want to make sure that on the code level that this is really easy to handle. In fact, if you go back 10 or 15 years, some big development studios had a whole team that dealt with controller disconnects. Their whole job was to deal with how the game reacts when the controller disconnects. You want to make this really easy for the developer. Apple, if you're going to make a game console, make sure you get great third-party content. I want to be able to play Overwatch on my Apple TV, and I want to be able to play some Nintendo games, if Nintendo will allow you. Another thing that would be amazing to have on the Apple TV is nostalgic games. These are retro games, and these are games like the NES, the SNES, or the N64. I want to be able to purchase these games and maybe even play some of these games with my kids. It would be amazing to have a vast library of these games for purchase on the App Store. Remember, nostalgia is key. And last but not least, this is something that I really want Apple to do. In fact, I can make my own video about this, and I might even just do that. But please make web views available on the Apple TV. I want to be able to make a game in Construct 3 and then upload it to Apple TV. I don't see a very good reason on why this should be disallowed, but you cannot make an HTML5 and put it onto an Apple TV. If you really don't want web views, you need to find some kind of framework that will allow HTML5 games to be played on the Apple TV. This is my biggest personal gripe with developing for tvOS. I want to be able to make a game in Construct 3 and then upload it to tvOS, and right now there's no way to do that. Perhaps you could even talk to the folks at Cordova to develop a specific framework for this to happen. Hey everybody, welcome to Bura Tech. In this episode, we're going to be talking about whether you should use the Unity or Unreal Engine in 2019. Alright, so as I said, we're going to be talking about Unity and Unreal, and if you, as a beginner, should be using any of these two engines. But before we start, please be sure to like and subscribe, and if you really like this video, please share it. Today's featured course is Hello Coding. Get 170 hours of content for a discounted price below. Instead of a Patreon, we sell our courses and other products down below. And remember that every single dollar that you get down below goes into making more content. Alright, so I've been a game developer for many years, and I actually started using Unity Unreal more than 10 years ago. The engines have changed quite a bit, and the discussion around these engines has also changed quite dramatically. The question I want to answer today is whether you should start with Unity or Unreal as a beginner. Now, both these engines are amazing. It's like comparing two top-end performance sports cars. They're both going to be great, but one might be better than the other depending on your needs. But you've come to this video for more of an analysis and explanation, and I'm going to talk about that in this video. So the first thing we need to take a look at is the coding. Now, everyone should learn to code, but Unreal has Blueprints, which is the node-based logic editor. This means that you can make Unity games without coding. Unity has had this blueprint system for a while in their ecosystem. I still remember using Kismet, which is the Blueprints predecessor. Blueprints are really good, really easy to use, and now there's not really a loss of performance for using them. In the past, there was a loss of performance for using Kismet, but now there is no loss of performance, meaning that you can, in theory, make a really awesome game without coding. Now, I've used the Blueprint system for a while, and I think it's really awesome. However, if you want to make a really awesome game, then you need to use C++, which is what Unreal uses. Now, C++ is a very standard programming language when it comes to games. In fact, a lot of the games that you cherish in your childhood were probably programmed in C++. However, C++ is an older language, and as a result, a lot of things in C++ are hard to use by modern standards. However, C++ is a great language to use and is incredibly versatile. So if you want to make a game with Unreal, you can start with Blueprints and it will make development easier. However, once you get to the C++ coding, the learning curve really starts to accelerate. Unity, on the other hand, just implemented a node-based editor. Unity code is mostly written in C#, which is really easy to understand. It is way easier to use than C++. If you don't want to keep track of things like pointers or memory management, then C# is great for you. C# is a great language. In fact, I made an Xbox 360 game way back in 2010 using it. So the reality of this is that Unity has a great node-based editor. However, C# is really where you make most of your logic for your game. Remember, Remember, if you use one of these engines, it's a process and not just writing code. You have to use the editor. And picking the editor and having an efficient editor will be dramatic in terms of what kind of quality product you can produce. So if you want to produce an indie project at home, you have to be very cognizant of your time. The more time you waste, the greater chance your project will never see the light of day. Remember, you want to make the best quality game in the least amount of time. This is known as efficiency, and efficiency isn't just making things faster and better, it can also be making your project less frustrating. Coding is inherently frustrating, and you want to pick an engine that dials down this frustration as much as humanly possible. So let's take a look at the differences between Unity and Unreal in terms of the editor. In Unity, the editor is really simple and really easy to use. In contrast, Unreal has a lot of information in the editor and it can overwhelm beginners. This brings us to a philosophical difference between the editors. Unity is supposed to be simple and easy to use, but more work needs to be done to customize your game. Unreal, on the other hand, has a lot of built-in functionality already, meaning that you can get a simple game up and ready quicker, but customization will be more challenging. Now this is the point of the video where I give you my opinion on which editor you should choose. Personally, I think as a beginner in 2019, Unreal is the better choice just because it's easier to get a game up and out the door. Having said that, Unity is still really good, but if you have to pick one, I would pick Unreal. Because Unreal has so much built-in functionality, I suggest making a game around what's easy to do in Unreal. Now, it doesn't matter what engine you're using, but sometimes things are harder to do in some engines and easier to do in others. I would recommend making a game in an engine with things that are easy to do in that engine. If you can't do something, then don't. This is contrary to a lot of advice you might receive in college or school. However, in business, you want to take the path of least resistance to success. Like I've said, programming and game development is inherently difficult, so I recommend making a game as quickly as possible and making it as easy for you as possible. I have so many failed games on my hard drive and in my cloud storage that I don't want this to happen to you. Now, Apple has a similar philosophy. It makes certain things easier to do in their system and other things really hard. However, they put extra time to tailor the experience for most users. Sure, you could do something that Apple doesn't want to do, but why do you need to do it? Again, this is a matter of opinion, but making games in Unreal seems a little easier than Unity, at least right now. Now, the last thing you have to consider between Unity and Unreal is the graphics. Unreal has always had the better graphics, but over the years, Unity has really caught up and closed the gap. I still think the graphics look a bit better Unreal, but the gap, for the most part, has been closed. So if you are a beginner, don't worry about making really highly graphic games. The reason is that it's really hard to do this. You should be focusing on making a good and enjoyable game first and learning the engine. Graphics come later. Also, you have to remember that good graphics takes a ton of man hours. It can take 1,000 hours to do one character. Furthermore, it can take a team of people just to do one character. Warning, if you want to make money while learning the code, you need to stop everything and watch this video. Alright, so like I said, if you want to make money while learning to code, you need to watch this video. But before we get into that, I want to talk about today's featured course. Today's featured course is Hello Coding. Get 170 hours of content for a discounted price below. Remember that every single dollar that we get from the courses that you buy below, we put into making more content. Also, be sure to like and subscribe and hit that bell button so that you get notified for the next Bura Tech video. So we all know that learning to code will put you on a better career path. I myself get amazing job offers from amazing companies all the time. And the reason that they want me is that I have a lot of experience coding and I can actually code well. In addition, I have an insanely good portfolio that has made a lot of money over the years. So in this video, I want to talk about how you can make money while you're learning how to code. So first of all, you always need to be learning if you want to be in the tech space. The world moves so quickly and there's new frameworks that come out every day. And if you don't keep up on these new frameworks, you're going to get left behind. Over the years, there are many examples that I can point to, but I can definitely tell you that every time that I've been lazy and haven't been keeping up with the new technology, I haven't profited as much as I probably could have. I can also hear what some people are thinking right now. Isn't making money while you learn to code fundamentally wrong? The reason why people think this is they think that learning and going to school and getting a job are two separate things. But in reality, you can actually learn a ton of stuff on the job that you would never learn in school. Now this makes sense. If you're a doctor, you can't be practicing medicine or doing surgery in your first year of med school. You need to finish that degree and then become a doctor. But not all careers are like that. In business-related careers and in tech-related careers, you can start making money immediately. And I highly recommend that you take this approach to your career. More importantly, the world is moving away from a jobs-based economy to a skills-based economy. And if you're a programmer and you want to get paid, you need to have a ton of skill. So the question is how do you develop that skill and get paid at the same time? Remember that you should try and pick up some paid work before you leave your school, your boot camp, or wherever it is you're learning. And another thing is that you should probably not do free work. Now, I graduated in the recession, and believe it or not, the only work that I could find was unpaid internships. And I did a few free freelancing gigs, and I highly regret it. Nowadays, you have the option of not doing free work, and I highly recommend that you do not do any free work. You have to get paid something. So how can you make money while you're learning to code? Well, one of the easiest ways that you can make money while learning to code is to make a small course and upload it to Skillshare. Now, Skillshare isn't a scalable company. You can't build a multi-million-dollar business on Skillshare, but you can maybe make $100 a month. So if you're gonna make $100 a month on Skillshare, then perhaps you can upload a few hours of content and see what happens. Now, this is really good because if you're learning something new, then you can make a product that has code in it. You make a tutorial series, and it can be something as simple as functions in JavaScript. You can make a small 2-hour course on how to use functions in JavaScript. It's something that you can teach beginners how to do. If you do this, you'll have a product that has code in it, and that is valuable. And furthermore, if you do make $100 a month on Skillshare, that's $100 you didn't have before. You're getting paid while learning to code. Now, eventually you'll have to graduate from Skillshare because there isn't really that much money to be made on Skillshare. Chances are you'll make more money at a job or doing other things. But while you're starting out, it's great to do this. The next thing that you can do is find some small jobs on Upwork. Now, when you're learning something, you probably want to be a Python or machine learning guru before you start looking for work. This is the opposite of what you actually want to do. Chances are there's some debugging work or some QA work that needs to be done on Upwork, and you can get paid to do it. You'll learn so much just by going through the process of putting up a profile, trying to get some jobs, and actually doing the job in the first place. This is something that you cannot possibly learn in school unless they're actually giving you work to do in school. So you want to try and do a little bit of freelancing, and who knows, maybe you might strike it big and become an amazing freelancer, or you can use it as a part of your portfolio to get a better job. Now, the only thing that you need to be sure of is that you're adequately getting paid. Now, your first few jobs, you're probably not going to get paid well, but you need to get paid something. The next thing you can do is make an app or a game and upload it to the App Store. If you do this, not only will it show future employers that you can get something done, but you can actually make money, and who knows, maybe you could become really rich from doing this. It happens all the time in the App Store. The App Store is a very scalable marketplace, unlike Skillshare. So if you're looking for a job and you don't have a job, then you should make an app and upload it to the App Store, because while you're looking for a job, it shows employers that you're actually working on something. Now, even the simplest apps make a few $100s a year. Now, if you're looking from a simple hour point of view, then yes, maybe getting a job at McDonald's would pay more, but that's not the point. The point is that you need to use your spare time to create a product. And if you do this, eventually you'll see the benefits from it. I did this many times where I released a ton of apps on the iOS App Store, and while the profits from these apps were negligible, it eventually led to an amazing career. And again, I get job offers from amazing companies all the time. So if a job is the end goal for learning how to code, then you need to be constantly producing projects until you get that job. It's the best way to learn and make money at the same time. Now, I call this interning at your own company. Now, when I graduated, there were very few jobs, and I actually applied to 400 jobs and didn't really get a single good job. So I decided to intern at my own company. Now the economy and the world is in a completely different place now. If I were to transport my previous self to today, I would be a lot more successful because there's so much more opportunities to make money. In the past, there was much less opportunity unless you actually got that full-time job. The best part is that if you want to make money outside of your job, today is the best time to do it. The last tip I have for you is to try and do some work for a local company or a startup. Now this is going to require multiple things from you. First of all, you're going to actually have to get off your computer and go meet people. This is really challenging for me personally, but for other people it's very easy. You need to go meet people and just hang out with them. And you need to just basically talk to a bunch of people and get connections. Chances are there's lots of work available for you in the city that you live in. You just need to access it. And the best way to access that is to get warm connections through networking. And not only that, I have actually had some insanely good conversations over a beer with other programmers that I've never received on the job or in school. It's a great way to just talk shop and meet new people. Once you meet these new people, there's probably lots of work available for you, and who knows, it might spiral up into an amazing career. Now, the last thing that you have to remember is that when you're doing all of this work, you need to brand yourself accordingly. And every job that you get, you have to give 100%. If you don't do this, you won't make money over time. Remember that making money isn't about you, it's about the value you provide for others. And the more value that you provide for others, the more money you're gonna get paid. What you need to do is figure out what that value is and how to profit from it. Hey everybody, welcome to Bura Tech. In this episode, I'm going to be talking about the game I made for my kids, and I'm also going to be talking about all the things that I did right and all the pitfalls that I experienced along the way. Alright, before we start this video, I want you to like and subscribe to this channel. And if you really like this video, or you know someone that needs to make an app for their kids, I want you to share this video with them. Today's featured course is Coding for Parents. Learn to make games and apps for your kids. Get to learn amazing development environments such as Unity, Construct 3, Python, and you'll even get to learn machine learning. This is the #1 course that you need to have if you want to make games for your kids. Remember, this course doesn't cost money, it makes money because you can upload the games that you make for your kids to the App Store so tens of thousands of other kids can as well. So I've been making games for years, and when I had kids, I basically said to myself, yeah, I can make games for them as well, depending on what their needs are. Now, not everybody can do this, and that's why I put out this featured course. So as a result, I made a game for my toddler, and it's called Flappy Learn Preschool. So chances are, if you don't have kids, you've never played kids games before, and you'll realize as soon as you start to download a few of them that they're completely different from the rest of the App Store and the rest of the games that are currently being produced. The #1 reason why they're different is because games that adults and teenagers consume usually have big scopes and big budgets, whereas kids games do not have that big scope or big budget. And there's a very good reason for this. First of all, as adults and teenagers, you expect a lot from your games. You expect the games to have a certain amount of functionality, playability, and they need to be a certain size. Whereas kids don't really care that much, and their limited scope of the world is very small, so you're allowed to make a smaller scope game. Now, I'm not saying that adults only require big scope games. In fact, there's a lot of indie games out there that are small scope that are absolutely amazing. I'm just saying that generally people want bigger scope games when they're older. They might want a big bang for the buck, or they might even want to use the freemium model. Now, freemium model for kids is a whole different thing. We'll be talking about that later. So another thing that becomes completely apparent when you become a parent is that games are made for specific age groups. Now, if your game age group is too low, your kid's probably gonna get bored, and if it's too high, they're probably gonna get frustrated. And of course, the scope that kids can play is completely all over the map, but you have to get it right. So making a game for a 10-year-old versus a 2-year-old is gonna be a completely different experience because 10 and 2 are completely different. Now, there's some overlap. Making a game for a 2-year-old or a 4-year-old might have some similarities, but essentially you want to nail down your age group to 2 to 3 years. If you can do this effectively, your game will be very well received. It also helps if you know kids or have kids to test your game with, which is the case that I had. I tested my game and I found out there were many things that worked and many things that didn't work. In fact, the things that I thought would work actually didn't work out very well, and the things that didn't work I thought would work out really well. So you never know what will happen until you get your game or app into the tester's hands, and more specifically into the right tester's hands in the right age group. So let's take a look at the game that I made for my toddler. The game is called Flappy Learn Preschool, and once you interact with objects, you'll see the word printed on the screen, and the sound of the word will come out of the speakers. Now again, I have many years of design and development experience, and I'm going to go through the choices that I made for the specific age group that I am targeting. So if you look at the gameplay, the mechanics are similar to Flappy Bird. Now they're not exactly the same because I tried to make them exactly the same as Flappy Bird, but when I tested it, it didn't work out very well. So what I had to do was modify it for the age group. And this is one big tip that I have for any aspiring developer. It doesn't matter if you're making kids games or not. You have to find a way to make your game feel organic in the tester's hands. In this case, it wasn't working out very well and my kid got a little frustrated, so I changed it. And you'll notice that the mechanic of moving is not the same. And the reason is that I tested it and it didn't work out the way I wanted it to. Now another thing that I noticed that kids games do is they allow the kid to choose a character, and there are a lot of different characters. In Flappy Learn Preschool, we did a lot. Now you don't have to have this many if you want to make a game for your kid, but you should probably have a few. The reason is that choosing a character makes the experience better. And if you can make your characters a little bit more oddball or something that's not exactly standard, that is a good thing. For example, my favorite character is the flying pig. So one of the things you have to be incredibly cognizant of is the animations that you put in your game. Animations are usually really expensive. Now, they're not expensive in money, they're expensive in time. And most of us are used to looking at big budget movies with $100 million budgets. Now, if you have $100 or $200 million at your disposal, chances are the animations are going to be amazing. So if you're making a game in your spare time, you will not be able to compete with this. So you want to find as many shortcuts to the animation as possible. Now, if you look at the animations in Flappy Learn Preschool, they're fairly simple, but they get the job done. We'll be talking about art and aesthetics later, and this is a great time to talk about the game scope. Now, over the years, I've made a lot of games and I've seen a lot of games fail. And these are not just games from other people, but they're my own personal games. Now, the number one thing that can absolutely tank a game is to make your game scope too big, or to be constantly adding to the scope. If you've watched a lot of Bura Tech videos, you'll understand that I talk about this a lot. So generally, when you make a game, and especially if it's your first game, you want to reduce the scope as much as humanly possible. The reason is that even if you reduce your scope, it will probably be much harder to get that game out the door than you think it is. And this is a lesson that is best learned when you have 1, 2, or 10 games that have failed because of this reason. Generally, the scope of your game should be as small as possible. The scope of Flappy Learn Preschool is very small, but it is effective. And as a developer, you want to be thinking about how to make your game or app effective and not big. There's a huge difference between that line of thinking. Just because your game is bigger and has more features doesn't mean it's going to be better. On another note, since this game is educational, you want to maximize the educational value of the game. It's not about features, it's about maximizing the effect of the game. This is the number one tip that I hope you walk away from in this video. So even this simple game took me, an experienced developer, longer to make than I originally expected. And even when I finished the game, there were still a few bugs that I had to iron out. And these bugs are mostly due to iPhone screen sizes. So if you're working on your game in your spare time, make a small and simple, effective game. You'll thank me later once it reaches the App Store. So let's talk about the game itself and the content that's in it and the choices that I made to help my kid learn. Now, if you've ever been around toddlers, a lot of times they don't know what everything is because they're small and they're still learning and they can't really say things properly. My kid, as of this video, can't really say words properly, and that's why I made this game. So let's take a look at the game. The character interacts with an object, and when that object disappears, there's a little bit of a start explosion. Now, once that object disappears, the words are printed on the screen. Now, this is important because once the kid gets a little bit older and they understand letters, they'll be learning spelling as well. So not only do we have the object, which if you look at a lot of books and apps for kids, you'll see that just picking the object, like this is a scooter or this is a turnip, that is a whole game in itself. So I decided to take the Flappy Bird mechanics and apply it to those kinds of games. And most importantly, when the printed words come up on the screen, the right pronunciation of the word is put through the speakers. This is important because when kids are developing speech, they don't understand how to do it yet. And if they hear it over and over again, they'll figure out the best way to do it. Now, on that note, I also do have some functionality to turn off the background music and to turn off the sound effects, because as a kid's game, you need to have this because sound effects can be really annoying to parents sometimes. So I always recommend to have an option to turn off sound effects and to turn off the background music. So for this particular app, I decided to make 6 levels with 6 different kinds of objects. And I think this is plenty because the kids can choose which objects they like. Now, the best part about this particular game is that if it's insanely successful, then I can start localizing this into other languages. And not only does it become a game for preschoolers, then the scope of the game is made for a larger target audience. They're for people that are learning different languages. Now, I'm not going to pay for localization if it's not a success. If it's not a success, you shouldn't double down on the production. If it is somewhat successful, then you want to double down on production, because if the game isn't successful, then I'll make another game and hopefully that one will be more successful. Of course, I have high hopes that this game is going to be insanely successful. And that's another tip that I have for you developers out there. You shouldn't localize into different languages unless you actually speak the language. The reason is that it's a lot of work to do and it will delay your release date. Now, you want to get your game into as many hands as possible so that people can give you feedback. And you want people to enjoy your game. So by delaying that release date, both of those things won't happen. So let's talk about the art and then we'll talk about the pricing. So the art is really simple and it's done like that by design. So unless you watch a lot of kids movies or kids TV shows or read a lot of kids books, you'll notice that the art is all over the place. Some of it is insanely simple, some of it is actually not even that good, and other art is incredibly amazing. You'll have books that are meticulously painted and absolutely a joy to look at, and you'll have other books that are incredibly simple but effective, and then you'll have some books that just don't look very good at all, and you wonder how they even got to sell this in the first place. So the point with any kind of aesthetic is that if you adhere to your own rules, it will work out. And with kids games, you get a lot more leeway in this than, let's say, other games. And a lot of times when I look at portfolios from junior developers and junior game designers, I find that a lot of people don't adhere to their own aesthetic. They use different color schemes, they use completely different color themes, they also have art that doesn't quite fit. If you make an aesthetic value that fits together, your game will look good. So let's talk about the pricing. The freemium model on the App Store is probably one of the best ways to make money. In fact, all the top apps use the freemium model. However, when it comes to kids games, a lot of parents don't like their kids seeing ads. And parents are actually more likely to pay a little bit more money for an app that has no ads. Now, Flappy Learn Preschool has no freemium option, it's just a fixed price. Now, the price for this game is less than $1. So for the comfort of knowing that there are going to be no ads, there's going to be an upfront fee. And this is good for me as a developer because I get money right away. Now, a lot of parents will download their apps, but you know what? If you ever see your kid interact with some kind of app and they touch an ad, the kid will start crying because, well, they're not in the game anymore. So that's a very bad user experience. And personally, I think ads for kids games, especially young kids games, is a very bad user experience. So I think a lot of parents know this and they're willing to pay a few bucks for an app. So in conclusion, Flappy Learn Preschool is a simple game for toddlers. It is meticulously designed from a person who's had years of development experience. So I think the best thing about this game is that I personally got to make a game for my kid to suit her needs. Hey everybody, welcome to Bura Tech. In this episode, I'm going to be talking about the game that I made in just 7 hours. Alright, so let's talk about the game that I made in 7 hours. But before we do that, I want to make sure that you like and subscribe. And if you really like this video, please share it. Also, to support the channel, we don't do a Patreon, so you can buy the game that I'm talking about below, or you can buy the courses that we are known for. And if you really like the channel, you could subscribe. We have monthly options, yearly options, and lifetime access options. The best way to support this channel is to buy the products below. Every dollar that we get from the money that you give us, we put into production. So as I've said before, I made a game in 7 hours, and I want to show you all the tips and tricks that I've learned along the way to make a game really fast. Now, if you've been following me for many years, I've always said that you should try to get the most enjoyable game out there for the least amount of time and money. By doing this, you will maximize your productivity and your time. Because game development and software development is inherently difficult, and you don't want to waste your time on useless tasks. So since I've been building games for many years, even I had some pitfalls in this project. In fact, I thought this game would take maybe 4 or 5 hours to make, but it took 7 hours. Now, one thing I want to let you know is that this 7 hours wasn't done in one day. It was done over a series of days. The reason is that I have a lot of other tasks running a company, and I only have a little bit of time. This is great news for you, because even if you spend 30 minutes to an hour a day, that time adds up. In theory, if you just spent an hour a day for 7 days, then you can do the same thing that I have. In fact, you could probably do a better job, because I'm about to tell you what went right and what went wrong. So first things first, I needed to find a game that people would enjoy to play and that would be easy to produce. Now, obviously, I can't make a game like Fortnite or Overwatch in 7 hours, but I can make something simple and casual for the mobile market. This is arguably where you want to start if you're a beginner. Making a simple casual game will make you learn everything you need to know about game design, programming, and product management. Making a big scope game will not be good for your first project. You want to start really small. In fact, you want to start really small and then go down a few notches and start there. Game development is inherently difficult, so you want to pick a small scope project to get used to being able to publish a project. So let's take a look at some of the gameplay. This game is a handcrafted level that is very difficult to traverse. So this game is really hard, and it's supposed to target the people that like really hard games. As a result, this game was actually relatively simple. There are pits, there are spikes, and if you run into a wall, you die anyway. Now, just because it's simple doesn't mean it's bad. I needed to figure out something that could be done in 7 hours, and again, I actually thought it would take a little less time. So even though this game looks simple, it can be deceptively difficult. The biggest thing that took the most amount of time was actually the level design, and the level design took a lot more time than I thought it would. When you make a handcrafted level, make sure that you have a lot of time set to go and make the level and test the level. Because when you make the level, it takes a lot of time, and when you test that level, it takes even more time. So this is just a one-level game, but at the same time, it is rather difficult to produce. So if you've been taking my courses for years, you know I like to start off with a game that doesn't really look good and to make sure that everything within that game is working. So I started out with basic shapes and frankly a game that didn't really look good. Now, lots of times people will do this, and I recommend that you do it this way. You want to make sure that your game is fun before you add in any art. Now, over the years, I've always subscribed to the code, do the art, and then completely finish the game. But as I've grown and as I've made more games, this is a iterative process. So you want to maybe code, do some art, see if the art leads to any new gameplay ideas, and then do that process over and over again. Now, if you're making a bigger game, I would recommend doing it this way. However, if this is your first game, then I would recommend just picking a concept and trying to get that out the door. In fact, oftentimes you want to subtract from your game to get it out the door. This is incredibly contrary to what a lot of people will tell you, but I can tell you that over the years that if you make a lot of very simple games, you'll actually be a better game developer than if you make one really huge game. So I like to call this subtractive production. So let's say you have a game and it has, let's say, 10 features here, and you'll find out that maybe 2 of the 10 features are really hard to make. What should you do at that point? Should you spend a lot of time to get those 2 features out, or should you cut it and make your game simpler and smaller scope? Now, I personally like to cut out those items and get the game out there because, again, people will not like my game if it's sitting on my hard drive. I've had so many games where I've tried to get those 2 items out there and to finish the game to my original specifications, only to have it not be released for one reason or another. So in the end, it's not about how many features your game has, it's whether or not the game is going to be fun to play. So a lot of the beginning work ended up being making sure the jump arcs were just right, the gravity was just right, and making sure that the game played. And I wanted to make sure that the game played on multiple devices. Now, I haven't mentioned it, but I am using Construct 3, which is my favorite game engine to use to make this game. So with Construct 3, there's this really easy option where you can mobile preview, where it literally gives you a QR code and you can test it on your iPhone, your iPad, or whatever device you want. Now, I did this, and you always want to test it on all devices before you add anything else, because you have to get that right. If it doesn't work on all devices immediately, then it's going to be a bigger problem later down the road. The reason is as you add more content, you might have to do more work to get it to play on all devices. It simply isn't just clicking a button and exporting it. There's work that needs to be done. And this goes for every kind of game engine and not just Construct 3. Luckily, Construct 3 is the fastest and my favorite, so that's why I use it. So once I made the levels and I got all the functionality and most of the technical aspects out of the way, I wanted to pick a color scheme and do the art. Now, when it came to picking an aesthetic, I wanted to pick something that was easy to do and looked good. And I actually picked up something that was really interesting in this game. So this is the biggest tip I have for you. If you are consistent in your aesthetic, or if you do something that's opposite and you do it purposefully, it will be a major success. Oftentimes when I see beginners pick their aesthetic or they make their art, the art and the aesthetic tends to clash. So I'm going to go over the aesthetic choices that I made with the art, and I'm also going to tell you why it was easy to make. So let's take a look at the character. Now, character animation can be really difficult. So what I decided to do was pick an 8x8 aesthetic. If you don't know, when you make pixel art, you usually make characters within a certain kind of canvas size. So there are 8x8 characters, there are 16x16 characters, 32 and 64. Now this heralds back to the days when you can only use these kind of palettes to get your game to actually work on the consoles itself. This is of course due to limited resources. So picking an 8x8 aesthetic works out really well, and I recommend doing the 8x8 aesthetic. Now, when it comes to modern games, this game is actually not a retro game where it has something like 256 characters by 256 characters. For example, the Nintendo, that's what the screen size was. So this game is an HD game, but it happens to have an old aesthetic. So what I did is I went into Construct's pixel editor, I made the art, and then I scaled it up. And this was a really good thing to do. Now, when it comes to those specific canvases that I talked about before, for example, the 8x8 or the 16x16, what I like to do is that is the general template. And if you have to move outside of it, for example, the helmet horns are too big, or there's a cape, or there's a spear or something that needs to have something else or a bigger canvas, then you're more than allowed to do it. Remember, you don't have the restrictions of the past, and you shouldn't necessarily adhere to those restrictions. In fact, games that do this, like Shovel Knight, pay homage to this aesthetic, and they don't actually follow it strictly. And this is something that you want to do as well. So once I got the character, I had to animate it. Now, animating a character can be really, really complicated, but I decided to make it fairly simple. Now, the animations, I think, look very good, and they weren't that hard to do. In fact, I did have to maybe discard a few animations that looked terrible. The hardest part for me in this game was getting the arms to work. Now, I decided to have this character hold a sword, and the reason I did that was to make sure that he was running to something. If you don't want to animate the mouth, put the character in a helmet and you don't have to do that animation. It's a cheap trick, and if you know a game that has done this, please post it in the comments down below. I'll be interested to see what those games are. Now let's take a look at some of the foreground game objects, such as the blocks and the spikes. Now, since this game is an 8x8 aesthetic, mostly, I decided to make the blocks 8x8 as well. So I picked this block, and it's a very nice looking block, and it works out really well. Now, I also needed to, at this time, make sure that the scrolling speed wasn't too fast, because if it's too fast, it would be a little bit disorienting to the player. So I went through several prototypes of the block, and this block that I chose was the best one that didn't disorient the player. I also made a spike into that 8x8 aesthetic, and it looked pretty good. So at this point in time, I had to pick a color scheme. Now, this game is a monochromatic game, meaning that it's basically just one color. Now, I can make games with multiple colors, and I've made games with all these different kinds of colors, but for this particular game, I decided to make it monochromatic, and the color I picked was purple. I think it's a very good aesthetic, and I think the game looks really nice. One of the things you have to understand about picking a color scheme is that you don't want to be too literal. You can take a look at some of the old NES games, especially the early ones, where they said, you know, metal has to be gray or it has to be black. And in future games, you'll see that the metal is purple or yellow. It's something that's a little bit different. So when it comes to picking a color scheme, you don't want to be super literal on it. Now, the monochromatic scheme is by far the easiest, and I thought this complemented the easiness and the simplicity of the 8x8 aesthetic that I used in the character. Now, when it comes to picking aesthetics and when it comes to making a game, everything has to be organic. So the complement of the simple color scheme to the simple art does make a difference. If I made the color scheme really complicated, it wouldn't be as good. So this gets into my next point. One of the biggest things that you need to understand in game development and pretty much all development is the word juxtaposition, and that is comparing one object to another side by side. So since we're comparing different objects, for example, we have the character and we have the foreground, I wanted to juxtapose that with something different in the background. Now, I had experimented with a pixel art background, but it didn't look as good. So I said to myself, why don't I just make a vector background and see what happens? And if you're making a game, you have to try things or else progress won't be made. Now, making backgrounds is actually pretty easy. You can have hills and then maybe even bigger hills than mountains in the background, and you can even have mountains behind that. So you can have as many different layers as you want. Now, the big tip that I have here is that the closer the hills or the object, the more dark it needs to be. So the hills in the foreground have to be darker than the hills in the background. And if you go to a mountain region, you can see this for yourself. So when it comes to this game, I actually picked an archetype in the gaming world. Now, gaming is old enough to have these archetypes. So what I did is I put a castle in the background, and this is an homage to Castlevania games. In fact, Shovel Knight does the exact same thing where they put a castle in the background. The famous end credits to Castlevania have this, and I decided to put it in my game. Not only that, there is just a little bit of narrative. There is a knight running, perhaps he's running to that castle in the background, which is exactly what the narrative in these other games are doing as well. So at this point, I had a game pretty much ready to go, but there was a lot more that needed to be done. For instance, we needed to make a heads-up display, and we also needed to add the pause mechanics. So what I did is I actually made the GUI mechanics to be a completely different color. In fact, they're white so that they pop out. And I picked the text and I picked this really cool font and I made the font purple to adhere to that monochrome aesthetic. I think the juxtaposition of the gray buttons against the background stands out really well. Remember, you can make your own rules, but sometimes if you break the rules in just the right way in your own aesthetic, it actually works out really well. So adding the pause mechanic was actually really simple until I got to the sound, which was actually something I got hung up. So let's talk about the music. So I've been using FL Studio since 1999, and I absolutely love the program. So what I decided to do was make an upbeat track that worked with this game. Now, again, sometimes you don't have to put in the right type of music with the game. So I could have made a very symphonic soundtrack that's similar to what you would hear in the medieval era, or I could even just take some medieval music and put it in the game. I don't think that would be a good idea. There are lots of times if you pick a different aesthetic of music, it makes the experience a lot better. The best example of this would be Guardians of the Galaxy. Putting 70s funk and pop music into a science fiction setting worked out surprisingly well. So I'm using that same concept in my game here by adding an upbeat electronic music to this game. Also, upbeat electronic music is very easy to compose, so I highly recommend that you do it too. Remember, I tried to make this game in as little time as possible, so I wanted to pick all the tricks that would make it work. Symphonic music is really difficult to make, and if you wanted to make music that was very similar to the medieval era, that would probably even take a little bit longer. The reason is that those musics are a lot harder to compose to begin with, and electronic music is, well, relatively easy. But just because it's easy, it doesn't mean it's bad. So whenever I make video game music, I always make the music with really, really hot synths. And what I mean by that is that the synths are really piercing and they really stand out. They are hot. They are lead synths. And over the years, I've had a lot of people say that that kind of choice is annoying. So what I always do is I always bring it down and I always change the synths at the end to something that's a little less hot, because the music in a video game has to be a part of the background. It can't be the main. So if you want to make game music that sounds like club music, it doesn't necessarily work. So there are more things that you have to do to make the music work better in the game. So now I've added the music to the game, and getting the pause to work and getting the music to turn on and off, which is a feature that you always have to have in your game, was a little bit more challenging than I thought it would be. Even though I've done this a lot of times, it was just a little more challenging, and I probably spent way too much time on this task. So now we're nearing the end of this game here, and believe it or not, the polishing part is really hard. Now, I probably spent maybe 2 or 3 hours just on polishing, moving things up, making sure sure everything's just right to get this game out there. And this polishing part is usually the hardest part of the game. Now that's why you want to pick a small scope game, because if the game is really, really complicated, then this polishing is going to take a lot more time. Now I know this, but at this point in time, I had spent maybe about 4 hours, and then the other 3 hours were just spent on polishing. I know it seems a little bit silly to do this, but if I didn't do this, then the game wouldn't be as good as it is. So now, after all is said and done, I had to make an icon, and then I uploaded it to the App Store. I picked some images, and I got my assistant to write a really awesome sales copy. So let's recap this video. So I made a game in 7 hours, and it took a little bit longer than I thought. So the polishing part took the longest time, and I could only get this game out there in 7 hours if the game was really simple. I thought this game was really well done, and I made some really good decisions that both complemented the simple style of game and even to make this YouTube video. Remember that the best projects have everything working together. The code works with the art, and the art works with the marketing, and everything just works so well to become a success. Hey everybody, welcome to Bura Tech. In this episode, we're gonna be asking the question, which engine should you use if you wanna make a 2D game? Should you use Construct 3 or Unity? All right, welcome back. Now, before we start this video, I want to make sure that you like and subscribe. And if you really like this video, please share it. Also, please check out the links down below for the courses. We don't do a Patreon on this channel. Instead, we sell our online products. Remember that every dollar that we get from the products down below goes into making more content. All right, so let's talk a little bit about the engines itself and what you can expect. So the topic of this video is whether you should use Construct 3 or Unity to make a 2D game. Now this isn't a 3D game because Construct 3 doesn't have 3D functionality. This is specifically a 2D game. Which engine is better? Disclaimer, both of these engines are really good, and a lot of times when it comes to picking the right engine, it's all about personal preference. If you like one engine over the other, that's completely okay. But for this video, I'm going to be going through the pros and cons of each engine, and then I'm going to give you my opinion on which engine you should use. So let's talk about Unity 3D first. Now, Unity 3D is an amazing engine. In fact, it's one of the best engines out there, and a lot of games are made on it. Now, because there's been a lot of games that have been made on Unity 3D, there's a lot of documentation and there's a lot of support out there. Chances are, if you need to do something, there's some source code out there for you. In addition, Unity 3D is a very robust engine, and if you want to do something that is literally anything in your game, chances are you can do that for you. Now, I remember when Unity 3D was just literally Unity 3D and it didn't have a 2D option, and they added the 2D feature. Basically what it was is a 3D game, but the camera is situated kind of on top of a table. And on that table, you had different objects. Now, this is a really good advantage to using Unity 3D because then you can zoom in and zoom out of your game. In fact, you probably see a lot of 2D games that do this. They're a simple platformer game, but you can zoom in and zoom out, and sometimes they have a different level behind the current level, and you can kind of swap in between the two. There's a lot of features that can be used by having this camera situated in this way. So when you think of a Unity 2D game, it's really a 3D game, but the camera is situated in such a way, versus, let's say, a 3D game where the camera can go in all 3 dimensions. Now with Unity 3D, it uses C#, and C# is a very good programming language, and it's fairly easy to use. It's easier than C++, but over the years there have been new programming languages such as Swift that are even easier to use than C#. So even though C# is really easy to use, there are better options out there. Like I said before, you can pretty much do anything you want in Unity 3D because it's so robust. Sometimes this overwhelms beginners because the engine is so incredibly robust that there are too many options. Now, it's easy to get overwhelmed when you're making your first game, so if you follow this channel and you followed me over the years, I recommend making a very simple game first and pushing that release button before you make your big game. In fact, if you do this a few times, then you'll actually become a better game developer. If you make 10 small games, you'll be a better programmer than if you make one really large game, even if it takes the same amount of time. So Unity has a lot of functionality where you can add scripts and you can add materials and you can make your sprites work extremely well. It is a very good engine. So what are some other features that are really good with Unity 3D? Well, Unity 3D has a huge asset store where you can buy a lot of assets and you can look at some source code as well. Now, personally, I don't like buying templates to use in an actual game, a commercial game that is, and that's a story for another time, but you can buy these templates and look at the source code and reverse engineer how they work. work. This is probably the best use of templates in my opinion, but if you do like templates, there's a lot of templates out there. In addition, there's a lot of art out there on the asset store that you can use. This is good news because you can prototype your game with placeholder art and it doesn't look very bad. And the last thing that Unity 3D is amazing at is exports. You can pretty much export your game everywhere. Now, in the past, if you've ever been a game developer, it's been very difficult to export to different locations. In fact, oftentimes you might have to rewrite the entire game from scratch just to put it on a different system. That is no longer the case. Having said that though, there are some features that you have to add in at the code level to make your game work on, let's say, an Apple TV versus an iPhone versus an Xbox. They're all different devices and they will require code level support. However, the major technical parts of distributing to all of these different systems has been largely taken care of by Unity. Unity is completely free, but if you want the pro features, it does cost quite a bit of money. This is to be expected as Unity puts in a lot of their money that they get right back into development, and it absolutely shows. So Unity is a great engine, but let's talk about some of the cons of using Unity. Well, the biggest con is that programming in C#, while it's easy, can be very difficult and can be very frustrating at times. In addition, if you are making a very simple, casual mobile game that's 2D, then perhaps Unity might be a bit too complex for that. So sometimes in the past when I have used Unity, I wanted to do some things that were really simple, but they ended up being way more complicated than I thought they would be. So sometimes the code isn't as intuitive as you might expect it to be, and because C# is an older language, some of the paradigms are becoming outdated. Now, I would personally love it if Swift was in Unity. Now, I know that's very controversial, but I like Swift. So in conclusion, Unity is a great engine, however, it can be frustrating at times. So let's talk about Construct 3 and why it is so awesome. So if you've been following me for many years, you know that I'm a fan of Skira and I'm a fan of Construct. In fact, my first online course that I made was about Construct 2 way back in 2011. Construct 2 was amazing and Construct 3 is a lot better. Let's talk about some of the pros of Construct 3. Now, the number one pro about Construct 3 is that it is so incredibly easy to use. In fact, I can make a game in Construct 3 at maybe 1/10 the time it takes in other engines, just because it's so simple and it's built for speed. Now, if you want to release a game, you want to do it as fast as possible without compromising quality. And you also want to do this without making sure that you are frustrated, because coding and game development is inherently frustrating, and you should pick an engine that takes all that frustration out for you. Now, Unity does this, but I think Construct does it even better. Making a game in Construct is fairly easy and fairly effortless. Oftentimes, when I use Construct 3, it is the easiest engine that I can ever use to get the job out there. Not only is Construct 3 easy to use, but it has an incredibly robust set of tools. In fact, oftentimes when I make a game in Construct 3, I rarely require extra tools, that is extra add-ons. And even if I do require extra add-ons, there's a huge add-on library that you can use if you need to. So even then, I still don't necessarily need to use these add-ons because most of the games I build from scratch, but it's nice to have them if I need to. There's also a lot of effects that you can add onto your game to make it look more polished and to give it that extra bit of shine. One of the things I love about Construct 3 is the tile set editor. Now, the tile set editor is incredible, and I think it's really easy if you want to make a retro game. In fact, I would say if you really want to go for the retro aesthetic, Construct 3 is probably the best engine to use, hands down. You'll be able to get your retro game out there faster and with less frustration than pretty much any other engine. The tile set is a huge part of this. It's very easy to use and it has a robust set of features. In addition to the tile set, Construct 3 has its own pixel art editor, which I think is really good. Now, there's a few issues. For example, the background doesn't necessarily have that Photoshop feel where the external part of the palette is one color and the pixels are each a square, but it's not perfect. I do really like it. In fact, I like making the art in pixel editor. In fact, you can take a look at this game that I made in just 7 hours using Construct 3. I used the pixel art editor to make most of the art in that game, including the animations. So overall, Construct 3 is a very robust engine with a ton of features, and it's really easy to get your game out there. Now let's talk about some of the cons in Construct 3. The major con in Construct 3 is that it's not necessarily a 3D engine like Unity is, but a 2D engine, and which means that it's very hard to pan in between different levels, just like Unity does. Now Construct has a workaround for this, which is Z-order scaling, but it's not quite the same. The second biggest con is that in order to make games for different platforms, such as the App Store or Xbox, etc., you have to wrap an HTML5 product within a wrapper, which will then deploy it to the system. Now this is way more complicated than it needs to be, and this is because Construct 3 only exports to JavaScript. So having said that, there are a lot of options, but at the end of the day, there are some options that are not simply there. I can't upload to the Apple TV, for instance, because Apple TV doesn't have web views, and this is something I really wish Apple would fix. I'd love to make a game in Construct 3 and be able to port it to the Apple TV. So those are the two major cons with Construct 3. Construct 3 does have a store which is not nearly as big as Unity, but at the end of the day, it's not really as important because I personally like making my games from scratch, and I recommend that you always make your games from scratch as well, just because templates actually slow down the process, and this is something that I recommend that you do. So overall, Construct 3 is really easy to use. It does lack some export options, and sometimes you might not be able to make the 2D game that you want in the same way that you would in Unity 3. So now's the time for my opinion on which engine you should use. The engine you should use is Construct 3, and the reason is that it is so incredibly easy and effortless to get your game out there. I can't stress enough how awesome Construct 3 is and how easy to use it is. And I say that a lot, and it's because it's true. I've been making games for a long time, and Construct 3 is the engine I thought would never exist. Now, at the end of the day, Unity is a great game engine, and if you like it, then you can absolutely use it. I just personally like Construct 3. The last thing I love about Construct 3 is that you don't need to install anything. You can just simply go to Chrome, type in editor.construct.net, and everything is done for you there. You can save to the cloud, everything is done, all the exports are done in that cloud system. It's awesome. Hey everybody, welcome to Bura Tech. In this episode, we're gonna be talking about the website that I built in just 3 hours and why it took such a long time. All right, welcome back. So before we start the video, I wanna make sure that you like and subscribe, and if you really like this video, please share it. Also, please check out the products down below. Remember, this channel doesn't do a Patreon. Instead, we sell digital products, and every dollar that we get from the products down below goes into making more content. All right, so like I said, I made a website in 3 hours, and just 3 hours, but it probably took me a little bit longer, and I'm gonna explain all the pitfalls that I experienced along the way. Now, one thing to remember is that I am an experienced developer. In fact, I started coding way back in 1997. That was a very long time ago, and since then, things have changed. In fact, you have to be so cognizant of changes in the industry that even things that I was doing 3 years ago are sometimes obsolete. The best example of this is Swift UI. I've been designing Apple apps for a long time, and in this recent edition of Xcode, they've gone away with the storyboard format and replaced it with Swift UI. And I remember going into Xcode and saying, oh, I can build an app in a very short amount of time, and then all of a sudden Swift UI was there and I had to relearn everything. So as a developer, you always have to relearn new things because technology constantly changes. That's why this simple website, which you can see here, took such a long time. It took me about 3 hours to build from start to scratch. And if you look at it, it's insanely simple. And I'm going to talk about why I made it so simple, and again, why it took such a long time. So let's talk about why I made it so simple. Now, I've been developing websites for a very long time, and I've built tons of websites in my day. Now, over the years, there have been more and more frameworks being added to web development. There's been different kinds of website builders that you can use. And I said, you know what? It's not worth it. I actually went through several iterations of my personal website before this simple website, and it was too complicated. Something was either too complicated to do or it would take such a long time, and you know what? I looked at a few other websites that were really simple, and I said, why don't I build a simple website? A website is just a place where people can go learn about you, and maybe get into contact with you. That is pretty much it. If you're a photographer, maybe you have a portfolio, but you know what? I just wanted something simple, and I love minimalism, so this really speaks to me. There's another thing about web development today. There are lots of frameworks that you can use and lots of different plugins, and you can even use WordPress templates, etc. Now, if you're building a really robust website with checkouts and a lot of other functionality is needed, then you have to go down this road. However, if you're making something simple, why complicate it? So I built this purely with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. I didn't use anything else, and I built it completely from scratch. Now, like I said, I've been coding for a long time, but I haven't coded in web development in a fairly long time, meaning that some of my knowledge was obsolete. So this particular website uses CSS grids, which is a fairly new addition to the web development ecosystem. Now, part of the reason why this took 3 hours to make is that I had to update my knowledge into learning how CSS grids work. Now, sometimes it might take people 3 hours just to learn how CSS grids work, but over the years, I have found really good ways to learn things quickly. In fact, that's what my training website, Mammoth Interactive, does. It gets people to learn things as quickly as possible. So I know how to learn things as quickly as possible, and since I was a freelancer in the past, I know that whenever you spend too long doing something, you're actually losing money. I've never lost that mentality. Now, I wanted it to be simple, and over the years, I know how to get a great product out there. And the way to do that is rapid prototyping. That is building as many prototypes and as many different iterations as possible to see which one is the best iteration. Now, I could spend 3 months on this website and do iteration after iteration because I know that's how you get a really good product. But this, I wanted to see if I could do it in 2 or 3 hours. In fact, I tried to do it in 2 hours and it didn't quite work. So this also touches on something else that is really important when you get good at something. It's possible to be too good at something. And this is something that a lot of people don't understand, and it sounds fairly counterintuitive. So let's take a look at a real world example. Let's say you're a really good web developer and you want to get a job at a web development company. Now, the web development company only needs a certain standard and a certain paycheck, but you are clearly above both of those. Now, you might think that the web development company might just hire you because you're way better than the other candidates, but oftentimes, especially in business and especially in this scenario, if there's a certain price point and a certain expectation plus a bunch of other options, they might not hire you because you are too good. This happens way more often than people expect, and it's a good example of how you can be too good or too qualified for a specific role. So in this particular example, I know, again, how to get a good website out there, and I could spend hours and days or weeks on just something simple like this, because I know that iterations make a better website. But I wanted to do it as quickly as possible, and I had to kind of take myself out of my experience and think about this problem from a more beginner's point of view. So what I had to do was get something out there that a beginner would get out there, because a beginner wouldn't have all the experience that I had. Now, another reason that this took so long is that, again, I haven't done web development for a while. If I was fresh off a web development contract or a freelancing gig, or I've been doing it day in and day out, this would have taken much less time. Because I haven't done web development in such a long time, I had to metaphorically dust off the web development book in my brain, which means that I had to kind of open it up and kind of refresh my memory on how all this works. Because as a developer, I work on game development engines, I work on web development projects, I work on app development projects, I work on machine learning projects, I work on a ton of different projects, and sometimes I forget some of the information that I learned in the past. This is fairly normal. If you've ever learned a language that's a real spoken language and you don't use it every day and you forget, it's the same kind of scenario. So back to the website, I wanted to pick a very simple design, and let's just talk a little bit about the design here. So I wanted to have a few different options with a few different text options on there. So I wanted to have my name, of course, plus the contact information and things that I'm currently doing. Now, all of this can be done and seen very clearly within this particular website. It's very easy, it's very simple, and you know what the best part is? It actually takes a very small time to load. This isn't really that big of a problem, but it used to be a big problem, and you know what? Sometimes a fast loading website is a good thing. So the other thing that I did was pick a simple font. So I watched this video on typography, which you should totally go check out. And this video made a really good example on how you can use simple fonts effectively. And I was so impressed with it that I decided to just use it in my website. The font in this website is just Helvetica, and I use different font weights, which is either bold or thin or regular, to accentuate the certain parts. For example, my name is in bold, the heading's in bold, etc. Also, I use different sizes of the text to make sure that everything looked proportionally. I would say the biggest problem that I had with this particular project, again, was the CSS grid because I wasn't so familiar using it. In fact, I made the CSS grid using this website, which you can see here, and it basically made the framework that I needed. I had to go through 3 or 4 different prototypes to make it work, but it eventually worked. Lastly, the hardest thing about development today is to get things to work on different size devices. So some people are going to be viewing this on their iPad, some people are going to be viewing this on their computer, maybe some people are viewing it on a console, and some people are viewing it on a very obsolete phone. So today you have to account for those different types of devices with queries in CSS. So as you can see, I built a website in 3 hours. It took a little bit longer than I expected it to, but at the end of the day, I have a nice, clean, minimalist website that people can enjoy. Hey everybody, welcome to Bura. So you want to make a video game, now what? Alright, welcome to Bura. Before we start this video, I want to make sure that you like and subscribe. And if you know somebody who wants to make a video game all by themselves, please share this video with them. This channel doesn't do a Patreon, instead we sell our digital products down below. And remember that every single dollar that we get from the products that you buy below goes into making more content. Alright, so let's talk about making a video game all by yourself. Now, over the years, there's been a lot of really successful games and people that have made millions of dollars making a video game all by themselves. But how hard is it? Chances are, if you don't already know, a lot of games have a lot of people working on them, and they take thousands to tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of man hours to make these games a success. Few people have managed to cut through that and make a game completely by themselves. So what do you really need to make a video game all by yourself? So you need to have a large differentiated skill set, and the skill set is very hard to acquire. I'm one of these people that has these skill sets, so I'm going to give you some tips on how to acquire this skill set. But before we talk about how to acquire this skill set, we need to talk about what it is. So if you want to make a video game, you need to learn programming. This is the #1 thing you need to understand. Now, over the years, there has been some great artists that learned to code, and there's been a lot of different people from a lot of different backgrounds that have learned to code and make a game. Just because you didn't do good in a programming class in high school or junior high or wherever doesn't mean you won't be good at it now. You have to try it again and again. Sometimes if you went to a class and it wasn't a really good class or the teacher wasn't really good, and that experience will taint your programming experience. So programming is the #1 thing you need to learn, and luckily for you, there's lots of content out there. Hint, hint, you can buy the courses down below. In addition to making a good game, you need to know how to make the art. Now, there's many ways that you can do this. You can use Photoshop, you can use Adobe Illustrator, you can use a pixel art editor, or you can use a 3D program like Blender or 3ds Max or Maya. If you want to make a 3D game, it's going to be a lot harder. It's going to be exponentially harder to get a 3D game out the door than 2D. The reason is that 3D is really hard to make art assets, and it's hard to actually program. So a lot of you are probably thinking, well, I can't be a technical programmer and an amazing artist. These are just two completely separate ideas. Well, not always. Believe it or not, being technical and being artistic are not opposite sides of the same coin. In fact, they complement each other in many ways. In fact, some of the best engineering schools force their students to learn a classical instrument. And after building a lot of projects and after coding through lots of projects, creativity is very much a part of programming. Now, of course, there are some parts of programming where it's completely technical, and there are people that can do this technical work that don't have a single creative element in their body. But for the most part, if you pick a nice aesthetic, you can actually do really good art even if you aren't really that creative. Remember that being creative is almost as hard as being really technical. And that's where I think some of the people have confusion, is that there are really good artists that won't be technical, and there are really good technical people that could never be artists. But chances are you can learn the concrete fundamentals of both of these two disciplines and become really good at it. Naturally, you might be better at one or the other, and you just have to double down on the skill that you're not as good at. You have to spend more time with that skill because it will take you longer. Personally, I am not extremely technical or extremely creative, but I am somewhere in the middle. So in addition to the programming and the art, you need to learn a few other skills as well. Music is another one, and music is often seen as this insanely creative task that you need to be able to do. Believe it or not, you can actually make really good music with not a lot of skills. In fact, remember, I produced a game in 7 hours where I literally did everything, and you can check out the video right here. In that video, I told people that if you want to make electronic music It is the easiest to do. And this is really something that you need to understand if you want to make a game by yourself. So electronic music is one of the easiest forms of music to produce, and I highly recommend that you do it. I personally like using FL Studio, which is one of the easiest ways that you can make music. Now, the other thing when it comes to music is the sound effects. Now, I personally don't like making sound effects because they are extremely time consuming. Most of the sound effects made in Hollywood movies have teams around them, and they use very convoluted ways of getting that sound effect. For example, if you ever see someone punch someone and it makes a cracking sound, that's a mic in lettuce hit with a hammer. So a lot of these sound effects are very hard to produce, and they're actually extremely time consuming if you don't know what you're doing. I personally like buying my sound effects because buying my sound effects or finding CC0 sound effects is the best and easiest way to add sound effects to your game. So let's say you've done a lot of tutorials on programming, you've done a lot of tutorials on art, and you've done some tutorials on music. Now what do? Well, first of all, you have to prototype a game, and I would recommend spending a certain amount of time to try and prototype a concept that's easy to do. And I would recommend doing as many prototypes as humanly possible. The reason is that with every single prototype that you do, the better you get at development. Remember that game development is a process, not necessarily just one specific task, especially if you want to make a game all by yourself. So if you go through 10 prototypes or 10 iterations of an idea, you'll find out A, what worked right, B, what didn't work right, and C, my personal favorite, is how to do that again, but faster. This is really the trick. If you're making a game by yourself, game development is inherently difficult, and you want to make it as easy as possible. Also, you want to do it as quickly as possible. A lot of people might not want to hear that, but there are lots of games that have been canceled just because it simply took too long. You want to pick a project that you can actually get out the door. And doing that rapid prototyping process, that is making something and then starting it new again, will help you get that game out the door. In fact, if you really want to make a game, I would recommend making a small, simple game first just to publish it and get the experience of publishing an actual game. If you want to make a huge game like some of these solo indie developers have made, I would recommend that being your second or third project just so that you can iron out the kinks. There's nothing worse than making a huge project and realizing that you've made a ton of mistakes along the way. Another thing that can absolutely kill a solo project is bad code. So after the release of my first Xbox 360 game, I wanted to make another one. In fact, it was a week after I released my first game where I wanted to work on my second game, and I made it over 6 months, and I basically said one day, this is not gonna work. And the reason is that I had sloppy development, and the code was incredibly bad. It was so bad that it could never have been released. So even though it takes an extra few seconds to clean up your code, I highly recommend you do that. It will kill your project if your code base becomes unmanageable. If your code base becomes unmanageable, completely scrap the project and start a new one. It can be the exact same project, but this time the code is going to be good. Another thing that killed that particular game was the scope got bigger and bigger. So when you make a game, you want to add things to make it better. This is very logical, and lots of people do that. You want to add in an extra power-up, an extra ability, an extra feature. Well, the thing is that when you add a feature, the game changes, like the actual fundamental mechanics change of the game, and the overall scope changes. And if you add 3 items, it's not going to take you 3 times longer to get out the door. It could take you 6, 9, or 20 times longer because of the nature of games. You want to make sure that your scope is relatively contained before you even start your big project. So for example, if you want to make a game, let's say a point-and-click adventure game, that's a really good game to do because you'll know what the scope is. And if you want to, let's say, make it 5 chapters, you can go ahead and plan out those 5 chapters, and you can plan out everything that's in it. And then you make the game. Now, along the way, you might want to add in 5 more, but maybe that might kill your project because you've doubled the length of your game. Remember, game development is inherently difficult, and if you're not spending significant amounts of your personal time, it's never going to come out the door. On that note, how do you actually spend your personal time making a game? Now, it's very difficult if you're going to school or have work or you have a bunch of different other obligations in life. The way that you get your personal game out the door is that you need to set aside some time, and you have to take something out of your life in order to set aside the time to do that. Now, chances are if you want to make video games, then you probably play video games. Well, instead of playing video games, you should make video games. So if you spend an hour or two playing a video game, then perhaps you should spend at least half of that time making a video game. Or you can just go cold turkey and not play video games and just make games from now on. The younger you are, the easier it is to do this. For example, if you're in college and you have summers off, perhaps you should intern at your own company and invest in yourself by making a game. Most college students have 4 months off, and if you're living at home, I would recommend just making a game, but you have to actually release something before you go to school the next year. You have to release. This is the key part that you need to understand. And this is why I always recommend releasing 1 or 2 projects before your big project. Because once you figure out how to release 1 or 2 projects, you'll realize all the pitfalls and all the realistic realities of making games. And by the time you get to your 3rd project, you will have understand so much. So by going through that process, there's lots of things that you'll learn. You'll learn what code takes a long time to code. You'll learn what art is easy to do. You'll learn about the aesthetics of your game. And furthermore, you'll actually get feedback of your game too, which is something that you really need to do. The more feedback that you get on your game as early on, the better your game will be. Now, it's really hard to say, I've spent 20 hours on this game and have someone completely give you bad advice on it. Now, this is really hard even today when I present my business or a product that I've made to a bunch of industry experts. Sometimes they just completely tear it apart, but I have done this for at least a decade and I'm used to it. I, more than anyone, know how hard it is to take your work that you spent your personal time on that you could have been doing anything else with and to give it to some people only to have them completely critique it and perhaps give you some very harsh critiques. So on the note of critiques, there are some people who will give you some very valuable constructive criticism, and there will be other people that will completely crap over your idea just because they're terrible people. You have to understand that critiquing something is way easier than actually building something. Now, there will be people that will give you great advice in life, and chances are this advice will be well met from you because it will be delivered in such a great way. You can find out the toxic people because they will absolutely tell you it's a terrible idea without much explanation. And if they do give you an explanation, they might be comparing your indie game to a mega blockbuster. Remember, these games that a lot of people play have multi-million-dollar budgets, and some of these games cost upwards of 200 million. You are not in that bracket, and you have to understand when people play your game, they might be comparing it to that. And if they're comparing it to a $200 million game, there's no way you can win. One thing that you can say to these people is, what was the last game that you played that was made by one person? And if they don't have an answer, then they might be just crapping over your idea just because they're a toxic person. The last thing that we need to talk about is success. Success is really hard to attain. Even as an entrepreneur for a long time, I understand that I can release a product and it will completely fail for some random reason. If your game is not successful, that is nothing to say about you as an individual, and it will say nothing about your future success. You have gone through a process that few people have if you release a game. And if you release a game, you'll have way better experience than some entry-level job. If you make a product and release it on your own, you as a person will be more successful in the long run. I guarantee it. And if it is a success, well, then you can go buy a yacht and retire today. Hey everybody, welcome to Bura Tech. In this episode, I'm going to give you my review of iOS 13's dark mode. Alright, welcome back. Before we start this video, I want to make sure that you like and subscribe, and if you really like this video, please share it. Also, you can take a look at the digital products down below because this channel doesn't do a Patreon. Instead, every dollar that we get from the products that you buy below goes into making more content. So let's talk a little bit about iOS 13's dark mode. Now, if you don't know, iOS comes out every year, and every year there's some really cool new updates. Now this year, the update is dark mode, and while iOS 13 is really awesome, I want to talk a little bit about why I like dark mode so much and why it's so important. So first of all, when you actually update your iPhone, sometimes the update can be quite jarring. In fact, in the past, sometimes you'd update to the new iOS version, and that version would be quite different from the previous version, causing you to be a little bit frustrated for maybe a few days. iOS 13 is not like that. Everything is easier to use, and I really like the improvements that they made. Again, my favorite one is dark mode. One of the things that I don't like is having a bright screen in front of my face all day long. As a coder, I am always in front of a screen, and oftentimes I don't need to be in front of a screen in my spare time. I like putting my phone down and going and doing something else. So when I am on my screen in my spare time and just when I'm not on the computer, I don't want my phone to be really bright. Hence, dark mode was created. Everything about dark mode is awesome because, again, I don't want to look at a really bright screen all the time. All the apps that Apple comes with now have this dark mode, like using the email or Safari, and I really like the touch that dark mode gives. So one of my favorite things to do is to turn my phone into grayscale. Now you can actually do this on an iOS device quite easily. Why would you turn your phone into grayscale in the first place? Didn't you buy this really expensive phone to have extremely vibrant colors? It turns out that having these really vibrant colors makes you more into your phone than you should be. In fact, I used to have my phone in grayscale all the time. The reason is that I didn't want to use my phone as much in my spare time. I love having a phone and it's necessary for modern life, but at the same time I don't want to be really addicted to it. So what I did is I turned my phone into grayscale, but the problem with grayscale is that you're still turning your white phone into gray, which makes it still less appealing, but it could be even less appealing. So now grayscale and dark mode make your phone really easy to look at. In fact, I love putting my phone into grayscale, and the only time that I'm not using my phone in grayscale is when I'm watching a video on my phone. And most of the time, I'm not even watching a video on my phone because I'm usually watching it on a different device. So I think dark mode and grayscale is probably one of the best productivity hacks that you can do. Hey everybody, welcome to Bura Tech. In this episode, we're going to be talking about whether you as a programmer should learn design. Alright, welcome back. Before we start this video, I want to make sure that you like and subscribe, and if you really like this video, please share it. This channel doesn't do a Patreon. Instead, we have our digital products down below, and every dollar that we get from the products that you buy down below goes into making more content. Alright, so oftentimes people understand that programmers and designers are two completely separate disciplines. It's probably because they met a programmer that could not design anything at all, and they probably met a designer that could probably not program anything at all. Now, believe it or not, a lot of these people in these fields can probably do the other task in some way, shape, or form. Now, that means that there are going to be programmers out there that will never be good designers, and there'll be designers out there that will be never good at programming. However, it's possible to do both, and if you want to make apps or games by yourself in your bedroom, you need to learn at least those two skills. So if you're a programmer, should you learn design? And the answer is it depends on what kind of programming you are doing. If you're doing a lot of back-end programming, chances are you don't need a lot of design work. However, if you're an app developer, you do need to at least know the fundamentals. Now, in the past, programming has been more of a math type discipline. In fact, when I was in high school, most of the programming that I was doing was just figuring out algorithms and solving problems. However, that changed once the web became more and more design oriented, and it very much changed when Apple came out with the iPhone. Let's talk about the web first. Well, if you look at a website from maybe around the year 2000, you'll notice that it doesn't look very good in today's standards. In fact, at the time, the amount of fonts that you could use and the amount of things that you could do on the web was very limited, and all websites kind of looked very bland in today's standards. However, as the web grew and as people's tastes changed and as the technology frankly got better, more fonts were added and more design was added to the web, and now designing a website is very much design oriented. In fact, if you're not good at design, you probably won't be a good web developer. That is, if you're doing front-end web development. If you're doing back-end web development, you don't necessarily need good design skills. However, I feel that even if you are a back-end developer, you should at least learn the basics of design. One of the biggest tips and tricks that I use is to go for the minimalist design. You can check out my website here, which was programmed in 3 hours, and it has a very minimalist design. Just remember that minimalism will save you a bunch of time. So as a web developer, you definitely need to learn design, because if your website doesn't look good in today's standards, then it won't be passable and you won't get work. The other major field that requires you to learn at least the basics of design is app development, and specifically iOS development. Like I said, in 2008, when the iPhone came out, it changed everything. The reason is that the design of the device was so different in comparison to previous devices that Apple had to figure out new technology to actually make it work. And the design, if you've ever coded an iOS app before, is built into the code itself. For example, there are functions called touches began, which is a function that realizes the touch. If you look at app development environments that came after the iPhone, then you'll realize that the iPhone was major inspiration for all of these other environments. Nowadays, you can make an app in Android Studio, or you can use Flutter, which is absolutely amazing. You need to at least understand the basics of design to get a good-looking app. If your app looks terrible, no one's going to use it. So even if you're on a team and your job has nothing to do with design, you should at least learn the basics, because chances are there's going to be meetings where design comes up and you need to understand what the implications are. Because if there is a designer on the team, you need to work with them to make the best possible product. If you don't know the basics of design, then it's going to be a very bad process. And lastly, if you're a game programmer or want to make games, you absolutely need to know design. And this isn't just like UI design, this is game design as well. Game development is probably the most cross-disciplinary skills that you need to actually make a good product. In fact, games are so well designed today compared to 10 years ago that it is absolutely necessary that you learn not only game design, but UI design and overall app design as well. So in conclusion, do you as a programmer need to learn to be a good designer? The answer is yes. Even if you're a back-end developer, you should at least learn the basics. Spend 10 hours on just learning the basics of design, and I guarantee your career will be better as a result. Hey everybody, welcome to Bura Tech. In this episode, we're going to be talking about that New York Times article that claims that liberal arts majors make as much as STEM majors. Alright, welcome back. Before we start this video, I want to make sure that you like and subscribe. And if you really like this video, please share it with the world. Remember that this channel doesn't do a Patreon, and you can buy our digital products down below. The more products you buy below, the more content we can make. Alright, so let's talk about this New York Times article that claims that eventually liberal arts majors make as much money, or if not more money, than STEM majors do. In the article, it claims that STEM majors make more money out of the gate, but in the long run stagnate on their income. Now let's dissect this, and I'm going to tell you about my personal experience with this kind of philosophy. So as you know, I run an e-learning company called Mammoth Interactive, and since Mammoth Interactive has sold over 700,000 courses worldwide, there's a lot of things that we do that you don't necessarily get in a STEM education. For instance, in a lot of times in STEM education, most of the example is being taught instead of the theme. So for instance, if you're going through a STEM degree and you're mostly learning specific tasks like how to program a function in C++, etc. Now this is not inherently bad, but oftentimes technology changes. And since technology changes, your skills are now obsolete. So while STEM schools teach the example rather than the theme, because the example is now obsolete, a lot of STEM majors have trouble catching up. And this is why STEM majors constantly need to retrain. And if you just learned how to do one specific example, then it's going to be harder for you to retrain. Now, depending on the school, if you learned the bigger picture of development, for example, why functions work in C++ and why they work in Java, and what the philosophical difference is between the two, then you'll have an easier time adapting to new technology changes. In fact, this is one of the questions I ask anyone that comes to apply to Mammoth Interactive. I ask them what the difference is, and that is the philosophical difference between Android Studio and Xcode. There's a huge difference, and the people that understand that are probably going to be better programmers in the long run. Now, it also makes more sense that STEM majors make more money out of the gate. And this is because if you did a 2 or 4 year degree, chances are those skills are in demand. The problem comes in 8, maybe 10 years later when those skills that you might have learned in your college degree are no longer important. Now this has happened many times. For example, when I was in university, Xcode and making iOS apps was not even a thing because the iPhone wasn't invented. As soon as the iPhone came out, there was a whole new brand of programmers that needed to be trained. And if you were a programmer, you could command a huge salary because there were very few people that could do it. Furthermore, Apple really likes to blend the liberal arts within their technology. In fact, you can see Steve Jobs saying so right here.
It's in Apple's DNA that technology alone is not enough. That it's technology married with liberal arts, married with the humanities, that yields us the result that makes our hearts sing. And nowhere is that more true than in these post-PC devices. And a lot of folks in this tablet market are rushing in, and they're looking at this as the next PC. The hardware and the software are done by different companies, and they're talking about speeds and feeds, just like they did with PCs. And our experience in every bone in our body says that that is not the right approach to this. That these are post-PC devices that need to be even easier to use than a PC, that need to be even more intuitive than a PC, and where the software and the hardware and the applications need to intertwine in an even more seamless way than they do on a PC. And we think we're on the right track with this.
It's this philosophy that makes Apple more successful than its competitors. It's a reason why they are so innovative. You can take a look at this TED Talk that pretty much talks about the same thing. It's a technology company that wasn't making as much money as they could. So what they did is they added liberal arts majors to their staff, and now they're making more money than ever. There's something about the liberal arts degree that is completely lacking in STEM. As an educator, I understand this, and I try to put this lack of knowledge into Mammoth Interactive's courses. That's one reason why we've sold so many courses over the years. Now, a lot of people like to separate technical skills and artistic skills, but it wasn't always like that. You can take a look at this TED Talk that talks about how the Pantheon, which is a major Roman structure that is still standing today, uses both technicality and artistry to become a masterpiece. In fact, if you really want to do something completely innovative, you have to inherently be creative. Which brings up another topic. Is programming creative or not? Now, for those of you who've been following me over the years, I have talked about this a lot. The answer is that yes, programming is creative depending on the type of programming that you're doing. But at the end of the day, you are literally creating something. So even if you're one of the most technical programmers, it is still more creative than a lot of the average tasks. Programming is not a repetitive job. Repetitive jobs are inherently less creative, and jobs that require some kind of problem-solving skills are more creative. A lot of STEM education doesn't teach this creative side. However, I do know that there are lots of schools out there that do teach critical thinking and problem-solving skills. Remember that creativity isn't playing an acoustic guitar in a park. It can be something like creating a building or solving a problem. Was Einstein creative? He absolutely was. Now let's go back to the article for a second here. Now in the article, it claims that eventually liberal arts majors do make as much money as their STEM, but there's a big problem with this. If you make a lot of money right out of university, then you can save that money and through compound interest will be richer later on. Just because you make the same amount 10 years or 5 years after your degree doesn't mean that you're in the same place. Now, as a tip, if you are right out of college, I would recommend saving as much money as possible because you're used to having a college life and you don't necessarily need to spend all that much more money. The more money you save earlier on in life, the richer you will become later in life. Saving just $100 a week will give you over $5,000 a year. Another thing about liberal arts majors is that I personally know a lot of people who did English degrees, philosophy degrees, and music degrees that are now programmers. In fact, it's fairly common. And as a business owner, if a person with an English degree and was the top 1% of the graduates that year wanted to work at my company, I would absolutely say yes. Chances are that person is not only really smart, but motivated as well. Now, with a lot of these degrees, you won't be using the exact skill you learned in college, but instead you will apply it to something else. So if you are a liberal arts major, then perhaps you can go to a coding boot camp and apply the knowledge that you learned in your degree with the coding boot camp to become a really good programmer. Chances are you'll be pretty successful later on. Since coding is in such demand, there's no wonder that if you're really good at coding, then your degree doesn't matter as much. In fact, if you really want to be a good coder, it's really about your performance, kind of like an athlete over anything else. However, if you want to become a coder, a computer engineering or computer science degree is probably the best way to go about it. But if you do one of these degrees, perhaps take an English class or a drama class, you'd be surprised at how much it helps you. Now, if you want to be a really good entrepreneur, you have to be good in front of the camera, and a good way to do that is to take a drama class in university. Plus, if your computer science degree offers these kind of electives, then I would recommend taking it. And if you don't like that kind of stuff, then perhaps you're missing out on something. Personally, I think a lot of computer science degrees and computer engineering degrees can take cues from these liberal arts degrees to actually make it better. I'll talk about that in another video. After many years of working with programmers and seeing how a lot of programmers think, I do understand that there's a huge difference between someone who just took a computer science degree and someone that maybe went through 2 or 3 different degree choices and then ended up with a computer science degree. I would bet that the person with more than just the computer science degree will outperform some of the people that would just have a computer science degree. I think what the article is really trying to say is that if you want to have a good career in STEM, there's more than just going to a computer science degree and expecting a good job right out of the gate. If you want to continually succeed in your career, there are more things that you have to learn, and these things are most absent in STEM degrees. In fact, a lot of schools don't use STEM as their major focus, but they use STEAM instead, which stands for Science, Technology, Engineering, Arts, and Math. They do this because great works of art require lots of engineering as well. A Bach fugue is a masterpiece of engineering. So should you enroll in STEM courses or go get a liberal arts degree? The answer is fairly clear. You should probably get a STEM degree. However, there is way more that you need to know to become successful. If you want a really good career in STEM, there is much more that you need to learn outside of that degree. Hey everybody, welcome to Bura Tech. In this episode, we're going to be talking about how to get out of a rut. Alright, welcome back. Before we start this video, I want to make sure that you like and subscribe, and please share this video with the world. This channel doesn't do a Patreon, and you can check out our digital products down below. Remember that every single dollar that we get from the products that you buy below goes into making more content. If you really like helping out this channel, please subscribe to Mammoth Interactive's entire course library. This is the best way to help out the channel. Alright. Full disclaimer, I'm not a doctor, I'm just the guy who likes producing things, and I've had a fairly successful career doing it. If you are clinically depressed or need some extra treatment, I highly recommend going to a doctor. This video is not supposed to show you how to get out of that. This is just my personal experiences of being in a rut and getting out of it. So with that in mind, let's continue the video. Alright, so I've been developing apps and games and a bunch of other content for years, and oftentimes you might think that a person that can do this is extremely motivated. But over the years, I've had moments where I have gone from being incredibly productive to not being productive at all. Now, these non-productive times are not just simply a rest. I actually felt quite demotivated in these times, and I'm sure that you, as a developer or a person that produces things, feels the same way at times. I'm going to talk about how you can get out of this rut in a very easy way. First of all, let's talk a little bit about you and your ambition. Chances are you want to get things done, and sometimes it's hard to get things done. In fact, this is probably the default. The default is being lazy. In fact, it's really rare for someone to constantly produce new things. And even the people who are really good at producing new things end up taking time off. Over the years, I've actually had this be the biggest problem for me, is not taking time off. Even today, sometimes I do work on the weekends when really I should be taking time off. Time off is really important, but you have to understand that there's a difference between just taking time off or simply taking a break and being completely demotivated and non-productive. If you're a freelancer or an entrepreneur, sometimes these moments can be when sales are down. I've had ebbs and flows in my income over the years, and when sales are down, things are not very good, and when they pick back up, things are absolutely amazing. This is human nature, because the more money you make, chances are the happier you'll be. So when sales are down, this can be a very big indicator that you're going to go into a rut. If you're just starting your career and you've launched a product and it didn't meet your expectations, which is probably the norm, this can also lead you into this rut of demotivation. The worst case for any of this is that you might quit altogether, and sometimes you need to know when to quit, but chances are that time is not now when you're in the rut. So how can you effectively get out of this rut? There's a few easy tricks that I've learned over the years that can help me get out of a rut, and I want to pass them right on to you. The first tip I have for you is to do a very simple and quick win. This can be something like brushing your teeth, taking out the garbage, doing some household chores. It's something that you should probably do, and if you do it right away, then you've actually completed something. Remember, if you've produced a major project or you've produced a lot of really small projects, you need to do something to get you back into that workflow. So by brushing your teeth or taking out the garbage, you actually do something quickly. And the more you do these small tasks, the better chance you'll have of getting out of this rut. Now, when it comes to actually producing something, if you're a programmer, what I would recommend doing is just opening up the program and doing it for 1 to 2 minutes. Now, if you try to code something in 2 minutes and stop, then you'll probably get something done, and you might continue on, you might not, but you actually did something. One thing I like to do is just open up any kind of coding environment, and I try to do it for 2 minutes. I put my timer on the phone, and then I just simply do something, and chances are it works out. Now, this works for pretty much any kind of creative process. If you're a writer, open up a Word document and just write something for 2 minutes. Now, if you find that you really can't do anything after that 2 minutes, then you might need to try this multiple times. But if you want to continue past that 2 minutes, 2 becomes 5, 5 becomes 10, 10 becomes 20, 20 becomes an hour, and look at that, you're already back in your swing of things. The other tip might sound really counterintuitive. Chances are, if you're in a rut, you haven't produced something in a long time, and taking time off seems like the last thing that you should do. But that's exactly what you should do. If you're a freelancer and work in your room or in a bunch of coffee shops in a city, then perhaps you should take a trip outside of that city. See something completely new, and do not take your computer with you. You want to try to do something completely new and completely different from your surroundings. That way you will actually take some time off. Another thing that you should do is probably get off social media, just because it isn't a good use of time. A better use of time would be to take up a simple hobby. But going back to the idea that you should take some time off and travel for a bit, this is something that has worked for me in the past. In fact, when I would force myself to take time off, I would work really hard, then take a vacation. And sometimes if I'm not productive, then I just need to take a weekend out somewhere not in my city. If you do this, then chances are you'll come back refreshed, and you can try that idea of just working for 2 or 5 minutes and go from there. The other thing you can do is just take a step back and brainstorm all the ideas. Remember, life isn't a multiple choice question. There isn't a correct answer for A, B, C, or D. Literally, there are hundreds of things that you can do with your life, and perhaps you should take some time, again, maybe away from the city, to just write those things down. Perhaps what you're doing isn't working and you need to find something else, or perhaps you're just on the cusp of getting that multi-million-dollar idea out the door and something's not working. Doing a brainstorming session would be very beneficial. It has helped me in the past. Now, one thing I like to do is I like to write down all my ideas in Apple Notes, and that way everything gets uploaded to the cloud. Before, I used to have an actual written journal, and I used to write things down in there. With the cloud, you can look at some of your past ideas, and you can look at some of the ideas that you have brainstormed. Remember, there are multiple ways to success in life, and there's multiple things that you can do. So take a bit of time to brainstorm those ideas. The other thing I like to do is exercise. I play ultimate frisbee for about 6 hours a week, and I like to go hiking whenever I can. Now, if you like to work out, I highly recommend doing this, but one of the best forms of exercising is simply going for a hike. Now, if you live in a major city, this might be difficult, but one of the things I've done is I've moved to an area where hikes are easily accessible. Going for a hike is something really good for you, and it's something that can help you get out of that rut. Also, I recommend making exercise a habit, because not only is it good for you personally, but it's also good for your career. Lots of CEOs make it a habit of being active all the time. This can be anything from going to the gym, to being on a rec sports league, to just simply going for a walk. 30 minutes of walking will definitely help you out. I've come up with amazing ideas on walks that I just simply went out the door and started walking for an hour or two. Hey everybody, welcome to Bura Tech. In this episode, we're going to be talking about everything I learned about being a programmer and a game developer in the last 20 years. Alright, before we start the video, I want to make sure that you like and subscribe, and please share this video with the world. Remember that this channel doesn't do a Patreon, and all the money that we get from the digital products that you buy below goes into making more content. The best way that you can help out this channel is to subscribe monthly to Mammoth Interactive's massive training content. Get over 1,700 hours of content, and we release between 20 and 60 hours a month, so it's the best way to learn online. So let's talk a little bit about my roots as a developer and what I've learned in the last 20 years. Now, 20 years in tech is a long time. In fact, 3 years in tech is a long time. So in 20 years, there's been a lot of changing and there's been a lot of development along the way. So I started programming with QBasic way back in the 90s. I remember playing with QBasic. It was awesome, it was fun, but it was really difficult. And what I did is I actually learned Pascal at my local university when I was 12. Now, this was a time before programming was cool, and I actually spent my summers doing this. I don't think these learning environments or these learning languages are any good, because nowadays you can just pick up a programming environment and go make a bunch of projects, and the coding languages are pretty easy. Now, I get that back in the 90s, C++ was really difficult for kids to understand, so maybe Pascal had its use then, but it definitely doesn't now. The next summer I did take C++, and the reason is I needed to go back for some more pointers. Now, C++ was pretty good, and I did enjoy my time, although back in the day you couldn't make anything that was any good, and what I wanted to do personally was make a 3D RPG in my bedroom with my 486. Now, this was completely impossible to do, but I dreamed it up anyway. Right then, I figured out how hard it was to actually build something on a computer, and at the time you could pretty much make some text adventures and maybe some Visual Basic programs. That was another course I took at university. It was Visual Basic, and at the time there was a whole learn to code movement around Visual Basic, and it's funny because nobody uses Visual Basic today. Well, few people use Visual Basic. Lots of people use Visual Studio. Lots of people code. So after taking some programming courses at my local university during the summer, I did go to high school, and there we learned C++, and myself and my group were way ahead of the class. But the one thing that happened to me, and I don't want it to happen to you, is that I got some really bad marks in high school. In fact, it was because my teacher was not very good. I had one good teacher, and then I had some very bad teachers after that, and I got some pretty terrible marks. These marks were so bad, and I actually failed some tests, and I'm not a failing student. I did so well in other courses, but I failed in programming, so I left it alone for a while. And remember, this is the early 2000s, so game engines were practically non-existent. The nearest thing that came up was maybe Game Maker, and that was at least a couple years off. And even then it was terrible to use, so you didn't really have options. I decided to focus my life on little other things at the time. I did make a few websites here and there, and I did have a few friends that were web developers, but for some reason I never really decided to close a deal. In retrospect, I probably should have tried a little bit harder. This is the one thing that you need to do when you are learning to code, is you need to learn how to get new clients immediately. Even if you can do a very simple thing like make a basic landing page, you need to try and get a client to pay you some money. Now, of course, in the 90s, no one knew what they were doing and no one knew how to make anything, so people paid a lot of money for very little and poor quality stuff. So year after year I was building websites, and instead of coding from scratch, I decided to use a bunch of WYSIWYG platforms, because I thought personally that if you could just use a WYSIWYG platform, then there was no need to become a web developer. I should also mention that I was in high school around the dot-com bubble, and what that means is that there was a lot of computer science majors that were out of work in the city that I lived in. In fact, I remember one time going out to dinner with a bunch of friends before a movie in high school. The server had a computer science degree, the hostess had a computer science degree, and the cook had a computer science degree. So I didn't think a computer science degree was actually any good. Wow, times have changed. Of course, this wasn't an anomaly, and I decided to study something else in university. And the one thing that I learned from this whole experience is just because you get bad marks in high school because you had a bad teacher and that there was some kind of market bust doesn't mean that your career should be put on hold. You should always try and do something that you always want to do. Coupled with the fact that it was just way too difficult to make software in your bedroom, and I personally like making software all by myself in my room. I'm one of those people that can sit in front of a computer for hours and hours on end without any human interaction and just make something. Now, I'm done university and it's time for the 2008 global recession. Yay! So in 2008, I decided to buy a game engine for $1,000. And this was a terrible idea and I don't recommend doing it. Nowadays you can just download something for free and try it out, but back then it was a different ballgame, and in retrospect I shouldn't have bought this engine. I could have downloaded Unity for free, but this engine was better than Unity at the time, and now this engine's open source. It was a torque game engine for anyone who wants to know. So I downloaded it and I tried to make a bunch of games and they all completely failed. In fact, it was terrible, but I did learn a lot of cool new things along the way, and I was still applying for lots of jobs, but very few people were hiring, and I decided to just make work as a freelancer instead. And in 2010, I released my own Xbox 360 game, and it was awesome, and my career skyrocketed from that point. And what I learned from that is once I released something to the world, then the world tended to take notice of that. At the time, a lot of people said that, you know, if you don't have a computer engineering degree, you would never become a coder, and this is so far from the truth. Nowadays, it's what you can do as a coder. Of course, having a computer science or a computer engineering degree works, but you really want to make sure that you can perform just like an athlete. There is no multiple choice test to be an NBA player. So after having released that game and a few other failed projects, I did pick up a lot of freelancing work, but one of the things I noticed is that literally everybody said, how do you make a game? Literally everybody said that. I had released about 40 iOS games at this point, and everyone's like, I don't care about your games, I just want to know how to make it. And it was literally everybody that said this. Everyone. So what did I do? I actually made a course on Construct 2 on how to make games from scratch. That was literally make the game, do the art, do the music, complete games from scratch, and my career took off from there. And since then, Mammoth Interactive has sold over 700,000 courses worldwide. It's been amazing. And along the way, I've had a few other games that I've made here and there, and I've done a lot of freelancing here and there, but for the most part, it's been mostly the courses after that. And let's just go back to 2010 for a moment when I released those games. I used a game engine called GameSalad, which was awesome because you didn't have to code. And one of the hardest things about making games or software is the coding part of it, and I used GameSalad to get these games out the door. One of the things that's kind of been consistent throughout my coding career is I always try to find the path of least resistance. Coding is inherently hard, game development is inherently hard, so why not find the easiest path to resistance? A lot of people, they choose to go down the hard road, which is fine, but that's not for me. Even back in the 2000s, using WYSIWYG website editors, this was the path for me because I didn't want to spend all my time with code. If I can do something that gives the same amount of value in 1 hour versus 10, I'll always choose that 1 hour, and I highly recommend that you do too. Always choose a development environment that is easiest to get what you're doing out the door as quickly as possible. This is especially true if you're working by yourself. I've had so many failed projects over the year because either the scope was too big or I lost interest or whatever, and because of that, the project's not out there. I have so many projects that are on my hard drive and my cloud that are completely failed and will never see the light of day. But they were learning experiences. And this is the other thing that you need to understand, and the thing that I learned. You always want to fail forward. You want to try new things, and guess what? It might not work out, but at least you learned something. The problem is that all the pros know this, but school punishes you for making mistakes. I always thought that school should be more of an additive process versus a subtractive process. For example, you start at 100% at the beginning of each semester, and then you get things wrong and that whittles down your mark. What if it were the other way? You start at 0% and you gain. It's just like experience. Why aren't we doing this? Does your school do this? Let me know in the comments. So over the years, I've learned so many things, and the number one thing I've learned is that, well, really technology changes, and that has a huge impact on your ability to make money as a programmer. The reason is that you and your skills can become obsolete because technology changes. So that's why Mammoth Interactive is still in business. It's because that people always need to skill up. Have you been programming for a long time? I want to know. Please write your comments down below. I'll be sure to read them all. So if there's two things I've learned over the years that I can definitely tell you will help you in your career path is to, number one, get products out the door and add them to your resume. This is the number one thing that's made me the successful programmer and entrepreneur I am today. There's no point in having your projects sit on your hard drive collecting virtual dust. The second piece of advice is that if you get frustrated or burnt out, take some time off. Chances are you'll come back to coding and absolutely love it. This has happened to me many times over the years, and I've always taken some time off and I've come back. Hey everybody, welcome to Bura Tech. In this episode, we're going to be talking about why people don't 3D model more. Alright, before we start this video, I want to make sure that you like and subscribe, and if you know somebody who likes 3D modeling or who wants to 3D model, please share this video with them. Remember that this channel doesn't do a Patreon, and every dollar that we get from the products that you buy below goes into making more content. If you really like this channel, you can subscribe to Mammoth Interactive's content. You get over 1,700 hours of content, and we release over 20 to 60 hours of new content per month. So 3D modeling is a huge industry, and if you're really good at it, chances are you can get a job somewhere. If you think about it, 3D modeling is just like the digital equivalent of sculpting something out of clay. Lots of people take pottery classes, and lots of people do sculpting as well, and some people do wood whittling, and there's a bunch of things that people do in the real world where they actually have a chunk of something and they make something out of it. 3D modeling is exactly this. You take a block or a digital cube and you mold it into something that's really awesome. So why don't more people do it? One of the reasons I guess why people don't 3D model is that the tools are usually extremely prohibitive cost-wise. If you want to learn how to 3D model, you usually have to go through Autodesk, and Autodesk has some really expensive software. If you're a student, you get to use it for free. However, if you want to buy it, it's pretty expensive. Like, it's really expensive. Way too expensive. It's even too expensive for me, someone who runs a business and makes quite a bit of money. It is expensive, but the software is really good. Lots of things are designed in Autodesk software. This is everything from cars to video games to a lot of pretty much anything that needs to be designed in 3D. So most people are not going to take a $3,000 plunge just to kind of get started. Luckily, there's an open source version called Blender, and Blender is really good. Blender's awesome because it just came out with a new version. This version is miles beyond the previous versions. Now, I started using Blender way back in 2008, and I thought that Blender was quite awesome at the time. Now, of course, being just out of university, I didn't want to spend $3,000 on Autodesk software, so I naturally downloaded the free version. So why don't people do this more? I've always been puzzled about this. So Blender is a really awesome and free program, and with the new version of 2.8, then why don't people do it more? I think people just don't quite understand how awesome Blender is and how satisfying 3D modeling is. If you like to draw, sculpt, or do something artistic, then perhaps 3D modeling is good for you. You can start today. I personally love 3D modeling. In fact, I find it quite therapeutic to just open up Blender and kind of design something from scratch. I've used it for so many years, and the controls are extremely intuitive. The best part is that Blender 2.8 is free. Now, everyone who is a 3D modeler likes to do something different. Everyone likes to do something different in Blender, but I personally like to make buildings because architecture, like music or programming, is one of those disciplines where it's partly creative and partly technical at the same time. Of course, you can have a building that works, but if it doesn't look good, then people are probably not going to use it. Just like if you have code that works or an app that works, but if it doesn't look good, people are not going to use it or buy it. So why don't more people, specifically programmers, learn to 3D model? I think it's because programmers think it's way too creative and it's not for them. Well, if you're a programmer, I would recommend taking up Blender, and the best thing that you can do is probably make building. Modern buildings are pretty square and they're very easy to do in Blender. I highly recommend you try Blender if you're a programmer. If you want to be a game programmer, then you absolutely have to understand how Blender works. Because if you understand how 3D modeling works, when you work with a team, you'll understand why some of the art might be taking so long. If you don't understand that process, then it's easy to look at the artist and say, why are you taking so long on something that should be easy? It might be something that is really hard to do, and if you don't know how hard that thing is to do, you won't have any understanding of the project, and it will create friction. Mammoth Interactive is known for making tutorials that show you how to code, build the art, and then complete the game. And that holistic approach is what people keep on buying. In fact, we mostly do this process, and over the years, we've added a ton of Blender content to our platform. In fact, we add hours and hours of content to our subscription every month. And remember, if you want to subscribe to our content, the link is down below. It's the best way to help out the channel. One of the reasons we do this is because as I've been using Blender for years and years, I feel that my coding skills have gotten a little bit better. Even Blender has an option to use Python in it. You can actually code in Blender. The reason why I feel like I've improved as a programmer is because it's working on something that's technical but slightly different. And when you have a task that's slightly different, your mind gets to work through the problems of the other task. So one thing I recommend that you do if you want to be a career-oriented person is to have a serious hobby. Now, my serious hobby is ultimate frisbee, and I like to play it because I get to go out, I get to meet people, and I get a pretty good workout. Now, over the years, another serious hobby of mine was Blender, and I would go into Blender and I would model some stuff, and then I would maybe make a course here and there. Having a serious hobby is a topic for another time, but it's something that I highly recommend that you do. If you're looking for a new serious hobby, perhaps make it Blender. Not only as a coder will you learn a valuable new skill, but you might end up liking it. I do the same thing for graphic design, by the way. One of the things that I like doing is working with graphic design, and I find that working in these disciplines not only helps me in my career because it's a skill that I have, but I actually find the process to be fairly good. I also do like coding as well. If I wasn't a coder, I would probably do it in my spare time anyway, but that's my main job, other than being a CEO, of course. Hey everybody, welcome to Bura Tech. In this episode, we're going to be asking if Tesla's auto summon is complete genius or a complete failure. Alright, before we start this video, make sure that you like and subscribe. And if you really like this video or know someone with a Tesla, please share it with them. The best way to help with this channel is to buy the products down below. This channel doesn't do a Patreon, and every dollar that we get from the products that you buy below goes into making more content. To subscribe to Mammoth Interactive's amazing library of content. Alright, so let's talk a little bit about Tesla's Summon, that new feature that has been added to some Tesla vehicles. So if you don't know, Tesla added an update, and in this update, you can get your car to come to you. Now, it hasn't worked out the way that people intended it to. You can check out some of the videos here. As you can see, it doesn't work flawlessly, but is this a complete failure or is it genius? In order to answer that question, we need to figure out how machine learning works and how Tesla does it specifically. So let's start at the basics. If you don't know what machine learning is where you take a bunch of data, add in some code, which is mostly math-based code, and you get it to make predictions. And these predictions can be very good. This is what happens with image recognition, and it's a huge and very new field of computer programming. Of course, the concepts of machine learning go back decades, but it's only been in the last 5 years that computing power has been able to make machine learning a reality. So Tesla uses a lot of machine learning to make autopilot work. And if you don't know what autopilot is a feature that can almost self-drive a car. Now, you've probably heard of autonomous cars, and these are cars that simply drive themselves, and there's a level of autonomy, and that level goes from a scale of 1 to 5. 1 being almost no autonomous features, and 5 being complete autonomy. So Tesla's around the 2 or 3 mark. So you can see a bunch of videos of people and users using Tesla Autopilot, and with this new update, apparently it's a lot better. Self-driving cars will absolutely change society, and it's a good thing that they're coming, because computers will eventually be better at this than humans. And there's one simple reason. There's cameras all around the cars, whereas humans can only see in front of them. Of course, they can look at the mirrors, but basically you can see in front of you, and the computer can see all around you. Now, Tesla doesn't use LiDAR, and Elon Musk has been famously quoted as saying that LiDAR is a huge mistake. Take a look at this.
Expensive sensors that are unnecessary. It's like having a whole bunch of expensive appendices. Like one appendix is bad, well, now they want to put a whole bunch of them. That's ridiculous. You'll see.
But is it a huge mistake? Waymo, which is a Tesla competitor, does use LiDAR, and LiDAR is crazy accurate when it comes to mapping. Waymo still does have problems, and only time will tell to see whether LiDAR is necessary. Now, why would Elon Musk say LiDAR is not a good thing? Well, it's because LiDAR is super expensive and Tesla cars don't have it. So he is partly protecting his investment by saying LiDAR is a fool's errand. So back to machine learning. Elon Musk thinks it's possible to achieve level 5 autonomy with just cameras and software and without LiDAR. And Tesla has a lot of data. In fact, they have so much more data than the competitors do. And how does this data get put into a machine learning algorithm, and how does it increase the efficiency and the efficacy of the algorithm and, in fact, the output? So how machine learning works is that in a regular coding system, you would say, if this, do that. But the world is way too complicated to have if this, do that, because if it were to do that, then there would be some kind of case somewhere where the computer wouldn't know what to do. In fact, a lot of game programming is done like this. Instead of using if statements, you're using switch statements, and chances are there's codes for what you might think would happen. And even if something doesn't happen, there's some code that says do this if all else fail. Well, this works for games, but it won't work for autonomous cars. The way to do it is to use machine learning. So how does machine learning work? Well, you have a data set and then you train a model to make the output do whatever it is you're trying to do. So in this case, Tesla, and Tesla in particular, puts in the data of their cars into this machine learning model. Now, what's interesting about Tesla is that whenever there's a problem, let's say there's a huge break or there's some kind of collision, it goes back to the Tesla headquarters and the human says this was the problem. The human can say this is a problem and it gets added to the model so that the next time that happens, the computer can adjust accordingly. Now, there are probably tons of different parameters that Tesla uses, and it's super top secret because the first company to achieve autonomous vehicles is going to have a huge edge over everybody else. So the more data you have, the better the output would be. And every single version of autopilot that gets released gets better and better and better. In fact, Elon Musk wants to have the safety rating so good that you can probably take a nap behind the wheel and maybe one accident will happen in 10,000 years. That might be a bit ambitious and only time will tell if that will actually happen. So how does Tesla's summon fit into this? Well, Elon Musk has been quoted as saying that parking lots is one of the biggest problems to achieving self-driving autonomy. If you think about it, mall parking lots are actually super complicated and they differ from mall to mall, and there's a high probability that there's going to be a crash. There's a lot of people moving around, backing up. It's a very chaotic environment. Now, us humans can figure out exactly when something's going to happen. In fact, there's a lot of cues that are nonverbal. For example, someone waving or just simply eye contact that we manage to get through these complicated situations. But a computer doesn't think like that. The way that Tesla's machine learning model works is that you input data, and if there's a problem, it gets added to the model. In fact, mall parking lots and parking lots in general might be so complicated that they might need a whole other machine learning model just to deal with it. That's of course speculation, but we'll see. And again, mall parking lots are super complicated. Some of them, they have one way only, some of them have both ways. People are constantly backing up, and humans do a poor job at this as well. So getting a computer to do it, and a computer that isn't really that smart, because machine learning is not really that smart at the end of the day, is really hard to do. So the reason that summon was actually made in the first place is very simple. They want to add in a ton of data to their machine learning models, which might be a completely different machine learning model than the autopilot, so that the machine learning model can get better. They can see every single thing that happens, every bump, every collision, every person waving, every person kind of moving around. Everything that happens in a mall parking lot is going to be added to the data, and Smart Summon's the best way to do that. If you think about it, most people are using Smart Summon in a parking lot. They're not using it from across town, although I think that might be the goal. You could be going in one area of the town, and then you can Smart Summon and it will drive 30 minutes to your location, pick you up, and it'll bring you home. This is a huge problem for traffic, which is probably a topic for another time, but it would be awesome if we could get there at the very least. Smart Summon is really cool. I don't personally have a Tesla, but if I did, I'd probably use it now and again. Hey everybody, welcome to Bura Tech. In this episode, we're going to be talking about hashtag Team Trees and taking a break when you work. Alright, welcome back. Now before we start the video, I want to make sure that you like and subscribe, and if you really like this video, please share it. The more you share, the more this channel can grow. So today we're going to be talking about hashtag Team Trees. Now if you don't know, a bunch of YouTubers have got together and tried to raise $20 million to plant 20 million trees. Now why is this important? Well, trees suck up a ton of carbon from the air, and as you know, humans are putting a ton of carbon into the atmosphere, which is causing climate change. So I donated 100 trees to this cause, which you can see right here, and I personally love walking through the forest. In fact, one of the things I like to do is whenever I'm overworked or stressed out, the best thing to do is go for a walk. And there's nothing even more special than walking through a forest. Now going on a hike is something that I really love to do, and it actually refreshes my mind. If ever I'm frustrated or overworked or stressed out or anything, a walk through the forest is great. Now, I've done my part in helping to plant 100 trees, and you should too. And you can go to this website right here, and the link is down below so that you can plant trees yourself. Every little bit helps. I hope that hashtag Team Trees gets to 20 million very soon. In fact, you can see some of the top people who've donated here. People like Elon Musk. One of the things you need to understand to be successful at anything, whether it's programming or digital art or design or anything, is that you need to take time off. Now, I am the worst victim of this. Sometimes I will work through the weekend and I'll just come back to work on Monday and I won't be refreshed. And whenever I do take time off, I come back to Monday and go back to my job and I'm actually refreshed. Taking time off is necessary. In fact, I would argue that people who can take time off effectively can do a better job and their careers will be better. The other reason why taking time off is super important is that you push whatever it is you need to be done within your work time, and that makes you more efficient. So you think of work time as work time and off time as off time. You're not checking your phone for work emails, etc. You are just on your own and you are thinking about the problems. Believe it or not, your brain works through the problems that you worked on that week when you're taking time off. And the best way to take time off is to exercise. I love going for big long bike rides and I love going through walks in the forest. In fact, sometimes I like even biking through the forest. On these long bike rides and walks, I think about what I can do better. Believe it or not, it's the time in between projects where you improve the most. That self-reflection on how you could have done a better job is absolutely essential to your career success. The other thing I love about walking through the forest is that I see a lot of birds and insects that I don't normally get to see. One of my favorite things to do is to look at the new insects. In fact, one time I found this really awesome caterpillar on a walk. It was quite special. And once I find a new insect, I learn all I can about it, and maybe that might lead to some innovation because biomimicry is huge. And that's a story for another time, but I definitely like to look at how nature solves a lot of problems and see if I can implement that in my own work. Forests have a ton of biodiversity, and I absolutely love going to take a look at all the different plant species and trees. I personally love conifers, and I want you to post down your favorite tree down below. Hey everybody, welcome to Bura Tech. In this episode, we're going to be talking about how to make passive income as a programmer. Alright, before we continue, I want to make sure that you like and subscribe. And if you really like this video, please share it with the world. The more you share this video, the more videos we can make. Also, this channel doesn't do a Patreon. Instead, we sell our digital products down below. And every dollar that we get from the products you buy below goes into making more content. The best way to help with this channel is to subscribe to Mammoth Interactive's huge library of content. Alright, so let's talk a little bit about passive income. Now, the myth about passive income is that you can do something once and then live off the royalties or whatever it is for the rest of your life. This is an example that's few and far between for most people. Occasionally you'll have something that's a big hit and will be sold off for a lot of money and then you can live off the proceeds, but rarely do you ever get continuous royalties for the rest of your life. The only way that you can get this is if you sell something and you get that in the contract where you will get paid a certain percentage, for example, let's say 1% of the existing business in perpetuity. Now, if you ever get this, that's great, but rarely does it happen. Oftentimes when people buy a business, it's just a one-time fee, and hopefully that one-time fee is enough for you to retire whenever it is you sell that business. So when it comes to passive income, that goal of just doing something once and then retiring or having a check come in the mail every month is not going to be realistic. The best kind of passive income is to add passive income to your existing income, meaning that you are constantly working, but you have money coming in that you don't have to work for. This is what most people should strive for, and this is what happens to me today. So as a coder, there are many things that you can do to achieve this passive income. So if you have a day job, the best thing to do is, if your day job will allow it, is to release an app or a game. And the best way to make money off of this app or game is to have recurring revenue. Now, recurring revenue or software as a service is something that's hugely popular. Now, it doesn't have to be a major idea, but it can be a small idea. It can be an idea something like turn an image into a vector. And you can pay, let's say, $5 to $10 a month. This is a very simple software as a service project that you could use and maybe get out the door. Find something simple and effective. The best thing you can do is solve a simple problem. And this problem has to be solvable with the spare time that you have outside of your day job. If you can do this, then this is the best way to add in passive income to your life. Because even if you get maybe $100 a week, that's about $5,000 a year. If you get $1,000 a week, then that's, well, $52,000 a year. Any income income in between those two values is actually really good. And if you have it recurring, that is, if the software works and it provides this process and people continue to subscribe, then that's the best way to do it. The other thing you can do is you can do this maybe for 2 years and then you can flip it for X amount of money. Because remember, the more recurring revenue that you have, the more valuable your company is going to be. So recurring revenue is huge. Nowadays, you can even add in recurring revenue to apps on the App Store. Now, oftentimes this isn't going to work very well if you just want to make a game and then put it on the App Store. People are not going to want to subscribe to your game on a monthly basis unless they're getting something. For example, these can be in-game items or something that the player gets to do, or new levels or something like that. But even then, that's not entirely passive. It's sort of passive, but if you have a game that has recurring revenue, where that is a subscription, and you want to, let's say, build one level per month, you still have to build that level per month. That isn't exactly 100% passive. So this goes with my whole philosophy that passive income is a spectrum. You can have one that is completely not passive, where you, for example, have to go to work every day and that's not passive. And then there's completely passive, where you do something once and get a check for the rest of your life. Most passive incomes are somewhere in the middle, but some require a little bit more work than others. The whole point is to be able to maximize your productivity to make more money. Well, I've been an entrepreneur since I was 17. I've always had my own business, but if I did have a job, I would definitely have some kind of side hustle that would require some recurring revenue. And what I would try to do is flip that project every 2 or 3 years. Now, it's possible that your side hustle can actually make more than your day job. In fact, I know a lot of people that do this. Now, often these people are in real estate where they own maybe 2 or 3 homes and they rent them out, and then that income makes more than their actual day job. But I know other people who have a side hustle that is maybe making a comic book, or it's some kind of software, or it's some kind of gaming company that actually makes more than their day job. Now, why would you want to separate these two? Well, because in most countries, you can separate your personal income from your corporate income, and you can make money in the corporation and you can just keep it there. And sometimes, depending on the country that you live in, it might be taxed at a lower rate. So let's say you make $100,000 with your game and you make $100,000 in your day job. Well, you might be taxed less on that $100,000 in your corporate account, but you can keep it there and perhaps invest in something else. Another reason is that a lot of people need to have a place to go to. So I personally love working by myself. I can work by myself all day, and that's why I can get the products out that I do. But other people, they need to go to a job, they need to have that water cooler talk, and they need to interact with other people, and that's why they still have their job. For me personally, I like working alone, but there are times where I really wish I had a big project and a big team to work on. So that brings me to my next point. If you're working at a company, chances are you're working on some kind of awesome project that's going to have worldwide recognition. And if it doesn't do that, it's going to be a big project nevertheless, but your side hustle is going to be much smaller in scope because you by yourself are working on it in your spare time. And this is the disconnect that a lot of people can't really understand. When you work on something by yourself, you have to lower the scope, and in my opinion, about 99% of what you really want to do. And that should be your first project, is to just get something out there and have it try to make some recurring revenue. Also, recurring revenue and subscriptions are hard to sell. If you're making a game, I wouldn't recommend going with this model. I would just recommend keeping it as a single price. Certain things work better with this model, like games and books, and other things don't. Now, the other thing you can do as a programmer is to put out an online course. Now, we at Mammoth Interactive produce lots of online courses, but if you as a programmer want to make an online course, I highly recommend it. It's probably going to be really good for your career, and it does make some passive income. Now, don't expect to have a lot of income from this course, but it will be passive, as in you get to put the course out there and you will make some money here and there. There are lots of sites that will allow you to do this, and you can make a bit of money. Personally, though, I think a lot of programmers like making an actual product versus making a course, but the course option is obviously out there. So what have we learned today? Well, we talked about how passive income expectations are extremely high, and most likely they won't be where you need them to be. We also talked about how passive income is a spectrum, and you should have multiple streams of income anyway. You should have a job as well as a passive income stream. And lastly, we talked about what kind of project you should release. The best way to make passive income is to have a recurring revenue software as a service model. This can be something very small, but if it makes $1,000 a week or even $500 a week, it will make a difference in your life. Hey everybody, welcome to Bura Tech. In this episode, we're going to be talking about how unlearning is in fact more important than learning. Alright, welcome back. Before we continue this video, I want to make sure that you like and subscribe. And if you really like this video, please share it with the world. The more you share this and the more you like and subscribe, and if you push that bell button to get notifications, the more it will help out this channel. You can buy our products down below. This channel doesn't do a Patreon, instead we sell our digital products down below. The best way to help out is to subscribe to Mammoth Interactive's huge library of content. We have monthly plans and yearly plans. Alright, so let's talk about unlearning. Now, when you go to school, you actively learn something, and it makes sense that when you know nothing about something, that you have to go and learn something to achieve whatever it is you're trying to do. Whether it's getting a job, or whether it's just trying to get better at a specific skill, you need to actively learn something. But here's the problem, and here is something that's a little bit unintuitive, but it really makes sense once you think about it. As life goes along, and as you learn more things, the world changes, and the things that you've learned in the past are no longer relevant, and therefore you have to unlearn something. And this has happened to me many times in my life, where I have looked at the knowledge that I've acquired over the last 2 or 5 years, and I've said that that knowledge is no longer relevant and I have to unlearn it. Now, this is one thing that can happen. Another thing that can happen is that your knowledge can just be bad advice. You could have had a bad teacher that has given you bad advice, or you've learned something in a different field that doesn't apply to your next field or your future goals. Now, this has happened to me many times in the past. I've had a teacher that has given me bad advice, or I've learned a way of doing things that was no longer the best way of doing things, and therefore I had to unlearn. Now, I would argue that the people who are the most successful at life are the people that can realize that they're wrong, unlearn what they have learned, and then formulate the best possible situation forward. In fact, I would argue that the most successful people do this on a regular basis. Now, I personally like to do this every year. I take a look at the past year, usually around December, and I say, what have I done this year that was good? What have I done that was bad? And what can I do in the next year? I also take a look at what advice was good, what advice was bad, and how the world is changing. Because sometimes you might have really good advice for that specific period of time, but then the world changes, or the variables in the world change, and therefore that advice is no longer relevant. This happens many, many times in many different industries, and specifically since this is a technology-based channel, this will happen to you and your career. In fact, over the years, Mammoth Interactive has produced many courses on many different subjects, and some of those courses are no longer relevant because nobody uses those frameworks anymore. When I first started Mammoth Interactive, Swift was not even a thing. We had to make iPhone apps with Objective-C, which was terrible. And when Swift came out, it was amazing, and we made a ton of money off of Swift tutorials. Now Google Flutter is eating Swift's lunch a little bit, and now we make a lot of money off of Google Flutter tutorials. This is one example. So when I first started Mammoth Interactive, I was networking really hard, and I went to a meetup that was an HTML5 meetup, and literally everyone in that group was a Flash developer. Now, no one is a Flash developer, and most people in that group were wondering how Flash would become obsolete and how HTML5 would work. Now, over the years, HTML5 hasn't quite lived up to its expectations, and I've known that personally because I was the biggest supporter of HTML5 at the time. But there's no such thing as Flash anymore, and chances are those developers had to relearn a new language of some kind. And if you're a developer, you're going to have to do this. You're going to have to unlearn your old language and replace it with a new one. And you might have to do this every 2 to 3 years. Luckily now, languages aren't evolving as quickly as they once were, and that means that you might hold on for a little bit longer, but you will have to modernize your skills. Now, this is a programming example, but as an entrepreneur, I've had this happen to me many times. Sometimes there's a viable option for making money at that particular time. Another thing that can happen is that something is not viable, and then things change, and then it becomes viable. This has happened to me many times as well. So a good example of this is when I first started Mammoth Interactive, I wanted to make books and dropship them. I've learned from the past that if you don't have 5,000 customers, you shouldn't order 5,000 books, and literally everything at the time was you had to order a minimum amount of books. That means they had to print them, ship them to you, and then you have to ship them individually to your customers. A few years later, dropshipping came, and I could just simply make those books and ship them out and print them on demand. This also happened with the t-shirts as well. At one point, there was no good option to dropship and print on demand t-shirts, but in the future there was. At the same time, I wanted to do it, and then I could do it, and then I found out my customers didn't really want to buy t-shirts anyway, so that whole arc was a learning experience for me. Now I might even revisit making merch in the future, but not today. Perhaps the variables will change in the future and it will become much more viable than it is today. So if you work in technology, you have to at least look at the landscape and look at how you're doing everything on a yearly basis. In fact, if you do it on a quarterly or a biannually basis, that's also good too. Sometimes you'll do your quarterly or annual assessment and the next week something happens that completely changes everything. The point is you have to adapt. So how do you unlearn something? Well, this is really hard for most people because people hate being wrong. But once you accept the fact that you may be wrong at some point in time in your life for some reason, it becomes incredibly liberating. Instead of thinking wrong as being a black or white thing, as a Boolean that is a 1 or a 0, you should think of it as a spectrum. In fact, all the products I've released, I've gotten some things right and I've gotten some things wrong. In fact, I've never released a project that was 100% a complete failure and 100% a complete success. And if you watch this channel, you'll know that I love spectrums. Nothing is ever completely black and white. You don't have 4 multiple choice options in your life. You have a lot of options. You have to figure out what the best one is for you. Even my most successful projects have always had a little bit of failure in them. This is something that you have to understand, and it's a little bit cliche that you have to fail forward, but it really is true. And if you can find the root cause of why you failed, and chances are it's because you've learned something that you need to unlearn, then you'll become really successful. If you work in technology, this is doubly important. If you've been following me for many years, you know that I say that the best way to become successful is to do a lot of little projects. And it's the reflection in between the projects that will make you successful, not necessarily the projects themselves. You do something simple, you reflect on it, you do something again, you reflect on that, and the more you do that, the better you'll get. But there comes a point in time where you've learned so much that some of that knowledge is either obsolete, or it's completely irrelevant, or it might not be good advice, and you have to cut that out. And again, the most successful people are really good at cutting out the bad advice. The way that you can think of this is that whenever you receive some advice, there's always a little bit of filter that you have to filter out. Of course, your life circumstances are going to be different from everybody else. Some people might have a lot of money to spend on a business where you might have none, or some people might have some other opportunities where you might not have any, or you might have an opportunity where other people don't. You have to understand where you are and what advice goes for your specific situation. The other thing that you want to do is you really want to not be so strong-headed to say that you are always right. In fact, all the people I know that are too strong-headed are not as successful as the people that can admit that they're wrong. You don't have to admit that you're wrong publicly, you just have to own it yourself and then go forward with that information. I think one of the main reasons why people hate being wrong is because school really punishes you for being wrong. Remember, school is mostly a subtractive process. You start off with 100% and then you get wrong answers that whittle your mark down. It would be so much better if you started off with 0 and then worked your way up. There is a big difference psychologically in between the two. Think of it like a character in an RPG. You start off with 0 experience and you get more experience along the way. Life is more like an RPG than it is like a classroom. Hey everybody, welcome to Bura. In this episode, we're going to be talking about how to get your first job even if you have no experience. Alright, welcome back. Make sure you like and subscribe and hit that bell button to get notifications for new videos. We release videos very often. Also, please be sure to share this video with someone. The more you share this video, the more videos we can make. If you really like this channel, you can buy our products down below. This channel doesn't do a Patreon, instead we sell our digital products down below. The best way to help on this channel is to subscribe to Mammoth Interactive's huge library of content. So chances are you have been in a situation where you wanted to get a job, but they said you needed 2 to 5 years experience for an entry-level position. This is a little bit crazy, you'd think, and it is a little bit crazy, but how do you cut through that? So job experience is kind of like a currency. It is something that you can acquire and you can keep within your career. And getting good job experience is really difficult. Now, one of the things you have to understand is that you, in your high school days, have probably had a job in the service industry. This could be a minimum wage job, or it can just be a job that doesn't really have a career mindset. Now, there is a huge difference between careers and jobs. Basically, careers is something that you constantly have to work and mend, and jobs are just something you go to and you get paid for. It really depends on the person whether they want just simply a a job or they want a career. Personally, I love being career-minded. I love self-improvement and I love learning new things. If you just want to go to a job and get paid and go home, then a job is good for you. Some people will shame job takers for not being motivated enough, but that, I think, is a bad philosophy. There are great jobs out there, and if it works for you and makes you happy, then I say take a job. It's a lot less work than having a career. So if you had a job before and you want to move to the career, you have to have some kind of experience. Now, when I graduated in 2008, there were no jobs. In fact, you can take a look at some of the news around that time where people had just graduated with master's degrees or MBAs, and they applied to like 400 jobs and they didn't get a single job. Another thing that happened when I was looking for a job is that they said you needed 2 years of experience for an entry-level job. And then I said, logically, how do I get 2 years experience if you won't give me a job in the first place? And then they said, not my problem. Well, this is one thing. Now, I live in North America, and in North America, companies tend to not train their employees. Now, other parts of the world, specifically Japan, they do tend to train their employees a lot more. This is one thing about the corporate culture in North America that I really hate. And at Mammoth Interactive, I don't really care if you have experience or not. I can go train you. In fact, I really think that there should be some kind of government incentive to train young people. Now, of course, in this economy where the unemployment is so low, this is not really an issue, but when I was looking for a job, the unemployment was 10% or above. And the economy can always go back there. The employment can rock up to 10 or even 20%, and sometimes the way that employment is calculated is a little bit fudged. That is, politicians might fudge the numbers to make them look better. It wouldn't be the first time a politician does this. So what happens if unemployment goes back to 10% and you're out of a job, or if you just graduated school and you want to get a career or an entry-level position? The answer is really simple. You have to intern at your own company. So how do you intern at your own company? Side note, the other thing that I experienced was there's a lot of unpaid internships. And a lot of these unpaid internships didn't really give me good experience. So that's what led me to intern at my own company. I said to myself, I can be spending my free time doing anything. I can be watching TV, watching YouTube, or playing video games, or doing something that's completely wasting my time. But instead, I decided to relearn a new coding language and produce practical projects. This is why Mammoth Interactive does what we do today. I spent my free time interning at my own company. So the theory was that if I produced a bunch of really good projects in my spare time, then I could go back to the employers and I can say, hey, look, this is what I did in my spare time. I am so motivated that I am going to spend all of my free time doing work, and this is the kind of person you want at your company. This was 2010, and still the economy wasn't very good, and I still got a whole bunch of slammed doors. Today, this would never happen because the next year I produced a huge online course and I made a ton of money as an entrepreneur. And I was so successful that a college wanted me on their board, so I gladly accepted that. And when I was on that board, and this was maybe 2013, 2014, when I was on that board, I talked to a whole bunch of hiring managers and they really wanted to see the practical projects. It's funny how in just a few short years, things can absolutely change. So interning at your own company is really good. In fact, if I want to hire a programmer today, I really look at what they've done in their portfolio. If you want to be a game programmer or any kind of programmer, I need to see what you can do. I need to see you be able to perform similar to an athlete. One of the things I do when I'm interviewing somebody and I'm trying to figure out whether or not they can code is I give them a problem and I see how fast they can do it. The faster they can solve that problem, the better. Sometimes these problems are extremely easy and sometimes the problem's a little bit more challenging. I also ask programmers to design an app on a piece of paper, but that's a story for another time. So unemployment is at 10-year lows and we haven't had a recession for a very long time, and you obviously need to be prepared. In fact, I've been preparing, and a lot of really smart people are always preparing for the next downturn. And in the next downturn, your skills need to be paramount. Now, if you lose your job, you can't think it's the end of the world. All you have to think of is that, hey, this is a new opportunity for me to learn something and get a new career doing something else. Because let's face it, if you do the same thing for 2, 3, or 5 years, you might get bored of what it is you're doing. I know from personal experience that if I do the same thing too much, my productivity goes down and the quality of the product goes down. I need to change it up. So the big point here is that if you want a career, you have to work for it. And the best way to work for it is to spend your free time doing projects. If you do this, every hiring manager will be all over you because the world is competitive and you have to be competitive to get a job. The way I like to think of it is that there's always people trying to get my spot, and I have to constantly work harder to make sure they don't take my spot in life. If you've been a fan of Mammoth Interactive or been following me for a long time, I always say that success is the wheel, and the career mindset means that you constantly have to be turning that wheel. Success is not a destination, and people that think that success is a destination will eventually peter out over the long term. Of course, this is if you want to be career oriented. If you want a job, then you can simply go get your education and go get your job. But if the economy changes or the world changes, which it probably will, then you might have to go and retrain. One last thing about interning at your own company is that if you want to sell a product or do some kind of project, it can always blow up and make you a ton of money. In fact, it can make you so much money that you might never need a job. And I personally didn't need a job for the last 8 years. So this happened to me, and it can absolutely happen to you, but it depends on whether you want to spend your free time working or doing something else. Hey everybody, welcome to Bura Tech. In this episode, we're going to be talking about whether you should work at home or work in an office or cafe. Alright, before we start this video, I want to make sure that you like and subscribe, and if you really like this video, please share it. The more you share, the more videos we can make. Also, this channel doesn't do a Patreon, instead we sell our digital products down below. The more content you buy from the links down below, the more videos we can make. We put 100% of the money into producing new content. Alright, so in this gig economy and freelancing economy, should you work at home or should you work at another location outside? Well, I've been working at home for many years, and I have a lot of experience of working at home, setting up my home office, and working at an office or another kind of space. If you go to any Starbucks, you'll see lots of people with laptops working on code or some kind of new design or just something new. And is this a good idea? Now, personally, I don't really like working at cafes. Occasionally, I'll sit in the cafe, enjoy a coffee, and then maybe do some brainstorming. But other than that, I don't ever get real work done. The reason is that I can't focus enough in a cafe to actually get the work done that I need. Now, not everybody's like this. Some people really like to go to a cafe and they really like to see the competition, that is, how many people are on Facebook, that is, and they want to actually be working and doing something productive with their life. This is a motivation for a lot of people. Now, I've been working at home in some way, shape, or form since my early 20s, and one of the things that I highly recommend you do, if it's all possible, is to have a space where you work and you work alone. If this is another room in your house or another room in your apartment, I highly recommend doing that. Shutting the door and actually getting work done in its own little office is very productive. In fact, I really like having that separate room in my home when I work from home to actually get things done. One of the things that you really need to understand about being productive and getting work done is the ability to focus. We'll talk about that in depth in another video, but for now, let's just talk about how much you can focus and where you can focus. So if you want to do work on your kitchen table and you live alone, that is something really good because nobody is going to interrupt you. In fact, when I lived in a bachelor apartment, this is exactly what I did. I basically had the room all to myself and I got to save a little bit of money on rent, and as a result, I actually got a lot of work done. But if you move in with someone, maybe getting work done on the kitchen table might not be a good idea because there is lots of distractions. The key thing you want to understand is to minimize your distractions. So having a separate office is really good. In fact, one of the entrepreneurs that I know has his whole upper floor of his house dedicated to an office. So should you work at a cafe? Like I said before, there are lots of people that like working at cafes, and a lot of people like the hustle and bustle and the people coming in. And maybe you might be at a cafe and you might meet someone, or it might lead to connections. This is something that's really important and often overlooked. If you meet people and you're a freelancer, you might be able to drum up some more business. But the best way to drum up more business is to probably go to a co-working space. So there's lots of co-working spaces, and some of them are obviously good co-working spaces, and some of them are worth more than others, and some of them try to pose as a tech company when they're really not. I'm looking at you, WeWork. So at the end of the day, are these places good and can you actually get work done? Well, one of the things about freelancing is that you don't have to work 9 to 5 every day. Now, I personally like doing this myself because I like grinding as much as I possibly can, but at the same time though, there's a lot of people that like to just simply go to an office maybe 2 or 3 days of the week, or maybe even 4, and they get some work done here and there. Sometimes if you're a freelancer, you have to travel around the city, and having a full-time office might be a big waste of money, so having a hot desk at one of these co-working spaces might be a good idea. The other thing about co-working spaces is that you can rent out bigger spaces. So if you want to do, let's say, an in-person boot camp or training session, which is a really good way to make money, you can go book them there. In fact, for all the in-person training sessions that I look to do, I always look to these co-working spaces because they have very favorable rates. Also with co-working space, you might be able to get more business, and there might be people next door that will help you get your business out the door. If you're not a graphic designer, chances are there's a graphic designer at a co-working space that can help you out. And who knows, maybe you'll talk and collaborate with people and you'll be able to start the next big startup. Meeting people is really good, but I find most people are too social and they don't get enough work done, whereas my problem is I'm not social enough and I try to get all the work done as I possibly can. So you have to figure out who you are. If you're an introvert that just likes working on a product, you maybe might need to go force yourself to go to these co-working spaces and meet people. And if you're really, really social, then perhaps you need to have more of a secluded space so you can sit down and focus and get things done. Remember that 1 hour of focused work can be better than 8 hours of unfocused work. In fact, it's best to put all of your time into a small, productive hour, because this way you can use the rest of the day to do something else. This can be going for a hike, going exercising, or just meeting new people. So these co-working spaces also cost money, which is something that you as a freelancer need to minimize. And this can be really difficult, especially if times are a little bit tough. At the end of the day, I think it's good to find a co-working space if you're working from home, because you will want to do something else. If you need to have a co-working space maybe 1 or 2 days of the week, I would go with the lowest possible option just to get you in the door. Sometimes with these co-working spaces, you can maybe rent a whole office for a month or 2, and if you have a lot of work done, then you can do that and then hop back. The whole point of being a freelancer is to be as modular as possible. The more modular you are, the less money you will burn. Of course, you can always work in your home or at a coffee shop, but personally, if I was doing this today, I would work in a co-working space. When I just graduated university, there weren't as many co-working spaces, and I find the co-working spaces today are absolutely amazing. In fact, if I did graduate university today, I would probably go to a co-working space. However, once you scale up, I think it's better to actually go ahead and get an office. Now, commercial real estate renting is very difficult, and depending on where you live, it can be very problematic. Again, depending on where you live, there might not be something as simple as rent control in commercial real estate, so your rents can really skyrocket. And other times you have to pay taxes and a whole bunch of other things that are associated with the cost of renting that are passed directly onto you. Again, this varies from location to location, but in general, commercial real estate is really expensive. I would not recommend buying an office unless you want to park the cash in real estate in your area, but I would also recommend to rent. Because if you hit it big, you need to upscale to a bigger office. And if you buy something and have a mortgage, then it's not very good. Now, the other thing about office space is that I personally do not like open office plans. In fact, you can watch this Vox video on why open offices are terrible. So if I were to have a bigger office with a lot more employees, I would have some spaces where people could go to an office and they can just simply close the door and get a little bit of privacy. What I would also do is have meeting areas so that people can collaborate and bounce ideas off one another. I think both of these two things are really important. And having completely offices or completely open office is a terrible idea. You have to have a mix of both. Now, I did hear about this one big company that completely got rid of open offices, even for management. And this is very high management, meaning that maybe the CTO would grab a laptop and sit down next to the interns. Now, this is great for the interns, but the higher ups really did not like this. And another thing that I heard that some businesses do is everyone gets a laptop at the beginning of the day and they get to go sit and work somewhere. They don't get an assigned seat, because if you know anything about human behavior tends to repeat, and if I go sit down in one chair, I'm going to want to sit down there every day. So the idea with this particular plan was to get a bunch of higher up people to mingle with the interns, and I'm not sure how that worked out in the end, but it's certainly an interesting idea. Personally, if I were to do this, I would have a rec room, I would also have a meeting area, I would have a really awesome lunchroom, and I would have private offices. And since we record tutorials, I would also have some booths that are completely soundproof, and these soundproof booths would be great to just get things done. Although one of the things I've learned over the years is that soundproofing is insanely expensive because sound is very hard to contain. It's one of the things about my business that producing tutorials is a little bit more expensive than normal because one of these booths can be thousands of dollars. And there have been solutions over the years that have made this a lot more economic. However, in the past, it might have been tens of thousands of dollars for a simple booth. The last thing you need to always understand is how to scale if that is something you want to do. If you want to have a startup idea, you need to make sure that you plan out for 10, 20, 30, 100, or 1,000 employees. You want to make sure that you look at different office rents and always budget along. In fact, if you pull up a spreadsheet and budget for fun in your spare time, I guarantee you'll learn something. You'll learn about how much commercial offices cost to rent, and you'll learn about how much payroll it takes to service 1,000 employees. So in conclusion, where would you work? If I graduated university today, I would probably do a co-working space as well as work from home. The co-working space would get me to mingle and frankly network a lot better, and when I really needed to get things done, I'd work from home. Now, if I was living with my girlfriend at the time, I would probably have my own office room. If not, I would spend more money to get a secluded office at one of these co-working spaces. The reason is that you don't want to have distraction, and that's a big theme for being successful. Hey everybody, welcome to Bura Tech. In this episode, we're going to be comparing the Unreal Marketplace and the Unity Asset Store. Alright, welcome back. Please be sure to like and subscribe, and if you really like this video, please share it. The more you share it, the more videos we can make. This channel doesn't do a Patreon, instead we sell our digital products down below. The more products you buy, the more content we can create. The best way to help out this channel is to subscribe to Mammoth Interactive's huge library of content. Alright, so game development is at the stage where you can buy high quality assets for very little money. This is amazing because when I started to program, you had to do everything by yourself. That is, you would come up with a new C++ file and literally you had to do everything by yourself, and the tools themselves weren't even that good. Nowadays, you can just hop on the Unity Asset Store and Unreal Marketplace and download some high quality content. Now, I'm not just talking about 3D models or character models, I'm talking about code as well. You can download a lot of templates. We'll be doing an in-depth look at both of these marketplaces, but let's talk about the big news that happened recently. So Unreal bought Quixel, which is a photorealistic asset startup. Now, if you haven't seen the demo, please take a look at some of this footage now. That is absolutely amazing, and I think the coolest part about all of this is that you can edit in real time and the physics happen in real time. Now, computing power is so good that you can actually do this. Before this, even editing something very simple would be very challenging. You know, even 10 years ago, if you wanted to, let's say, move a tree, it would take a lot of time just to bake that into the game. Nowadays, you can do it in real time, and the physics and the lighting that update in real time is a huge step forward. And that's probably why Unreal bought Quixel. The samples are truly amazing, and now you can download these samples for free on the Unreal Marketplace. I think this is absolutely incredible. One thing I love about both of these marketplaces is that you can simply buy the products and you can import them into your game with ease. Now, if you've ever made a game from scratch, which I highly recommend that you do, hint, hint, buy the products down below, I highly recommend that you figure out the pipeline, because the pipeline is something that's really complicated. That is, if you want to take something from Blender and put it in Unreal or Unity, believe it or not, there's a lot of things that can go wrong in that. You can't just put whatever you have in Blender and put it into Unreal or Unity and have it work out completely flawlessly. The reason is that all three of these engines have different rendering engines, so something that you might see in Blender might not translate to the other engines. Now, over the years, it's gotten a lot better, and what you normally see in Blender now is roughly what it will look like in these engines, but it's not 100% the same. For many years, the Unreal Engine was always the better choice to have your content look good, but Unity has closed the gap, and I would say there is almost no gap today. When it comes to the editor, it's more about personal preference rather than actual performance. The other thing that's really hard about adding things from Blender or any 3D program to your game engines is the idea of bones and animations. If you're making a character model, a ton of things can go wrong between your 3D modeling program and these engines. The cool thing about both of these marketplaces is that they sell character content that can easily be animated. I remember using the UDK way back when it was a thing, and making character animations was really difficult. Now it's super simple. In fact, it's almost as easy as simply just dropping in the content and hooking it up and adding the animations. This is a huge step forward, and I think game development's probably going to get better as a result. So let's take a look at some of the content on the Unity Asset Store and the Unreal Marketplace.
Alright, so let's take a look at the Unity Asset Store and the Unreal Marketplace here. So first of all, let's take a look at the Unity Asset Store, and remember that all of these things that I say about these asset stores, they're both really good. In fact, whenever I compare Unity and Unreal, it's like comparing two high-end sports cars. They're really amazing, and to have either one of them would just be awesome. So one of the things I love about the Unity Asset Store is all of the 3D models here. So if you look and you just simply click on the 3D models, you can see all of these items here. Now the hard thing about using assets is to make sure it themes well. Now for instance, this one here, this Japanese village, which looks really awesome by the way, and this low poly ultimate pack, they don't go together thematically, and you wouldn't really want to use them. And if you did use them, there would have to be a really good reason why you use them. For example, maybe your character starts in ancient Japan and then all of a sudden gets thrown into the computer world. I mean, that could be the game or something. But if you look at these, they all look pretty good. And in fact, I'm really impressed with this here, and I actually really like this Japanese village here, and that just came up. So you can see here that there's a lot of really high-end content here. So there's a Japanese school corridor. You can have props here like these animated animals here. And remember, the hard thing is to theme your content. So if you want to theme your content, you can always type in low poly, right? That's one way to theme your content in a specific way, and you can start to see that these look a little bit similar here. So you could mix this low poly ultimate pack with probably these low poly animals, and I think that looks pretty good. And if you wanted to drop some humans in there, that's pretty good. Now this one here isn't exactly too low poly, but you always want to make sure that you have the aesthetic the same, and that's something that can be really challenging. And you can also look at the numbers here. There's quite a bit of assets for all of these here, and there's also a ton of 2D assets, which is also really good if you want to make it a 2D game, and I think that's pretty awesome here. Now I like making 2D games personally because they're a little bit easier to get out the door than 3D games, but if you want to make 3D games, that's all good too. Now let's take a look at some of the templates here. Now one of the things about these marketplaces is you can see that there are 2,600 templates here, and one of the things you have to understand about these marketplaces is that there might be a handful of really good templates and the other ones aren't as good. So the other thing is that you can take a look at some of these really awesome templates here, and for example, I've actually purchased some of these myself. I've purchased this one here and it's really good, but one of the things that is interesting about Unity is that if you go to Unreal, this is already in there. Like, it comes downloaded, and you can just start making a first-person shooter right away. I mean, you can take the course that Mammoth Interactive has produced it on this as well. And the thing is that with Unity, you have to do more of the things by yourself, whereas in Unreal, there's a lot of things that are already there for you. But there's good things and bad things about that. Now, the good thing is that if you want to start things from scratch, or you want to buy a template, then it's a lot more customizable than having just the standard Unreal. And that's where the difference comes in. So, for instance, you can take a look at this one here, and this is actually quite nice. If I was making a top-down shooter, then I might actually buy this template here, and then I would add in my own assets. Now, one of the things that's interesting about all of these templates is that, in order to make them work, you have to do a bit of work just understanding how the engine works and then making your game. And that's always the issue when it comes to buying templates, is that you have to spend maybe up to a day or two to just learn how it works, And then the other thing is that you always want to, if you can, try to play it. And the best way to use a template is to make a game that's, almost 95% similar to the template, just adding in some kind of flair. So, this is kind of a platformer, and there's a lot of really cool games that have been made on this. Now, if you wanted to make a game using this template, what I highly recommend that you do is, just find a good way to add something new, like perhaps maybe the color shifts and you get a whole bunch of different abilities here. Now, it's always hard to use these templates because the programmer has their own conventions, and those conventions might be different from yours. Nevertheless, this is something that's really awesome, and there's a lot of really good software templates on the Unity Asset Store. All right, so most of the time when I'm using these things, I mostly use them for the 3D content and sometimes the 2D content. Most of the time, I'm not into using a different tool. What I'm using it for is essentially to make my game look good, and I'll do all the programming myself. Now, someone with maybe a little bit less programming experience might start off with a template. Now, it's not a bad idea to make a game off of a template here. Now, the other thing that Unity has is all these visual scripting tools. In fact, there's a whole subsection for visual scripting, and you can see that there's 131 results here. Now, these are actually pretty good, and they're very similar to what you have in Unreal, but you have to buy these if you want that kind of node-based editor. Now, the other thing about these templates is that some of these are for gameplay, and then some of these are for other more niche part of the engine. The other thing that's really interesting is you can download some AI to your game here. Now, what I like about the AI part of this is that it can be really challenging to add that in here, but if you wanted to add in something specific and special, then you can actually do this. Alright, so we've taken a look at the Unity Asset Store. Let's take a look at the Unreal Marketplace here. So one of the things I love about this is that these will always be free, and some of these are really high quality. For example, this modular sci-fi starter bundle is huge, and that looks really awesome. In fact, you could probably make a game out of this just by itself, and I think it looks pretty good. And the cool thing is that it's permanently free. Now, if you do download one of these free ones, you can see that there's a bunch of other things that this person is charging for, and I personally like to make sure that I support these people because it does take quite a bit of time. So if you look at this here, you know, these are really nice looking assets here, and I think they're actually really neat. That's really, really good. We didn't look specifically at the assets in the Unity Asset Store, and you know, they're comparable, but this content's actually really good. So as you can see, there's a lot of really cool things in this permanently free section, and I highly recommend that you go and download them and try them out. Now, like the asset store, there's a bunch of different kinds of assets here. So we have, for example, 2D assets, we have architectural visualizations. Now, one of the things that I love about the Unreal Marketplace is the characters. Now, if you look at these characters, they're extremely well detailed. And the other thing, if you want, is you can always take a look at some of the free characters too. Now, Epic has its own content here that's free, and you can take a look at these, and some of these characters are actually quite awesome. So like this guy here, now this guy's just awesome, and you can use them in a game if you want. And like I mentioned earlier on in this video, is that adding these characters to your game is really simple, and adding them into animation. Now, it wasn't very long ago that adding animations to a 3D model was insanely difficult to do, and now it's easier than ever. The difference is that in the past there were a lot of technical limitations. Today, there's less technical limitations, meaning that it's easier to get a better result, and you can see that within the game. The way it works is that if you have, let's say, 500 hours of man content, so let's say if you have 1,000 hours of human content, so let's say you have 1,000 hours of human development, that is people working on the game, and of that 1,000 hours, if you're making software of any kind, some of that is going to be technical limitations. Now, as a developer, and especially as an independent developer, you have to minimize that technical limitation as much as possible. So the farther you go into that past, the more hours are being spent on just silly technical garbage. Now, over the years, people are spending less time on technical limitations and more time on actually making a better game. And you as a developer want to make sure that you are spending the most amount of time to make your game as good as possible and the least amount of time on technical junk. Now, we didn't really talk about this in the Unity Asset Store, and of course the Unity C Asset Store has it, but there are all of these materials that you can use, and the materials just look freaking awesome. Now, Unity is more known as the low poly engine, not because it's necessarily worse as an engine, but it seems to me that independent developers like to use the low poly aesthetic, and I think it's a great idea. Unreal, on the other hand, has more of this finished product look, as in it's very detailed. Now, if you're going to make a game in Unreal, I highly recommend trying to make it look as good as possible, because that is the great thing about Unreal, is that it looks really good. Now, the other thing is that you can look at blueprints and code plugins. So let's take a look at both of these here. So if you don't already know, Blueprints is Unreal's node-based code editor. And this code editor is something that's really awesome. And you can buy Blueprints for that on the Unreal Marketplace. You can also buy some C++ code plugins as well. And if you find that there's something that you need for your game, then I highly recommend using it. Now remember, when you ever buy blueprints or code or really any kind of game logic, you do have to spend maybe a day trying to figure out how it works, and then you can start making your code. content here. Now, just like the asset store, there's a bunch of templates you can buy as well. You can buy an endless runner shooter template, and there's a lot of really awesome shooter templates that you can buy here. Now, one of the things that I think is really awesome is this third-person shooter kit. I think this is really quite good, and if you look at it, there's a lot of really awesome functionality in here, and you can see that with the template, for example, you can see that all of the functionality of, let's say, the weapon and the health there is there. Now, there's a lot of really cool things that are in this already, such as AI, etc. Now, whenever you buy something, you want to make sure that the features that you want in your game are mostly in here. Now, when you make a template, it's not like you're just going to be able to buy the template, swap your assets out, and all of a sudden you have a game. There's going to be quite a bit of work to do. Now, the major question is, of course, how much of the work is going to be taken out by the template. So as you can see, this one here is pretty awesome, and it's got a lot of really good features in it, and I think it's pretty good. Lastly, you always want to make sure that the supported engine is to the complete engine here. So let's take a look at the last thing on the Unreal Marketplace here. So as you can see here, we have all the Megascans content, and they're really, really awesome. So if we look at these here, you can see that this is pretty photorealistic. This dandelion is so realistic, I need to take it out of my own garden. So as you can see, these are all insanely photorealistic, and I think it's awesome.
Alright, so now that we've talked about both the Unity Asset Store and the Unreal Marketplace, this is the part of the video where I tell you my opinion on which one I think is better. Now again, both Unity and Unreal are like two high-end sports cars. They're both absolutely amazing, but one of them tends to be a little bit better in my opinion. Because the Unreal Marketplace has just bought Quixel, I think that the Unreal Marketplace is going to be the better one of the two. This is also coupled by the fact that Unreal comes with a lot of predetermined functionality. Unity is more versatile, but it takes a lot of work just to get something up and going, whereas Unreal has a lot of that work done for you. Remember, game development changes all the time, and in a year from now, Unity might be the better option. But for now, if I were to make a really awesome game, I would use Unreal, and I would use the Unreal Marketplace. In fact, I would love to use all those photorealistic assets from the Unreal Marketplace. Hey everybody, welcome to Bura. In this episode, we're going to be talking about the differences of scripting in Unity and Unreal. Alright, welcome back. Before we start this video, I want to make sure that you like and subscribe. And if you have a Reddit account, please post this video on Reddit. The more you share this video, the better it'll help us out. If you really like Mammoth Interactive, you can check out the links down below. Remember that every dollar that we get from the products that you buy below goes into making more content. The best way to help with this channel is to subscribe to Mammoth Interactive's huge library of content. Alright, so if you want to make a game, you have to learn to code. Or do you? Well, yeah, you have to understand some kind of level of gaming logic, and there's lots of engines that brand themselves as non-coding engines, such as Construct 3 and Stencil. These are great engines. In fact, I love Construct 3. It's one of my favorite game engines out there. But we're talking about Unity and Unreal today. And in Unreal, there's a non-coding option called Blueprints. Unity has a node-based editor that's in the works right now, and if you want, you can go into the Asset Store and buy some node-based editors. So if you really want to make a game and you really don't want to learn to code, then you can use these node-based editors. In my personal experience, it's been really hard to get a whole game out there without some kind of level of code. Now, it is absolutely possible, and there are games on Steam and the App Store that don't use a single line of code with these engines. But at the end of the day, you should learn to code, because if you learn to code and go back to Blueprints or some other kind of non-coding game engine, it's going to be a lot easier. In fact, I've always said that Construct 3 is one of the fastest game engines out there. And the only reason why it is so fast is because I've coded in so many different languages that when I go to Construct 3, it's super easy. Enough about Construct 3. So let's take a look at some of the coding options within Unreal and Unity. Let's start with Unity first. So I remember Unity when it had JavaScript, and since then they have gotten rid of JavaScript, and what they've done is they've just had C# for the last few years. Now, C# is a really easy to use coding language. However, now it's becoming a little bit dated. So what does that mean? Well, the farther back you go into the timeline, the harder the coding engine is. Now, if you're an iOS developer, you probably remember Objective-C. And when Swift came out, it was a lot better because Swift was easier to understand. And the reason is Objective-C was a coding language that was devised many years ago. So the farther back you go into time, the harder the coding language is. Nowadays, there's lots of new coding languages out there that are really easy and still have the functionality of the old coding languages. C# is one of them, and C# is really easy to use, and I personally really like it. Now, if you really want to, you can edit the source code in Unity. Now, this is for pro users, and generally, I wouldn't even recommend it if you're a beginner, and personally, I've never needed to expand the source code of Unity. However, if you do want to do that, it is in C++. So what that means is that for most of your game, you can make it in this really easy to use coding language called C#, and if you want to expand the engine, you can use C++. Now, C++ is the staple of the game industry. If you don't know C++, then you probably won't get a job. The reason is that there are so many game engines out there that use C++, and you can hop from big company to big company, and if you know C++, then it's probably going to be a fairly easy switch for you. Now, C++ was revolutionary for the time, but again has become a little bit dated. So C# is really easy to use, and it's really easy to add components to Unity in C# to actually make it scalable and functional. Let's talk a little bit about Unreal. Now, Unreal's node-based editor Blueprints is really awesome. In fact, you can check out this multiplayer course I made here. So since Unreal uses blueprints, and blueprints are fairly effective, what is the coding language that you would use? Well, the answer is C++. And if you want to make a game, you can actually make a game using C++. This is, again, fairly standard in the game industry. And one of the reasons why these game companies still use C++ is because if you want to get other people from other companies, they will probably know C++, and that means you don't have to train them. You do have to train literally every employee that comes through your door, and as a business owner, you always want to minimize that. And one of the ways that software companies do that is to make sure that the coding languages are fairly standard, because if you have coders that go from one language to another, then it can be a lot more training for you as the employer. So how does C++ work in Unreal? Well, it works just like literally every other game engine, and you can basically add in all of the functionality that you would want in a game engine in C++. Now, C++ is a little bit harder to use than C#, but it does get the job done. And one of the things about C++ that's really good is that there are a lot of tutorials because it doesn't go obsolete as quickly. So if you do run into a problem, you can find a bunch of tutorials on it, and that knowledge doesn't go obsolete. Whereas when Mammoth Interactive made Swift courses literally every year it would go obsolete. Now, some languages are like that and others are not, and C++ is not one of those that goes obsolete. Of course, there are different versions of C++, but the core concepts and the core functionality of how it works won't really change. Now, of course, with both engines, you can pretty much access anything at the code level, which I think is really awesome. So which engine has the better scripting environment? Well, I would argue that the better scripting environment would be to make a new game engine in Swift. Didn't expect that one. I personally love Swift, and Swift is a very awesome language. First of all, it's really easy to read, it's really easy to use, and it's very functional, and on top of that, it's very specific. The people who made Swift really understand how a beginner coder goes from knowing nothing to having a really robust programming knowledge base. And Swift is so awesome that it is very easy to use, it's very readable, and you can pretty much do anything you want in it. The language is so versatile that oftentimes when I go from Swift to another language, I really wish it had the functionality of Swift. Now, one thing about Swift is that it's very specific. Languages like JavaScript and Python will allow you to get away with a lot of user-based errors. Meaning that, for example, you can match strings with integers. Swift doesn't necessarily allow you to do that, which I personally really like coming from a C background. And I think the number one thing about Swift is that it's easy to read. If you've ever pulled up a page of C++, it looks very complicated. Pull up a page of Swift, it almost looks beautiful. So I would personally love it if I could use Swift in Unreal and Unity. Hey everybody, welcome to Buratech. Whoa, let's talk about the Tesla truck. Alright, welcome back. Before we start this video, I want to make sure that you like and subscribe. And if you really like this video, please share it. One of the places you can share it is on Reddit. Remember that this channel doesn't do a Patreon. Instead, we sell our digital products down below. And remember that every dollar that we get from the products that you buy below goes into making more content. The best way to help with this channel is to subscribe to Mammoth Interactive's huge library of content. Subscriptions go from monthly or yearly. Alright, let's talk about the Tesla truck. Now, as you know, Tesla is awesome, and Tesla is known for breaking barriers. So Tesla released this truck. Now you might be thinking this is the worst designed truck ever made, or you might be thinking that this is absolutely amazing. It seems that the internet is divided into two polarizing camps. Well, let me tell you something about business and why companies do things like this. But before we get into that, let's talk about the truck itself. Well, first of all, Elon Musk has been quoted as saying that this is going to look like something out of Blade Runner. It's going to look something that is cyberpunk. And it definitely doesn't disappoint. This is probably the most futuristic truck ever designed. On top of that, it's again fully electric, meaning that there are a ton of opportunities for people that like trucks to have a whole bunch of other functionality. This can be as simple as driving your ATV right into your truck bed, or it can be something like charging up your tools while you go to work. Now this truck is going to have several models, and the range on this is going to be huge. In fact, the top line model is going to have 500 miles of range. That's a lot of range. The reason why they can get away with this is that the truck itself is pretty big, so they can cram more battery in there. Now I absolutely love watching these Tesla announcements because they do all these crazy things. So in this announcement, they actually took a sledgehammer to a normal door from a regular pickup truck, and then they took it to the Tesla truck. Now the Tesla truck is made out of the stainless steel, the same thing that SpaceX rockets are going to be made out of. And this is interesting because this is incredibly durable. Now I don't know what the safety features are on this truck, but I want to find them out, and once they get released, I'll be looking forward to looking at them. Now in order to test the glass, what they did is they dropped a weight onto a regular glass window, and then they also dropped a weight from a higher point onto the Tesla, and it didn't break. However, it was quite amusing when they said it was unbreakable windows and they threw a weight at it and both windows broke. Elon said there's room for improvement, and I kind of agree. So the Tesla truck looks awesome, it's got great stats, and I think it's going to be a complete game changer. Now let's talk a little bit about the design and why companies do these polarizing things in the first place. Well, if you make a product that's completely polarizing, it will get the internet chatting, and the more chatter there is about the product, the more free advertising you're getting. The other big product that was like this was the Apple iPad. When the first gen iPad came out, there was a lot of chatter and people thought it wasn't very good. Now I actually had a first gen iPad and I thought it was okay, but I didn't think it was either really, really good or really, really bad. And the Tesla truck is probably going to be a very practical solution, even though it looks very brutalist. Elon is taking a really big gamble on this because people who buy cars generally like classic designs, and people who buy trucks are the particular kind of people who like classic designs. You can take a look at the Tesla truck competitor, Rivian, and you can see that there are classic design elements. And this often happens in design, and this actually really happens in architecture. In fact, the pendulum swings from classic designs to modern architecture all the way back to classic designs, and you can see this throughout history. So if you follow architecture, you're probably aware of the brutalist movement, which stands for con brutal, which means exposed concrete in French. And if you look at brutalist buildings, they're very sharp and edgy. Now, that is kind of like the Tesla truck. The Tesla truck is analogous to the brutalist movement versus the classical architecture that we all know. What Tesla's really doing here is they're making a statement. They're saying that this truck is not going to be like any trucks before it. And that happens all throughout history in all design movements. This just happens to be a new revolutionary product. See, the other thing that's really awesome about this Tesla truck is that they're going to be made at the Gigafactories, and they just announced a new Gigafactory in Berlin. By making these trucks at the Gigafactory, it's going to give traditional automakers a huge worry because Gigafactories are insanely efficient. I'll do a future video on one because I really like the concept that Elon is doing at the Gigafactories. So what we have here is a completely revolutionary product that is going to subvert all expectations. I think the Tesla truck is going to be awesome. The one concern I do have is that it's too far outside the norm for people to get, but I think that views will change once they see a few of them out there. Now, I can't personally wait to try one, but one thing that's interesting about the Tesla's truck is that the cabin is absolutely huge. Remember that in electric cars, there's a lot less junk that has to make the car actually move. And what Tesla does is expand the cabin. And apparently, the inside of a Tesla truck is insanely roomy. It can sit 6 adults. Now, I think this is really awesome because big families are going to be able to go camping and do a bunch of outdoor stuff, not only because the cabin is really big, but the range is also really big too. Remember that there's less superchargers and less charging in rural areas. However, I think that there are probably going to be a lot more charging stations in campgrounds in the future because of the rise of electric vehicles. Remember that it's not just Tesla making electric vehicles. Ford has also made a Model Y competitor and it looks really awesome. I still like the Model Y better though. So let's recap. Tesla unveiled an extremely polarizing truck, and this truck looks awesome and has great specs, but the polarizing feature of it will get people talking online, just like we're doing right now. The reason why companies do this is to get free advertising from people talking. Now, even if the Tesla truck doesn't do well, a whole bunch of advertising for Tesla is going to be made through this. Now, do you want to buy the new Tesla truck or the Rivian? I would also like to know, so please write that down in the comments. Hey everybody, welcome to Bura Tech. In this episode, we're going to be talking about GitHub's code vault. Alright, welcome back. So before we start this video, I want to make sure that you like and subscribe. And if you have a Reddit account, please share this video on Reddit. Every time you share this video, it helps out the channel. Remember that this channel doesn't do a Patreon. Instead, we sell our digital products down below. Every dollar that we get from the products you buy below goes into making more content. The best deal is to get Mammoth Interactive's huge library of content for a monthly subscription. Details are all below, so please check them out. Alright, so it was just announced that GitHub is now putting code in Svalbard, just like the seed vault. So if you don't already know, Svalbard is this island that's way up here and it's pretty cold out there. Really cold out there. And one of the things that cold does very well is preserve. And these scientists had this idea to preserve all of humanity's seeds of plants in this vault. It's this kind of doomsday vault, and if something were to happen to these seeds, we have a backup. Now, these seeds are anything from trees to the plants that we eat to just simple flowers, because the ecosystem is super important and it's good to have a backup. In fact, I think we should have 2 backups, one up north and one down south as well. So if you want to know more about this topic, you can watch this TED Talk about the seed vault right here. So while preserving seeds is a really good idea, believe it or not, there's an abandoned coal mine just down the road from this seed vault. And what would be the best thing to put in this coal mine? So the people at GitHub thought that it would be good to put all the code that we've produced in this mine here. Again, it's the same concept. We want to store all the things that we've created in a place that is relatively safe. Because Svalbard is so cold, it's a good place to store all of this data. So how much of GitHub are we actually going to store in this coal mine? Well, apparently it's going to be every single repository. This is really important because if we were to lose all of GitHub's repository, I think progress in the coding world would slow down. There are so many coders that rely on GitHub code to get things done that if it weren't there, then it would be a real problem and progress would definitely slow. Another thing we should do is we should put Stack Overflow's content in the same place. So why is code so important to store? Well, imagine if we were in the Industrial Revolution and people had all of these inventions that were simply just lost. I think progress would have slowed. At that period of time, there were lots of inventions that made a lot of progress, and humanity really did benefit. The same thing can be said about the code on GitHub. The code on GitHub is analogous to the machines that were produced in the Industrial Revolution. Losing all the code on GitHub would be analogous to losing all the designs in the Industrial Revolution. It would be completely disastrous for the exact same reason. You want to think of code as small machines that is incredibly malleable. Like the designs in the Industrial Revolution, code has a very similar function. So saving this code is super important. In fact, we should save it into multiple locations, and that includes maybe the moon, Mars, or even other planets such as Mercury. The other thing that's really important about this is to have the documentation. So these GitHub repositories are great, and one of the things that you can do is, if you have a GitHub repository yourself, is that you can add in some documentation, and this documentation would be really helpful in the event that we somehow lost the code on GitHub. The documentation will really help people get up to speed with what is really happening with your code. So in conclusion, I was very delighted to see that there is an initiative like the Seed Vault, but for code. I think it's really important to save your code, and if you want to save your code into hard copies, I highly recommend doing that as well. I have multiple hard drives at home, but even those hard drives can fail. So the lesson here is always back up your stuff. Hey everybody, welcome to Bura Tech. In this episode, we're going to be comparing Android Studio, Xcode, and Google Flutter. Alright, welcome back. Before we start this video, I want to make sure that you like and subscribe, and if you have a Reddit account, please share this video on Reddit. Remember that this channel doesn't do a Patreon, instead we sell our digital products down below, and every dollar that we get from the digital products that you buy below goes into making more content. The best way to help with this channel is to subscribe to Mammoth Interactive's huge library of content. So you want to make a mobile app, and there are tons of options out there for you. So we're going to be examining the 3 best options out there. We're going to be examining Xcode, we're going to be examining Android Studio, and we're going to be examining Google Flutter. The reason why you want to be looking at these particular frameworks is that 1, they have native code support, and 2, they're the best options out of everything. I am not including React Native on this list because personally I don't like it. So one of the things that you need to understand about mobile development is that if you want to build an Android app and you want to build an Xcode or iPhone app, you usually have to do it twice. And believe it or not, a lot of the companies out there do it this way. And the reason is that you can get amazing support on both of those 2 options. Now you, as an independent developer, what should you do? First of all, take a look at Xcode. So as you know, I've been a huge Xcode supporter ever since the Objective-C days. Swift is amazing, and I've been saying again and again and again that Swift is an amazing coding language. In fact, it's probably my favorite coding language. Maybe it's because I have deep roots in C, and maybe it's because I really like simplicity, and both of those things are very apparent in Swift. So if you want to make an iOS app, Xcode is the place for you because everything works very well on Xcode. And if you've been a long-time Xcode supporter like me, you know that Xcode has recently changed how they design their apps with Swift UI. And Swift UI is really good, although there's a huge learning curve. I remember it quite vividly. I wanted to make an iPhone app and I said, hey, I could probably do this in 2 days. And then I opened it up and Swift UI was there and I had to relearn everything. It was a pain. But Swift UI is really awesome and it's really modern because the previous system was around since 2008 and that was frankly a little bit outdated. So Swift is really awesome, Xcode's really awesome, and Apple has actually announced that the Apple glasses are going to be a reality. So if you don't know what Apple glasses are, Apple glasses will allow augmented reality to be very much a part of your life. And augmented reality is when you can see all of this data coming at you in real time. Now, I remember doing an iOS course a few years ago and looking at SceneKit, which is the 3D version of SpriteKit, which SpriteKit is their game version. Now, SceneKit at the time was not very good. In fact, I thought it was actually terrible at the time. But as soon as I figured out that they were going to do AR, I found out that SceneKit was absolutely amazing. Everything that was being done within that 3D modeling set of SceneKit was actually meant for the Apple glasses that will come out in a few years' time. There's a lot of cool things you can do with AR and Apple, and I think they're really gearing up for another iPhone moment where the Apple glasses will completely change your reality. I personally think the best thing that AR is going to bring us is translating text in real time. You'll be going to a city where you don't speak the language, you'll look up and everything will be translated for you in real time, or mostly in real time. So in a few short years, we might have a universal translator. Google Translate is really good, but if Apple does something similar with the glasses and everything works with the Apple way of finesse, then I think that the AR glasses are going to be really good. Although I'm not sure I want to add in more screen time to my life, but that's a video topic for another time. So let's take a look at Android Studio. Android Studio is pretty awesome, and I've been making Android apps since the Eclipse days. And since Android Studio came out, it was a lot better. Now, Android Studio now has Kotlin in it. And Kotlin is kind of like Swift, where it makes things a lot easier. Now, Kotlin, I don't think as good as Swift personally, but it does get the job done in a lot better way. Now, the problem with Android Studio and the problem with Android devices, and this has always been the problem, is that there are so many devices and there are so many things that you have to account for, and it's almost too much, especially if you're a solo developer. And what I mean by that is that there are so many things that can go wrong with your specific app, and there are things that are really not that important. For example, something might not work on one specific device, so it gives you a crash error. So this is why people use Xcode for iOS devices. Everything is streamlined in a very seamless, vertically integrated way. So if you want to make a native Android app, I would highly recommend using Android Studio. However, there is a better framework, and personally, I think this is the future of mobile development. Now, again, big companies will make a native iOS app and a native Android app in two different programs. And the reason they can do this is because they have the money. They will have an Android team, and then they'll have an iOS team. They might meet together a few times, go for some beers, but mostly they'll be separated in their specific tasks because they are two different things. However, the best thing that's happened in the last year is Google Flutter. Now, if you don't know, Google Flutter is a framework that will allow you to deploy to iOS and Android simultaneously. So if you don't know, Flutter is a framework that you can deploy to Android and iOS simultaneously, and this is absolutely amazing. Now, if you want to actually make a Flutter app, you usually use Android Studio because, again, it's a Google product. So if you already know Android Studio, then I highly recommend just learning Flutter instead. In fact, this is the thing that I want you to take out of this video, is that you should probably just use Google Flutter in 2020. Let me explain why. So Google Flutter will definitely take the time out of deploying to each of these two frameworks. Now, even if you have a lot of money and your startup was successfully funded, it is going to take a lot of time to do two different apps. Now remember that apps are basically an extension of business these days. If you have a business idea, you need to have a mobile solution for that. Now the best thing about Flutter, and this is the crazy part about Google Flutter, is that they also have a web component export as well. Now this is amazing because not only can you make for Android, Xcode, but you can also deploy to the web. In fact, some people on the Flutter team say that they are going to really make sure that the web component is going to be a very amazing component to develop for, which means is that there might be a huge new standard of deploying web apps to the web. Now this is the most amazing part about Google Flutter, is that you'll be able to deploy once to all of these platforms and have everyone use it. Now think about, for example, a ride-sharing app. You want to, let's say, hail a car, and you have to do it either on your phone, on your tablet, or on your computer. Well, with Google Flutter, this process will be insanely seamless. If you don't do this on Google Flutter, then you have to make a web app, you have to make an Xcode app, and you have to make an Android app, and you have to have some backend that can all tie this together. But with Google Flutter, at least the front end is going to be taken care of for you. And what's really awesome about this is that if you actually have seen a lot of these new platforms out there, they tend to be mobile first. And what that means is that most people need to have mobile first functionality. But with Google Flutter, you can have the web component there anyway. So that's why I think Google Flutter is absolutely awesome. Now on top of that, designing the app is really easy, intuitive, and modern. No longer are you dragging in widgets onto a screen, but you're actually programming the app design programmatically. And this is a huge step forward. Now, of course, SwiftUI does the same thing. However, what they do in Google Flutter is actually really good. In addition to this, there's a lot of source code that's being put out there so you can use these examples in your project. So now, if you've been following me for a long time, you know that I'm really into HTML5 development. Well, Google Flutter has achieved what HTML5 honestly never could. HTML5 was supposed to have a seamless user experience across all devices, whether you're on your game console, you're on your computer, your tablet, your phone, it doesn't matter where, you'd have the same experience. Well, with Google Flutter, you'll now be able to have that experience. And the main experiences will be web, and mobile, because really these are two fundamentally different things, especially because that Apple and Android phones work so differently that having that seamless experience is going to be good. Now, of course, when you get into the details of Google Flutter, there are some things that you can and can't do on either platform, but that will probably be fixed in the future. So what's the biggest problem with Google Flutter? Of course, not every framework or every development environment is going to be 100% good. Let's talk about the one thing that Google Flutter will not do as well as native Xcode or Android apps. Whenever you use a cross-platform framework, you always have to give up some of the high-end functionality. So if another version of iOS comes out, what will happen is that there will be some high-level functionality in that next iOS version, and that next iOS version might not be able to be supported within Google Flutter, meaning that all the coolest and newest features will not be available to you. On top of that, if you want to do a startup, then it's really good for you. But if you want to do something that is on the cutting edge, sometimes these frameworks are not the best option. And that's why these companies have an Xcode team and an Android Studio team, is because they need that high-end functionality. Now, if you're a solo entrepreneur or a solo developer, you definitely don't want to do the high-level stuff right away. You want to make sure that your app is out there and your business idea is out there so you can get feedback to start growing it there. You'll add the high features later. And on top of that, adding an augmented reality to Google Flutter will be very challenging, and it will be very challenging to deploy to multiple platforms. But it is possible. So let's conclude. Google Flutter is the #1 framework if you want to make a mobile device in 2020. The reason why you want to do it in 2020 is because it is so awesome of deploying to not only Android and iOS devices, but also the web. So what's your favorite mobile development platform? Is it Android Studio, is it Xcode, or have you tried Google Flutter? Please write in the comments, I want to know. Hey everybody, welcome to Bura Tech. In this episode, we're going to be talking about Jedi Fallen Order. Alright, welcome back. Before we start this video, I want to make sure that you like and subscribe. And if you have a Reddit account, please share this video on Reddit. Remember that this channel doesn't do a Patreon, instead we sell our digital products down below. And remember that every dollar that we get from the products that you buy below goes into making more content. The best way to help with this channel is to subscribe to Mammoth Interactive's huge library of content. Alright, so I've been gaming for a long time, and one of the games that I really like playing are those single player games with a huge and rich story. Now, of course, I like playing these games just like anybody else, but I also like playing different games too. Over the years, these long single-player story mode games have become unprofitable, meaning that there has been no real business incentive to actually make these kind of games. And this makes sense because in the past, there were technical limitations that made these kind of games good. Now, technical limitations means that you have to borrow from some other part of the game, and one of the easiest ways to add in a huge amount of amazingness to your game is to have a rich narrative. Now, over the years, technical limitations have been solved and tastes do change. Now, it's no wonder that these big, long story single-player games have fallen out of fashion. And one of the biggest games that had a huge budget that was absolutely amazing to play that didn't do well financially was BioShock Infinite. That game was absolutely amazing, but it didn't live up to the financial expectations. The reason is that it's very difficult and very cost prohibitive to do this kind of game well. So I was very surprised to see that EA, which a few years ago said they were only making multiplayer games on, actually made a game that is single player and has a huge narrative. So I think it has something to do with how Battlefront 2 was handled. If you don't know, there were some issues over the loot boxes being very predatory, and as a result, EA was taking a complete 180 on it. Now, I hope to see more games like this because Jedi Fallen Order is a really good game, and I'm going to give you the review. But before I give you the complete review of this, let's talk a little bit about how these games are made from a developer's point of view and why they're so expensive. Now, one of the things about these single-player games is that they basically take a lot of time in level development, and level development is a huge time sink. So in game development, coding is the #1 thing that will take a lot of time. The second is the art itself, and third is the level design. And sometimes the level design will take more time to perfect than the art. Now, the level design in Jedi Fallen Order is amazing, and the fact that they reuse some of the sets is also really good. Now, if you want to make a game like this, the more you can reuse sets, the better. A good example would be Star Trek. Now, Star Trek usually runs 7 series, and what they would do is they would start off with the sets and everything designed at the beginning, and then they would work in stories and interesting things around it. Maybe they would do a redesign from season to season. Essentially, essentially the set itself was created at the beginning, and that way it would save on time. Now, as game developers, you could probably do something similar to that. If you had a game where you flew around on a ship and went to world, that would actually be very cost effective because you would have to design the ship once, and it could in theory last for 7 seasons or 7 iterations of that game. Now, TV shows in the past were on huge budgets, and they had to find every single little trick to make things profitable. The game industry, especially if you want to make these single-player, story-based games, has to be done the same way. Now, not only is the level design cost prohibitive, but one of the things that has really changed and why you don't see a lot of these games is that tastes have simply changed. People want a more dynamic experience, and you can see these with, for example, Zelda Breath of the Wild or the Assassin's Creed game. People want an open world where they can go and do things here and there. But one thing that I've always disliked about open world games is that it's, well, too open. Now, I love playing an open world game here and there, but sometimes I just want a straight path, and Jedi Fallen Order does that. It gives you on a straight path where you can do things, and think of it like an interactive story. Now, one of the best examples of this is Mass Effect, and the Mass Effect series had a choose your own adventure. Now, that is a lot more complicated than what Jedi Fallen Order did, but I do like playing through a game in a story type way. And Jedi Fallen Order basically puts you on a path, and sometimes you can take different paths, but it's not boring. And the level design in Jedi Fallen Order does this so well that I never really felt bored playing it. The big problem that a lot of developers have with these games is that you go from A to B, B to C, and C to D. And what happens is that the player says, okay, well, I gotta do this, and then I gotta do this, and then I gotta do this. And that's super boring. Now, the easiest way around this is to just mix things up, and Jedi Fallen Order does a lot of this very well. There are parts where you can surf, there are parts where there are battle, and then there's parts with story. And the story part is where I really want to focus in on. So since Star Wars is a movie, it's impossible not to talk about movies here. Now, some movies are very plot-driven and not very action-driven. In fact, some people will go see a movie that's purely action, and other people will go see a movie that's purely plot-driven. Now, these games are somewhere in the middle, where there's very interesting plot and a lot of action. Now, I would guess that if you made the plot and the exploration of this a little bit better, I think that it would be a very immersive experience. One of the things that BioShock did very well is that you could listen to logs as you played the game, and I really think that this is a good design tip. So if you want people to be immersed in your world, then you can give people something to listen to while they're exploring. And I think this is done really well. Now, Jedi Fallen Order does this very well, but I wanted more of this. In fact, I wouldn't be very surprised if there was a game that came out where it was more focused on the exploration and developing the world from a more story point of view, that it would be fairly well received. Whether it would make money is a different issue, which is, again, the core problem is why you don't see a lot of these games. It's perfectly possible to have a product that's absolutely amazing and fail in the marketplace. This happens to every business at every level. So there were parts in Jedi Fallen Order where you got to explore some of the world and explore some of the lore around it, and I thought that was really good. And being a Star Wars fan, I honestly got to expand upon what I saw in the movies and read in the books. I think this is really awesome, and all IP holders should take note of this game. So let's talk a little bit about the action of the game. Now, the action was done insanely well in this game. In fact, I felt that the action was for the most part fair in a lot of cases. However, I did feel that it was a little bit too hard in some circumstances, and that the game was purposely a little bit harder than it needed to be just because it was a little too short. Now, I personally didn't think that this game was too short. I thought it was just the right amount, but I know that there are some people out there that would say this game is way too short. Remember, you can't judge these games on something like Overwatch because they're two totally different games. You'll get hours of enjoyment out of Overwatch where you'll only get a certain amount of hours out of this game. But back to the action. So I started on the normal level, and then I moved it up a bit, and then I moved it down a bit, and eventually I moved it all the way down to story mode, which I thought was a little bit too easy. In fact, the reason that I want to talk about difficulty is that the cheap way to extend the game is just to increase the difficulty level. In this game, if you do it very well and you're very good at gaming, it doesn't really feel too unfair. But however, there were some parts where I said this was insanely too hard for me, and it felt like a little unfair. I think they could have done a little bit more to replenish your health. You find these crates all over the world, and it would be great if you got some health replenished when you open some of these crates, or at least some kind of stim to help you replenish your health. But for the most part, the action in this game felt really good. I think the best part about this action is that you got to have a double-bladed lightsaber lightsaber, which I think was really awesome, and I totally didn't expect that, but in retrospect, that was a completely obvious choice, and I'm glad the dev team made it. So let's talk about the story and the characters. So you basically get to play as one character here, and you get to go through a story. Now, the story is really good, and I'm not going to give any spoilers, but there are some characters that come from the regular Star Wars universe in this game, and when they do show up, it's absolutely amazing. Now, I was glued to the story from start to finish. It starts you off in a very good spot, and then overall, as you explore the world, you get more tidbits about the lore and how everything unfolds. At the end of the game, I felt that the story was very well told, and I thought that it was absolutely amazing that I got to experience it. Now, I hope they make a sequel of this game, but I'm not sure that's going to happen. Let's hope that it's a commercial success. Now, the other thing that makes this game successful is that it has a limited scope. Now, a lot of people might not like that, especially if you like open world games. If you like open world games, you're used to this unlimited scope almost. But for this, there's only a few planets that you can travel to. You can travel to these planets in any order, which I think is a really good design decision, because if you can travel to planets to go explore a certain area that you just required a new skill that you can get to, that gives the player some agency. So this game does agency versus putting you on a path very well. So if you are designing this kind of game, you don't want to put them on a train track and go. You want to make sure that there's times that they can stop and then maybe go to a different location. And I thought that this was very well done. Now, each of the planets have their own distinct mood, and I thought the design of the level was pretty good, because you don't go to one planet and you leave it forever. You come back to that planet, and what's interesting is that you might go to something else and there might be an ability that you've acquired on a different planet that is used on another planet, and I thought that was really well done. Now, one of the first planets you go to, you come back again and again and again, and every time you come back with a new skill and there's a new area to open. Now, let's talk about some of the things I didn't like. Now, the number one thing that a lot of people didn't like is that the game is a little bit buggy. Now, as a developer, I'm surprised that all of these games get released with so few bugs anyway, because on these big teams, it's very hard to release the bugs, but I personally noticed a few bugs, and luckily I didn't have any game-breaking bugs. But there were a few parts where I definitely had to work through the engine because it was a little bit buggy. Now, hopefully these get patched. So there was a few bugs and a few environmental spots where I thought that was really a bit too challenging, and it really wasn't my fault. But the other thing that was really difficult in this game were the controls. Now, the controls, for the most part, felt pretty good, but there was occasions where I would either fall off or there was some kind of thing that it didn't quite respond the way I wanted it to, and that kind of hindered on the gameplay. Now, the controls were pretty good, but at the same time, though, it could have been better. Controls are something that are really, really important when you're developing a game, because if your controls aren't good, people are going to notice, and people, frankly, aren't going to like it. The best controls are when the player feels like they need to execute a jump and it executes perfectly, and lots of times you have to add in extra lines of code to actually make that work. And there was a few parts, especially with the running on walls, where it didn't quite work out the way I wanted it to. Luckily, in part of this game, you get a flip, which makes things a little bit easier, but sometimes there were parts where I had to do 2 or 3 times, and it didn't feel like I was the problem, but the controls were a bit of the problem. Overall, I didn't find that there was too much wrong with this game. If anything, the controls, the bugs, and maybe the difficulty were probably the biggest turnoffs of this game. So in conclusion, Jedi Fallen Order is a really good game, and I hope to see a lot more of these games. For me, it's like wrapping myself in a novel. You know, if you read a book and you can't put it down until you're done, this is the same feeling I get when I play these games. Hopefully the business case can be made for these kinds of games, because I would like to see more of them. The story is really good, even if you're not a Star Wars fan, but if you are a Star Wars fan, I think it's awesome to play before the next movie comes out. So overall, I would recommend playing this game. If you really like story-based games, this game is for you. Hey everybody, welcome to Bura Tech. In this episode, we're going to be talking about recurring revenue. Alright, welcome back. So let's talk about recurring revenue. Now, I usually start off the video with saying that you should buy our products down below. Hint, hint, you probably should. But we're going to be talking about recurring revenue. Since I run a business, it is something that's really important to talk about in terms of business and for consumers. Now, whatever happened to the model where you simply just buy something and then you get to use it? Well, there's a lot of things that have changed over the years. Now, the first thing that's probably changed is that everything is going down the software road, meaning that there are updates and there is maintenance fees, and a lot of these maintenance fees are very cost prohibitive. For example, if you wanted to buy a baseball glove doesn't really have software updates. Maybe something might get worn out, you might have to replace something, but for the most part, a glove is a glove, and that's pretty much what it is. Now, over the years, such technologies like TVs or appliances like refrigerators, they might need an update for their parts, but for the most part, you buy it once, and if it's beyond repair, you get a new one. This is just the way things are. But if you buy a smart fridge, you have to constantly update that software to make that fridge work. Now, this is the fundamental difference to how we buy products and how products are made, which is maybe a story for another time, but in the end, products are getting better and better. This is the fundamental difference to how products are being made, and maybe it's for the best, maybe it's not the way we should be going, and that is a story for another time. So let's talk a little bit about recurring revenue. Now, I spend most of my time online or in front of a computer, and that's because I like to code and I make online courses as well. But for the most part, a lot of the things that I buy are subscription only. Now, my company, Mammoth Interactive, has both. And this is what I think is key to having consumer satisfaction. Because remember, Mammoth Interactive has sold over 700,000 courses worldwide, and there's a reason why people keep coming back to our courses. The reason is that people want the option to either buy a subscription or get lifetime access to. This is a lot different from software. Now, personally, I like renting software because when I buy the subscription, I see if I want to use it, and if I'm not using it, then what I do is I get rid of the subscription. And rarely, if ever, do I buy a software nowadays that is one-time and lifetime updates. Maybe there's a Mac app, maybe there's an iOS app that I like to buy, but I generally tend to not do that. In fact, I try to make my life as app-free as possible. But sometimes you do need to have that app, and it's nice to have that lifetime access. So why sell subscriptions in the first place? Well, it's really easy from a business point of view to get a subscription in that recurring revenue. As a business owner, I like to make sure that my employees are taken care of, and recurring revenue is the best way to do that. It's the best way for me to sleep at night. If I know that I'm getting $20,000 a month for recurring revenue, then I know that I can budget everything. I can budget, let's say, my employees, I can budget my rent, I can budget my costs, I can budget the support, I can basically budget everything. But if I sell lifetime access, then that is variable. And one of the hardest things that I've never gotten used to is the variable income, and I've been an entrepreneur for a really long time. So having that recurring revenue is really important. On the flip side, it's really hard to sell subscriptions, and I'm going to tell you why people subscribe to Mammoth Interactive's content at all. Well, what we find is that the people who do subscribe to us are really big fans. They're really big fans of this channel, and they want to see more content being produced. Mammoth Interactive produces anywhere between 20 and 60 hours of content per month, and if we had more subscribers, I could easily double that. In fact, one of the things we love to do at Mammoth Interactive is compare ourselves to other bigger companies, and since we have next to no budget, we can actually compete almost head-to-head at this. And if we just had more recurring revenue, we could actually make a better company. And it would make sense, because if we were getting $20 to $40, $60,000 a month of recurring revenue, I could easily budget that. You know, the other thing that's really important to understand from a business point of view is, I personally give my employees one Friday off per month that's paid, and I also give my employees benefits. That's something that's really good. And as an employer, I want to make sure that that's known to the customers. And the customers, if they like my content or they like some of the other content that's being produced, that recurring revenue is really good to have all those perks in there. In fact, if I really wanted to make this an amazing company, I'd have a 4-day work week because I really like it, with the option of coming in on the 5th day. And sometimes coming in on Friday and just leaving at noon is just enough, and sometimes going on a Friday to go do something else to recharge will actually increase productivity. This is a story for another time, but Microsoft tried this in Japan of all places, and they found that productivity increased. The problem is, though, is that sometimes there are urgent emails and you need to be there on a Friday. But now I'm getting a little bit off topic. So recurring revenue is really important from the business side because, frankly, you can get that recurring revenue and you can budget. If you have all this variable income, it's really hard. But from the consumer side, sometimes subscriptions are really annoying. No one likes paying their cell phone bill, no one likes paying their mortgage or rent, and nobody likes having money deducted from their account every month. And that's why people who subscribe to Mammoth Interactive are really true fans of what we do, and they're true fans of this channel. This is a great time to say, if you like this channel, please subscribe. We have monthly and yearly options. So the other thing that Mammoth Interactive does is that we have lifetime access to our products. If you want to buy the course once, then you're more than welcome to do that. Just know that the next course we release might not get a free update. If you want that free update, you can just subscribe. Now, if you are making a dual model where you have lifetime access and subscription, you want to make the subscription a really good deal. So if you were to buy all of our courses, it would cost a lot of money, where you can just simply access it for the low price down below. But some people, they just want to buy it once and then maybe they'll subscribe later. And this is where I think a lot of companies fail, is that you should have a product where someone gets lifetime access to and have the subscription, even if your subscription is your main part of your business. Now, the other reason why you see a lot of this recurring revenue is that in order to become a company today, you have to get tons and tons of funding, and this is venture capital funding. And venture capitalists love recurring revenue. In fact, for the reasons I've mentioned before, that recurring revenue is just easier to build a business on. If you were to invest in a business and one of them had recurring revenue and the other didn't, which one would you do? Well, you would want to invest in the one that has recurring revenue. Also, if you were to sell that business, the more recurring revenue you have, the more valuable your business is. Because again, the more true fans you have, the more business that you will get. And if you want to exit, your exit will be higher. Now, I also like looking at it from a consumer point of view because I like buying things once. If I want to buy a TV show or a movie, I just might want to pay once. In fact, sometimes I like doing this. If there's a TV show I really like and I know that I want to watch the entire season, I'll just simply buy it instead of subscribing. Of course, I have a Netflix subscription and I absolutely love that too, but at the same time, I want to make sure that I have the option to buy some of these products. So I think the big reason why people are upset about all of this recurring revenue is that in media, for example, games and movies and books, there usually hasn't been a recurring revenue option. And at the same time, there's always been that lifetime access. You buy the game once and you never have to pay it again. So I just did a review on Jedi Fallen Order, and that is just a pay once and you never have to buy or purchase anything again. And we'll talk about that in another video, but the reception has been so overwhelmingly positive that it's worth these businesses looking into that model again. But like I mentioned earlier, software as a service is easily investable because if you can get that recurring revenue, it's much easier to invest. And this is one of the reasons why software as a service usually has recurring revenue. In fact, the better thing to do is to do business to business and recurring revenue. And if you do that, you'll probably get funding over if you have a business to consumer and not recurring revenue. However, everything is investable, anything from a bakery to the next big startup. So software as a service works better, and personally, I like buying software this way because again, I like seeing the updates come through, and I only have the subscriptions that constantly update their software. If they don't update their software, they're not going to get my subscription money. So to sum up, recurring revenue is really important from the business side, but as consumers, it's also good to have that option to have the lifetime access, and Mammoth Interactive does both. Hey everybody, welcome to Bura. In this episode, we're going to be talking about what you do when you finally get your break. Alright, welcome back. Before we get started, I want to make sure that you like and subscribe to this channel, and if you really like this video, please share it. If you have a Reddit account, please share this video on Reddit. Remember that this channel doesn't do a Patreon, instead we sell our digital products down below, and the best way to help this channel is to subscribe to Mammoth Interactive's huge library of content. We have courses on machine learning, web development, Photoshop, Blender, game development, and much more. We have monthly and yearly options. And if you don't like subscriptions, we also have lifetime access down below as well. There's many different options for you to buy, and every little dollar that we get from the products that you buy below goes into making more content. So there's a lot of advice out there that tells you how to get things started, but it doesn't tell you how to keep things going. And believe it or not, keeping a business going is just as hard as starting one. In fact, the statistics out there on starting a business, the failure rate is about 9 out of 10. That's a huge failure rate. Keeping a business is also as hard, and scaling a business is even harder. I would know. So looking back at my career, since I graduated in 2008 during the worst financial crisis since the Great Depression, it was not only hard to find a job, but it was even harder to start a business. And this primed me for the success in future years. I realized how hard it was, and once I got my big ticket, I knew exactly what to do. It took about 3 full years of failure almost day in and day out, and planning on what I would do once I got my big break. And that big break finally came at the end of 2011 when I released my first online course, and it's been up ever since. Now, before I got that, I was planning for years on what I would do once I got a big check, and I did get a huge check on January 1st, 2012. And that was really awesome for me, but a lot of people would probably squander that. So I'm going to talk about the things that I did when I got my big break and the things that I was thinking about when I was failing all the time. Now remember, failure is the norm, and it's really hard, and even today there are things that I do in my business that are really hard to do, and I kind of fail at them, and I always take a look at what I did wrong to move forward. Remember, you always have to fail forward, and success is a wheel. Never forget those two pieces of advice. So what did I do? Well, first of all, I was really cheap in those years. In fact, I had maybe 2 or 3 jobs, and I would get freelancing gigs here and there, and I would be really frugal when it came to pretty much everything. I remember eating at Subway for lunch every day when they had those $5 subs deals, and I only spent $5 on the subs, and occasionally I would get a combo, but it was mostly just $5, and that was mostly my meal for the day. I didn't really spend much more on food. Now, not only that, if I found some money on the ground, I would absolutely pick it up and put it in a jar, and eventually that would equal a new sub, so I was insanely cheap with my food. I was also cheap with my rent. I lived in a big city with roommates, and those roommates were terrible. The upstairs neighbor was so incredibly noisy and would wake me up at 5 o'clock in the morning every day with his stomping around upstairs. I wish I was making that up, but it was true. And so I really hated the place I was living at, and I was really sick of failing every day, but eventually it all worked out. So I had to make a plan to make sure that how would I get out of this situation? And the idea was that once I got some money, I would just completely save it. This is a huge thing. Now, if you have debt, I would recommend paying off your debt, but if you save your money and keep a big cash pile, then you can invest it and eventually you'll grow out of your debt. Now, luckily for me, I had little or no debt at the time, which was a huge advantage that I know a lot of people didn't have. But what I did was I saved my money and I still was as frugal as possible. The only thing that I changed from when I had complete failure to starting to have success was I changed my location. I did not like living with those roommates, and I did not like living where I was, so I went and got a bachelor apartment where I could live by myself. And at the time, it was so incredibly expensive and I almost didn't know how to pay for it. But luckily, I found a way to pay for it. And the other thing that you have to understand is that success is a wheel, and I always say this, is that just because I got one project out there that made some success, I wanted to double down on that success. I created more and more projects. And the more projects I made, the more money I made. And the more money I made, the more I saved. So what should you do if you get some success? Well, you should try and save your money as much as you can and try to not change anything. Only change the things that absolutely matter. For me, it was my living situation, and that's the only thing that I really hated in my life. I was still frugal, I still ate the $5 subs, although I did splurge a bit more because I did have some more money coming in, but at the end of the day, I was fairly frugal. This is another trait that a lot of rich people have. They tend to be very frugal because they know that making $1 is much harder than spending $1. And if you're an entrepreneur, it's very hard to make $1 versus spend it. So when you think of success, you have to think of success as not only a wheel, but you have to think of it as levels. Let's say you get to the first level where you're making money, you need to get to the next level. You almost have to work even harder than you did before because scaling your business is really difficult. And the reason that you need to scale your business is that you want to make sure that your business is as profitable as possible because an exit is the #1 thing that can help you retire immediately. Having an exit is really good for 2 reasons. 1, you can do something else, and 2, you can maybe be so rich that you don't have to ever work again. Now, I highly recommend that if you ever find yourself fortunate to be in the situation, that you do find something to do every day, because at the end of the day, you do need to actually do something, and if you don't do something, you probably will waste your life. Now, it's really hard to start a business in the first place, and some people never get their break. So even if you get a small break, you are one of the lucky ones, and you have to make sure that you take that opportunity and use it to the best of your ability. The best way to do that is to save your money and to be very frugal. And with every business decision that you make, you almost want to take a lot of time to actually think about whether that's the right decision or not. Being careful is a lot better than being reckless. It's way easier to spend money on a new venture than it is to finally pick a really good venture that will actually make you money. If you've ever tried to raise money, you'll realize that people with money are very selective, and you should be as well. So let's recap this video. If you have success at any given time, remember that you're one of the lucky ones. And if you do get the success, you want to be as frugal as possible, and you want to be as careful as possible with that money. Also, remember that success is a wheel, and that just because you had one success doesn't mean that's any kind of destination. Remember, you need to constantly innovate and improve, and you always need to be looking forward. If you can do this, you'll be a very successful entrepreneur. Hey everybody, welcome to Bura Tech. In this episode, we're going to be talking about NASA's new Dragonfly mission. Alright, welcome back. Before we start this video, I want to make sure that you like and subscribe to this YouTube channel. And if you've already subscribed to this YouTube channel, I want to say thank you. This show could not be possible without your support. If you really like this channel doesn't do a Patreon. Instead, we sell our digital products down below. Every dollar that we get from the products that you buy below goes into making more content. The best way to help with this channel is to subscribe to Mammoth Interactive's huge library of content. We have monthly options and yearly options. And if you don't like subscribing, we have lifetime access courses down below at a variety of different price points. Mammoth Interactive is a great site to learn how to code from anything from web development to machine learning. We produce 20 to 60 hours of new content per month, so your subscription is definitely worth it. Alright, so let's talk a little bit about NASA's Dragonfly mission. Now, the Dragonfly mission is set to fly to Titan, one of Saturn's moons. This moon has a very dense atmosphere. In fact, it's more dense than Earth's. In the 2000s, a probe actually went to Titan and it launched a lander that landed on the surface. And you can see the image here. This is pretty interesting because Titan is a very interesting place. Not only does it have a really dense atmosphere, but it also has lakes of methane and weather. And I think this is really interesting because it's one of the few places in the solar system that has a very Earth-like weather system. However, there are a lot of differences. It's very cold on Titan, hence why liquid methane can actually exist in the first place. It's negative 179 degrees Celsius. So it's pretty cold, and there's a lot of really cool features about Titan. It has lakes and dunes, and it also has cryovolcanoes. Now, a cryovolcano is a volcano that spews ice. Now, not only is there methane, which is a huge organic chemistry component, but there's also a lot of ice there. And scientists think that there might actually be a liquid ocean underneath the surface. So this isn't the first moon to be hypothesized to have a liquid ocean underneath the surface. There's the most likely candidate, which is Jupiter's moon Europa, plus there's a bunch of other moons in the solar system that might actually have it. Now, water is a key component for life, and that's what Dragonfly is supposed to do. It's supposed to look for signs of life. Now, there's life around thermal vents in the oceans of Earth, so it's possible that there could be life around vents such like this on other planets, whether it's Europa or Titan. Now, we don't actually know if there's a liquid ocean underneath the surface, but it would be really cool if there was. So how would you go and explore a moon like Titan? Well, there's a couple things that are really interesting about Titan. First, as I mentioned, there's a really dense atmosphere, and second, the gravity is quite a bit lower. In fact, because the atmosphere is so dense and the gravity is so low, if a human were to go onto Titan with wings, it could fly like a bird. And I think that's kind of interesting. So the most logical thing to do to explore this planet is to create a drone. And that's exactly what Dragonfly is. It's going to be flying around and mapping Titan and finding out all this cool scientific data. And what would be really interesting is if we could find life. Now, the drone itself is going to be quite heavy, but because of the low gravity, it's not going to be an issue. It's going to be about the size of a lawnmower. Now, you're probably asking, how can a drone like this work at a very cold temperature? Well, it's going to have a nuclear reactor on it. Now, if you don't know, there are many ways to do nuclear energy. Now, we have a lot of nuclear reactors here on Earth, but the ones that we send into space, like the ones that we used on the Voyager probes, and the one that we're going to be using with Dragonfly, is called an RTG. RTG stands for Radioactive Thermoelectric Generator, and it uses plutonium to power it. Now, what's interesting about this particular reactor is that not only will it give electricity, but it will also give off heat, meaning that all the circuits can be protected from the cold, because at negative 179 degrees Celsius, the cold will absolutely destroy circuits. So it will be flying around and it will look for things like weather, atmosphere, and it will take a lot of scientific data, which is going to be insanely valuable even if we don't find life. Now, the whole point of this mission is to explore Titan, and Titan might be similar to the way Earth was when it was formed. So it will be like looking into the past to how Earth developed as a planet. I'm really excited for this, but we're gonna have to wait. Not only is it going to be launched in 2026, it won't arrive till 2034. Now this is a long time, and I really wish we could speed it up, but the laws of physics are what they are, and we can get to Saturn only so quickly. Now the way that you would send something that far is you have to slingshot yourself around other planets to give yourself a boost. Because remember, in space, when you give yourself a boost, there's nothing to slow it down, so every boost will continue that speed. So in 2026, there will be great enough windows to actually get us there in a reasonable amount of time. If only warp drive was invented before then. Now this project is going to cost $1 billion, and I think this is completely worth it because I am excited to see what this finds. In fact, when Cassini launched Huygens and Huygens landed on Titan, I was glued to my computer screen and I couldn't wait to see all the images that came back. And once it did, I was absolutely blown away. So let me know in the comments if you're excited to see this mission. I know I certainly am. Alright, so that concludes this video. Make sure that you like and subscribe. And if you have a Reddit account, please share this video on Reddit. If you've subscribed to this YouTube channel, I want to say thank you, and remember that your subscriptions make this channel possible. If you really like this video, you can subscribe to Mammoth Interactive's huge library of content. We have monthly and yearly options down below. We release 20 to 60 hours of new content per month, so it's a very good subscription. If you don't like subscriptions, we also have courses with lifetime access down below. Remember that every single dollar that we get from the products you buy below goes into making more content. Thanks for listening. I'll see you in another video.